And sort of working. Did you enjoy the computer exploding video I made?
Oh, the little laptop one with the anime.
Yes, that
Yeah,
happens
that
right
was
after
cute.
the chip scene. She's eating
I
the
love the chip
chips.
scene too. Did you edit it so that it lasted longer, or did you really
Yeah, I
eat
did. I
chips
did
for
edit
like?
so it lasts
Okay,
long. It's twice as long.
okay, I assume so. But then at the same time, like this could just be really good dry humor.
Well, they're talking back and forth about
Mhm.
um, because the one girl uh is going on about how she can't have a boyfriend or whatever, and they're playing the game. Like the there's one girl playing the game, and the
Mhm.
younger girl, the one that's eating the chips. Oh god, what the hell happened to this cable? That is not good. No, my laptop charging cable split. We have electrical tape somewhere? I just find some electrical tape quick. Yeah, so they're sitting there. The one's playing the game. The little one's helping her. And then the other girl's like, "You weren't listening to a thing I said," because she's been complaining like for 4 or 5 minutes about not being able to find a boyfriend and her like life plan and how it's being all thrown the gutter. And she's like, "I wanted to get married out of college," and it's like, "You guys aren't listening to me." And it's like, "It's fine, it's fine." And then the little one says, "You know, you didn't have to come if you want to act like this." She's like, "Don't mess with me, girl." Basically, gets all that, and then she gets all broody, opens the bag of chips. There's like another scene, and then it's just her eating the chips, and they're talking. It's just like, "You should try the game. It's fun. It's fun."
What made
This
the
is
laptop explode?
uh, there's the joke about Momo. Not Momo's the other girl.
Hmm.
She talks about herself in the third person, which was weird. And people listen to me talk about Yamada now before we start. This is the pre-ramble section of the show where I can talk about whatever I want. And if you know, you know. And if you don't know, you don't know. Yeah, my love story with Yamada at level 999 is quite the show.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen the show yet. I've just read the manga,
Yeah, people said the
way
manga was
beforehand.
really good, but the show has been
Yeah,
like spot on.
I really want to watch it. I'm just waiting for it to finish.
We're on episode like 7 of 13, I want to say. Okay, well, I hope this cable's okay for now. Didn't realize it split. Okay, I've updated the information. Now I just need to tweet about this, and then we can talk about games and not anime.
I gotta say, it is weird. I had just set this to Eclipse to see what the difficulty was like. It starts you in New Game Plus, and I forgot how good the graphics look for the first opening cutscene, and how good the models are, and then how we never really see those again.
Yeah, I have a feeling there was definitely problems in development.
Yeah.
Okay, tweeting about it. Actually, I can tweet about it while we start. Where are we going? Hello and welcome back to the Port Beggars podcast. If you were here in the pre-show and you were listening to me ramble about anime, that's cool too.
Yeah.
But now we can talk about games. I'm Torloth. That's Justin. You
Howdy,
want to
howdy.
start? What have you been
Well,
playing
where
this
should
week?
we start? I mean, Redfall is the big number this week, and
It was the big number last week, and I feel bad because it overshadowed this fantastic footage you're looking at here that I got last week of After Image. Gorgeous game,
but
absolutely gorgeous. But
there's quite a few pretty indie games that have come out recently that I feel like get a
this one had a
little
physical, so
overshadowed.
That kind of like
Yes.
I put a little higher than the thing, but yeah, I feel bad for this because I had footage last week. I forgot to put it up because we were just talking about Redfall. If you want to start with Redfall, that's fine.
Well, I'm a bit mixed on it. I mean, I've put in quite a bit of time. I believe I put in 100 hours in the last week. I finished the main campaign, did that about an hour ago. It did most of the side stuff until then. And the reason I'm mixed is I know a lot of people are hating on it for the gameplay, the AI, the broken state it's currently in. But the core gameplay is a fun gameplay loop, so I'm not worried about in the future how it'll turn out and what it'll be like after some patches and the quality of life. What I'm mixed on is the genre they were going for in general. It feels like Destiny levels of storytelling, where it thinks it's telling this really grand story, and it's got a million different notes for you to pick up, but none of the cool story that's happening is kind of happening in front of you. You know, you get a bit of a cutscene before the mission, and I mean, these are more of a slideshow. The art style is cool, but it doesn't really mitigate from the fact that it feels kind of cheap.
I
Um,
feel like the slideshow they did so you could see the way you dress your character and all that. I don't think it's
which is cool,
bad per
but
se,
like,
but it's not the best.
yeah, and I'm not saying like that it's bad. I'm just saying it feels like in a game that already has so little story during the gameplay that they could have done a little bit better with the cutscenes. Because you start the game with a really nice cutscene, good character models, and then every cutscene after that is kind of like free still images of nice art with your custom character. Well, your character with their custom outfits in it. You don't exactly have a custom character, you get four presets. And I think there's more coming later, if we're to believe that. I'm not sure. But yeah, you start the game off and the story starts kind of strong. You know, you wake up in a boat. Uh, you have a little cutscene of vampires eating someone near you. They get close to you to attack you, and then they hear the big bad coming, the Black Sun. She comes in and kind of is glad that you're not dead, but they never really expound upon why you're important. She's like, "Oh, we'll use you," and then the sun hits her, and she burns a little, and she eclipses the entire sun. And then the game starts with you trying to survive against vampires and cults of people who worship them. But then the story kind of falls apart because you don't ever see these big bad vampire gods until the end boss of that area, and until then, it's just random vampires and cultists. Like I said, the gameplay loop's fun, but in terms of story, you're mostly told it through little echoes, which are blue skeleton silhouettes that you find when killing a certain kind of vampire called a sin eater. Uh, it basically craps out a tiny little dialogue between these skeletons. You can listen to it. So there's not really any character models to it, so you don't exactly know what people look like. In fact, one of the characters, I didn't find out what they look like until the end of the game, and the only reason I found out was because I guessed which silhouette they were in one cutscene where you do see them when they aren't named yet. Um, so yeah, I'm not going to go into any spoilers of anything. I'm just going to say I had fun with the gameplay. I was let down by the story, and again, not spoiling anything, but the ending left me wanting closure and a bit more. It it's the game of a service kind of ending where it was like, this is sort of the wrap up of the story, but there's definitely some more to come, and you'll have to figure that out next time. But I don't know if there'll be a
Hmm.
next time based on the reception or even the expansions. I don't know what Microsoft's planning at this point. So I don't know. I had more fun with the game than I thought I would when I first downloaded it after all the chaos and complaining. And with friends, it's definitely a good time. Tristan knows, me and him have been playing a lot. I've been playing with another buddy. It's way more fun with friends for a lot of reasons, and one of them we'll get into later of how the game needs to work on its single player content. But the multiplayer is definitely fun, and it feels like it was designed around that. Doesn't really feel like it was designed to be played alone, or at least it was added on at the last second kind of thing.
The single
What do
player
you
definitely
think though?
feels like it's Uh,
Yeah,
Honestly, I haven't finished the game. I only saw part of the second map because I joined you guys that one time and you were there. So I haven't seen anything really past the first bit.
hmm
And Draco and I were hunting down some missable achievements last night.
yes. That's something I should bring up. We joked about how the 17G achievements and stuff, like, oh, it's so bad. Um, a lot of the achievements are missable, and because there's no mission select or anything yet, if you play a mission and don't get the achievement, you're not getting it that playthrough.
Or
For
you
main
need
missions,
or you need a friend to do it on theirs.
well, yeah, for that save file, you're not doing it. You either have to do a new game plus or join a friend who hasn't done it yet. And there's no canceling a mission. The only way to kind of cancel one is if you're doing uh, a mission from a safe house, because then you can select a different mission and it gets rid of that one for some reason. But side quests you can't start over or do again, and main quests you can't. And one of them, um, I won't spoil what the mission is, but there's free achievements for it, and you have to do that mission correctly 3 different ways. So 3 different saves or play with friends multiple times. It's frustrating.
Is that a later
Uh,
one? Or is it in the first area?
it's it's in the second area, but yeah, it's basically like do the whole mission undercover stealth, do the mission halfway undercover stealth, and then break stealth because it's funny, and then do the mission undercover stealth to a certain point to unlock something, and then use that. But that also doesn't count as the breaking stealth one. So you have to do it 3 different ways. And I looked it up on True Achievements because I'm like, there's no way. I must be overthinking this. And someone's like, you guys are idiots. You don't have to do it 3 times. Just go to your local save file and delete it halfway through the mission. I'm like, oh my god, no. So you have to do it 3 times, unless you're breaking your save and just doing it over and over for the achievements. So yeah, there's a lot of quality of life I'd like to see in this game. Bare minimum mission select to replay stuff, but it's frustrating because the missions are fun, especially with friends, but the dialogue isn't there. It feels a little bit like Borderlands, where sometimes the characters will randomly say shit to each other, and they might say something about the objective you're doing randomly, but that's really it. Um, the character I played as was Jacob, and he's got that goofy eye. Um, Not like a lazy eye, but like a spooky eye with abilities. Apparently, he got that because of Mrs. Whisper, one of the bosses in the game. And when you go to fight her, he's like, "Oh man, I was looking to fight her. You know, she's the one that got my eye like this." He says that at the beginning of the mission, and then he never brings it up again before you fight her on the way, during the fight with her, or after she's dead.
Yeah, that sounds a little lame. That was the
Yeah,
thing
so
though.
go
Like,
on.
that would kind of remind. It'd be like if you were playing any sort of like single player game and someone's got beef with a certain boss character and they don't get emotional. It's like, what the hell happened?
Yeah,
It's like that
and I
ProZD
get
skit.
that.
Have you seen that ProZD skit where
Yeah,
he's talking about the when you can have the character not in the party? He literally
yeah,
mentioned me by name. Stuff
yeah.
like
The
that.
RPG game with that. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
he's great.
basically it, right? It's like, well, we're
Yeah.
gonna do this thing.
And I mean, it would have been really easy to fix that, whether you had something unique that all the characters said, or even the characters just mentioning if Jacob wasn't there, like, I hope Jacob's at peace, or at least Jacob, has some solace now, some closure. Anything. You could have just had a throwaway line. It it feels like we didn't explore what makes the characters interesting on both the main characters you play as and just plot characters. And I think that's what frustrates me because there's definitely quality of life that needs to be added for gameplay, but the gameplay's fun. But with story, it's like obviously some things got cut, rushed, didn't get finished. I get it. But a lot of the story also feels like it's just two people trying to tell a story. Like you can see where it goes in one way and then it kind of splits to the other and you're like, were all the same writers in the room with this? Like, does everyone know what's going on? Sometimes it's kind of fighting with itself. Mm.
Do you have that problem with
Do you
every sort of game that has multiple characters that can be there or not there because you're co-op?
Yeah,
It's not
but
like when
if
you
anything,
get around that by having AI companions, but the fact that the game lets you just be solo and you don't
yeah,
get any AI companions means that you can't have meaningful story with the characters being there when there's a chance that they
yeah.
cannot be there, because you can also have multiple of the same character in the lobby.
Yes, which is hilarious and
Hilarious.
frustrating.
Yeah, hilarious and frustrating. Yeah. Cool.
There's also an achievement for building trust with other characters, which means playing the game with a friend or, well, no, I can't even say a random person because there's only private, there's no matchmaking. So yeah, with a friend, um, and you build trust between your two playable characters, unless you're the same character. There's an achievement for building trust with everyone, but you can't build trust with your character who someone else is using. So no matter what, you'll have to play at least two characters, but it's also frustrating that they wanted to make a gameplay mechanic realistic for storytelling reasons, I guess, but they didn't really think about it past that. Like, there's no benefit to playing the same character. There's only a downside, but
Well, if you're
they
going
don't
for
tell you that up front.
achievements, like the thing is that the kits seem to complement each other, but the problem is that I knew that the broody sniper guy was going to be a lot of people's cup of tea. As soon as I saw
Yeah,
him, I'm like, oh, broody sniper guy with a weird eye. People gonna love this character.
I
Devinder, I
mean,
felt like was gonna be the character people liked the least, but it actually turned out to be Remy, the character I played.
yes. And it
And
wasn't because she was the healer.
I don't
Please
think it's
tell. Why don't you tell everyone what the actual reason was?
that was okay. So I need to preface this in that it doesn't bother me, but it kind of it doesn't. But she
Yeah,
does have the most annoying line about starting a family with just Jacob, and then, but slides into this it's her girlfriend. She's gonna start the family with, and I'm like, okay, whatever. And it upset. And then we had I think we talked about the Hispanic thing and how there's Hispanic people that don't like that way that they're portrayed.
yeah, as like a
I don't
token
have the
character.
general um vibe from the entire community that plays, but I get the feeling that she is not the most popular. But I don't know
Yeah,
if her. It just feels like they made her a token character. It's like we needed to fill the checklist. This is what this character needs to have. It's like,
yeah, and that's why it's frustrating for me. I have no problem with straight characters, gay characters, trans, whatever you want to do, but they have to be an interesting character that's well written to have those. Like, I don't want a blank character
oh
that's
yeah,
boring, and
that
then
was
you
like
toss everything on there.
that was like last night. Jericho's like, do you know what she just said? She just called that vampire a faggot, basically. And
What, when she
I'm
said
like,
the random
wait,
throwaway Spanish word?
yeah, that's the thing.
Hmm. She
It's
just
like,
says random
wait,
cusses in
it's
Spanish.
okay if they say if they say derogatory terms in
Yeah, as long as it's not
Spanish.
English and then people can't understand it unless they speak Spanish.
I feel like
Everyone knows that.
but that's the thing. Drake was also talking about how there's a huge population of Spanish speakers on Xbox.
Oh, 100%.
So you telling me that this is okay? It's like, oh, we're gonna make a token gay character. This is gay slurs. What?
Yeah, it's
I
the
don't
kind of
know.
thing that it feels like they're trying to parody what they're creating, but it's not self-aware enough that it's good. It's kind of like telling a bad joke and then nudging the guy next to you like, "Ha, wasn't that a bad joke?" It doesn't matter that you're self-aware, it was still a bad joke. You have to kind of
You have
earn
to
that
lean into
level
the
of joking.
you have to take the cues away and just lean into the make a joke and everyone's super
Yeah,
serious about what's happening, and that's what makes it so much better. Like in Like a
yeah.
Dragon, when you walk into that place for that side quest and the dude's in the diaper and like a baby, and everyone's like super serious about what's going on there.
Yeah, it reminds me of Dead Rising 1 compared to Dead Rising 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah,
Dead Rising 1 was amazing because not only was every
I
character
covered
serious,
wars, you know.
yeah, exactly, it was trying really hard to be badass. But the best part was not only were the graphics kind of rough, I mean, it was the time period, it's one of the first HD games. So faces looked really uncanny when they spoke in those cutscenes, but you could dress Frank up in anything. You could walk in with basically a diaper on and a demon mask, and then everyone would not react. They were totally just taking it like it was a normal scene. That was the perfect level of comedy for that. It got a bit sillier in the later games when they leaned into the goofiness for the characters themselves. And I think that's the problem with Redfall. The dialogue is cringy B-list movie, but it's not leaning enough into itself and it's not taking itself enough seriously. It just feels like one of
You're
those
yeah,
I'm just reading the lines I'm here for.
you're not Left 4 Dead 2. But I think
Exactly.
nailed that perfect. Like we have a bunch of different people and they've got all sorts of different backgrounds. And
Yeah.
it's like they'll say weird lines about things. Like you're at the carnival and people will react to stuff that they see. There's none of that in Redfall, unfortunately. Like you don't go to like the movie
Yeah.
theater and stuff and people don't even talk about it.
I even made a joke about that. We passed a microphone on an auditorium stage, and I was like, "Oh, I wish I had a mic button that just made me say random lines." Because if you say that in Left 4 Dead 2, as an example, not only
Yep.
will they speak louder as if they're speaking into a mic, they might sing or say something silly like a stand-up joke. Instead, I walked up to the mic and hit it a few times with the goofy elbow punch, and that was it. I was hoping there'd be a little more interactions, but with playing with
I mean,
Tristan, with Remy, I think I heard the same 3 or 4 throwaway lines like
yeah.
20 times.
hmm I swear every time I get in, it's like we really got to have this line about her starting a family with her girlfriend. Everyone needs to
Yeah.
know. Every time you play Jacob, you're gonna hear the same lines. It's just like they needed either more or like I heard her be like, "Oh, what made you pick up the guitar and stuff?" And it's like,
Yes.
and you
And
get the
there was at
same
least a
one.
funny moment to that where I was playing as Jacob. So because he knew how to play instruments as a kid, every instrument I walked up to, he played really well. I assumed that was just a thing. But then you were telling me Remy doesn't play them as well.
Yeah, they just make like the guitar. It sounds like it's palm muted entirely. I
Yeah.
I play guitar in
So,
real life, so
yeah. Oh, same
sorry.
here.
It's like
uh,
I don't know if people know. It's when you like put your hand on you're holding too close, and it makes that
Yeah,
like
it makes
it's a cool
it's like we're
sound.
trying to hold. Yeah, well, it's cool if you're trying to do it. It's less cool if you're just trying to hit a chord and suck.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, but I assumed he just played well because you walk up in any first-person, game these days and see instruments and they just play a random riff. It's like, oh, everyone's talented.
Everyone's
But I
got talent.
appreciate that they. Oh, what was that?
Everyone's got talent in music, don't you
Yeah,
know? Yeah, it was interesting. I don't know
dude.
about keyboard. It'd be again. It's like when even Overwatch has like better lines for characters. And it's like in
Yeah,
lobby, like they have like fun characters interactions.
yeah, like the
Uh,
random shit they say before the match starts.
yeah. One of my
Yeah.
favorites is when Kiriko talks to was talking to Moira and goes, "Do you have a band-aid?" And she's like, "What do I look like? Someone who would have a band-aid? I guess not." I don't know if I remember that completely correct because I played the game in Japanese, so it's like Bansoko
Yeah.
or
Moira does have a lot of the fun interactions. I like the one she has with Reinhardt. She has a good one with Mercy.
the one
Uh,
with May where she literally makes May cry.
yeah, I mean it's not a hard thing to do, but yeah, it's funny.
I don't think May's that soft. It's just she's like completely insensitive about things.
Yeah, I wouldn't say May's soft, but she's also got that like easy cry attitude kind of thing, where it's like she's not upset easily, but you can tell like everything her friends, well, quote unquote friends, say to her means a lot to her.
Well, the thing is, a lot of the interactions she has with characters are mostly positive. Unless
Yeah.
there's, but I can't remember if there's a particular like Talon character. I know there's one where she says she gets kind of mad at them,
Hmm.
but I can't remember exactly who that is.
Oh,
But
hold on 1 second.
again, I oh you're good. Whoop, that was a weird noise. Sorry, just heard a weird noise on my side. Oh, you got your sorted? No, he's broken. Okay, I'm just gonna have to hold down the fort while he's gone for a second, it seems. Oh, maybe. Possibly. You got it
Sorry
figured
about
out?
that. Yeah, I saw a bug crawling and had to take care of that. 'Tis the season. Early summer starts getting hot here.
Yeah, they
You
tried.
put the traps out.
Yeah, they get inside. Awful. But
Yeah.
yeah, I think Overwatch kind of. The thing is that in a vacuum, Redfall does an okay job with character interactions. But if you
Hmm.
compare it to the rest of the industry and other games, like it
Which
falls
is
flat.
unfortunately what you have to do
You do.
because
It doesn't exist
there's
in a
so many
vacuum.
games. Yeah, there's so many games that are competing for your money and your attention. You really have to do the best you can. Doing an average job doesn't always cut it. So, how would you say you felt, uh, not from gameplay, but from story aspects of Redfall? I just want to see, since you haven't finished it, how you're feeling about it so far.
Confused mostly. I because you get all the like grave locks, and I know you get the story from them in order, but I honestly don't remember
Yeah.
what happens in one to the other, and sometimes I find them in the middle of a firefight. So I'm like shooting
Yeah.
things, and I picked up this thing, and I'm not really paying attention to what she's saying.
On the bright side, the archive does have them all. Unfortunately, since there's 100, I mean, I'm at 54, that means there's 54 gravelocks that are waiting for me to listen to them, and it doesn't let you play them all at once. So even though they're like 5 to 10 seconds, you have to keep going down the list and hitting them. And there's a lot of shit. I mean, I've got 270 notes so far from the world. Uh,
That's like par for the course for arcane games, though. Like that's how they do a lot of
True.
their lore building, and I don't want people to be like, but the thing is, if we compare it, let's compare it to another Arcane Austin game in Prey.
Yeah.
Prey did a much better job of explaining like character motivations. The thing is, it's like
Yeah.
we're the last survivor. We gotta do this. Do you though? That's the thing. Like
Yeah.
you're actually taking the fight out, and you're like killing cultists and things. You were literally murdering people, and
Oh, yeah,
these
there's a
characters
lot of
seem to be
murder.
okay with it.
Yeah, it's never
Like,
really. I mean, Jacob does mention it as a throwaway line right near the end of the game, but it's definitely not intended for that. Because he's like, these vampires have killed people. Hell, I've killed people. And it's like, well, yeah, your backstory was you're a mercenary, but like, what about everyone else who has constantly killed people in the
yeah,
last
I
10
mean,
minutes?
Remy's supposed to be a Coast Guard.
Yeah, wasn't she like a natural
She's
disasters person who
yeah,
saves people?
she's a first responder basically.
First responder, that's it.
Yeah, she's
Uh,
with the Coast Guard.
I don't know much about the other two. I mean, we didn't have anyone that played Layla. And I know
Um,
Devinder's like a YouTuber.
yeah, Devinder seems like the kind of character who does whatever it takes to get a story,
Yeah,
so maybe it doesn't
but
bother
instead of
him.
going after um like cool stories, he seems like a cryptid hunter, which explains
Yeah,
why he was here. He's
yeah,
definitely like the making a
and
podcast to talk about the Jersey Devil.
yeah, and Layla has a really cool kit, but and really likes Bribon, but I don't know if she fits in because I was playing with Corey a
Yeah.
bit, and he was playing Layla. The
Oh,
thing is that
that's
Layla was probably the characters I thought people would gravitate to the most because she has
yeah,
all those
especially from the
cool like
trailers.
she has such cool like her reload animation where she literally like telepathically is putting bullets into the gun. Absolutely
Yeah.
stellar. She feels like
Yeah.
the if this was a single player game, she feels like she'd be the main character.
Oh, definitely. Which is so funny because while I play the game, I totally forget she's there because I haven't seen her. No one's mentioned her. No one's played as her. Um, the
I
downside of
picked
Devinder.
I just picked Remy
Oh,
because of her kit, and that was the
oh
whole
yeah,
thing. It's like she had the support kit. I knew a lot of people were gravitating towards Devinder and Jacob, and I figured there'd be a lot of people who'd be playing Layla because she had the ridiculously over the top movement abilities.
yeah. The thing was when I was looking, she was my second choice, but I looked at Jacob and I was like, all right, he's got a sniper special, he's got a cloak, and he can detect enemies. I like being able to survey and be recon. Plus, the cloak's gonna come in handy. So I went with him. And I have to say, a lot of the characters are kind of insufferable with the random shit they say. I know my friend who was playing Devinder was constantly like, "He won't shut up. He just won't stop talking." And I get it, you know, they're trying to make them likable and stuff, but they say a lot of the same throwaway lines. And if you don't like their core character, they're going to annoy you. Jacob will constantly talk about how he's an orphan, constantly doesn't trust people, all this jazz. But he's
Look,
like a
man, I just wanted to
late
be
20s.
Batman.
Yeah, exactly. He's a late 20s, early 30-year-old man. And it's like, dude, I get you had a shit upbringing. I'm sorry to hear that. You gotta find something in life like that makes you happy because you sound like a miserable bastard. He sounds brooding and he sounds like he's got a southern voice, but he's also got that Batman whisper where it's like, yeah, and it's like, okay, but why do you keep talking? You're not being interesting. You're just being
Yeah,
annoying. And I know Remy's little robot,
pretty
while
bon.
cute, yeah, um, he's great until you're trying to stealth, because then not only will he attack enemies, but he'll walk into trip mine lasers and alarms and activate them. So I know
Yeah,
people who were trying to get achievements with that were annoyed, and just in general, it's hilarious when you're not him, when you're watching someone play Remy, but if you're trying to do something with them, it's kind of a downside. Like you can't even command him to be like, wait over there and just chill, just calm the fuck down.
yeah.
He's like, no,
You
I'm gonna
don't have
wander
any
over here and
commands
blow up.
besides just his ability,
Yeah.
where you just tell him what to do and he does it.
And that's another thing similar to the single player you were saying with Layla feeling like a main character.
Yeah,
I
she
feel
feels like
like if
she'd be
this
the
was
main
a single
character.
player game, they would have fleshed that out more with the little robot, but because it's a character, as a choice, they're like, it won't matter.
So that's where my sneaking suspicion comes that this game was either meant to be something else first, like a
Mhm.
complete single player game, or it was supposed to be like a co-op game or whatever, or a game with like drop in drop out co-op, which it doesn't have it all, or it's just gonna be straight up live service.
Yeah, and the
It,
co-op is interesting in the way that there's no matchmaking. It's only you host a game and play with your friends. And you can't host one by yourself, which is annoying as hell. So if you want to play with friends, you have to have at least one friend on and ready to play with you.
yeah, and
And
if
if
they
one
get
of you leaves the
disconnected
map, yeah,
if
if
they get
one of you leaves,
disconnected or
it
have
boots
to
the other
go,
one.
it closes the entire game. It's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, and you can't wait for them by doing the single player and then invite them because that creates a closed lobby for just you. So, astoundingly, you can't play with random people. And if you want to play with friends, you better make sure you're both committed. Because if you're in the middle of something and he has to go, you're done. Time to stop. Um, and yeah, it's getting better with the server issues. They did some client side, server side, updates. So it's working a bit better over there. But we need some updates, not just little bug
Uh,
fixes. Though we do still need bug fixes too.
oh yeah, 100%. Like they need to fix plus. We had a funny one yesterday with we're on a building and it looks like the wrong texture was on something. It was like the texture for something smaller and round, like maybe like a vent or something, was
hmm
on a big metal side. So the whole thing, you could just see like bits and pieces. There's all this negative space, and I'm like, I don't know how this happens. This seems like a memory leak problem or something. But
Yeah, we ran into some weird ones.
I think that's enough about Redfall. I don't think it's gonna be the game. It's gonna be game of the year material. I don't think anyone's gonna. It'll probably be on the list for Xbox Studio game, but I highly doubt it'll get anywhere near the amount of votes that some of the other games we've gotten. Like it's already competing with
Yeah,
Hi-Fi Rush and Ghostwire Tokyo, which are far more competent games.
and if Starfield is anything close to what people are hyping it up to be, or even half of that, I don't think it would have stood a chance even if it was at its peak. Starfield, Tears of the Kingdom are two of the biggest games in a
I'm
long time, and I don't
I'm
think there's going to be
topping.
much competition.
Yeah, I'm talking specifically about uh the the vote we'll be having at the end of the year. Not
Hmm.
not the Keeley Awards where Hi-Fi
Yeah.
Rush is gonna get sidelined hard.
Do you mean the
It'll win a
PlayStation
category,
Awards?
but it will not be nominated or win Game of the Year. I will.
God, no.
You can clip this right now. I will be
Do you know what will win
100%
all?
honest. It's not gonna
Let me
win.
tell you, the big one Sony game of the year, Spider-Man 2, that's going to win 90% of the awards. Don't get me wrong, I love Spider-Man. He's my favorite Marvel
Well, I don't
superhero.
want to say that. I don't want to say that Spider-Man 2 is going to be the. I don't know if Spider-Man 2 is the only big Sony game of the year because there's also Final
I do
Fantasy
think it's the
16,
biggest one, though. Yeah, but that's not a Sony game. I know it
but they're paying
technically
for
is because they
exclusivity,
think,
so it counts. So it
does
might
it
get
though?
in the
Or do you mean it
Keeley
counts
in
in
the
term
awards
of,
of the
yeah,
Keeleys. Yes.
that's true. In terms of fanboy awards, yes. But in terms of like who owns the game, I would say it's technically third party.
No,
And I
it is
say
third party.
technically because Square wants so bad to be bought by Sony. They're so far up their ass. But Sony is so much happier not paying the bill and worrying about the success of all these 90% of their failed games and just getting the exclusive good ones that they can bag. Forspoken wasn't quite a good one, but they hoped.
Hmm.
Have you noticed that though? Sony paid for the exclusivity of Forspoken and supposedly helped them make some of it, and they didn't get blamed at all for its poor performance. It was all on Square. However, with Xbox, they own Arcane Austin, but they said they had almost nothing to do with this game besides funding some of the stuff.
Well,
This was already
they
mostly
probably
finished
didn't even fund
beforehand.
most of it. It was because it was in
Oh yeah, it was
production.
so work. Yeah,
The only thing
but
that
that's what I mean.
changed was
Besides funding,
it became Xbox only. The thing is,
yeah,
I don't want to like they. The, okay, if anyone actually okay, I have a problem with that too. But if anyone actually watched the Phil Spencer interview on Kind of Funny, you will know
no one
that
watched it, but they all saw clips to blame him.
he flat out said it was our fault. We didn't get in there early
Yeah,
enough and make sure they had the resources that they needed to make the game good. And
but
you know what? Like that's the thing.
it's partially true.
No, he's completely correct. They did a bad job. They didn't get in early enough, and the game
I
suffered
can agree with
performance
that.
issues for it.
But I think it's also unfair that he has to take the blame for everything when he's not the one that runs the Xbox game studios. He's also not the one overlooking the ZeniMax stuff. And he's been on this big ABK thing for so long. I'm not saying he's guilt free and has nothing to do with it, but it feels like if anything happens wrong at Xbox, it's Phil Spencer's fault. And I get it. He's the head of Xbox games, so a lot of it falls on him. But there's some stuff that has nothing to do with the poor guy, and he just gets dragged by the media and everything. I've seen him age 10 plus years on top of all of his aging. Like, I can't imagine running a company like that is easy. But every time he talks on social media, I just see more and more people shit talking him and getting mad for stuff that he clearly has nothing to do with. Uh,
That's the thing. It's like when people blame him for stuff that's like clearly Aaron Greenberg's job or
Well, exactly. Yeah, there's so many people that work at Xbox. It's not Phil Spencer and then four guys who own companies. There's 1,000 million workers in different spots. Sometimes people fuck up. I'm not going to defend that. They should do better,
and that's the
but
thing.
you should hold the right people accountable.
But the thing is that the fact that he's seeing it and he's like, okay, well, we got to do better with these games that are in production when we take over. There was clearly a
Yeah,
problem here, and we clearly need because they've he stated that they moved a lot of resources to help Starfield get over the finish line
yeah,
and
and
to
I
get
get
it
why.
optimized and working better. So hopefully it comes out in a much better state. I'm not gonna hold my breath because it's a Bethesda first party game and they usually come out in not the best state.
Oh, what do you mean? I've never seen. Oblivion, Skyrim, Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, Fallout 4. They were all totally perfect and didn't have classic Bethesda jank at all. And they definitely still don't to this day. What do you mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't. That's the thing. I don't think it's all on Phil. I think that's I think that's also a dumb take. But the people are like, "Oh, we got to fire Phil." It's like,
Yeah,
why?
that's mostly what I mean. When they're like, he's not doing his job, he should be fired. It's like, well, the thing you're yelling at him about not only wasn't his job, but also he did this thing right. So, like, he probably shouldn't be fired. He should probably just have someone focus on this or fix this thing. I mean,
Well, that's the
I
thing.
get when you're the
He's.
boss, you take the blame, but you can't know what every single cog is doing. That's why you have managers and higher level people who are overseeing things. One guy can't do it all.
I mean, what's Sarah Bond's job anyway? You know what I mean? Like there's Sarah Bond. Is it Matt Booty too? Like, you
Yeah.
got Aaron Greenberg, and there's other
No, dude,
people.
they're all just for Twitter. Everyone knows that. Phil runs the whole company, and then those guys sometimes smile for photos and write a tweet every other day. Easy.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like the thing is that Microsoft and its like Xbox in general and its executives are more on the are more accessible
Yeah,
in social media,
you've
whereas
definitely
like I
seen him around. I
couldn't.
mean, Larry Herb's a perfect example. He's been amazing for over, is it almost 2 decades now?
He's been there since the beginning,
Uh,
almost the beginning.
yeah, and he's always been great with fans, with doing the podcasts, doing game shows, going to cons. He's been the face for so long. I can't think of a time where he wasn't promoting something or benefiting the community in some way. I mean, he's still running the Xbox
Free
Free
code.
Code Friday stuff.
Yeah, they give away free codes all the time. That's what I mean. I don't understand how people are like, oh, Xbox is the worst. It's like not really. Like they give free codes out minimum, like a free code out every Friday. I've gotten
Yeah,
random
and they do
like
like
five
four or
dollar
five.
gift cards from them more than
Oh
more than
yeah,
one occasion.
I'm 500 reward points away from a $100 gift card. I'm going to get that sometime this week. Not the gift card. I mean the points. I get the gift card immediately. That $100 is going to go towards more game sales. I mean, I could also get months of Game Pass that I wouldn't have to pay for if I wanted. These are benefits I get just for playing on my Xbox. And in fact, I don't even have to do that part. I can do things like Bing searches. And I don't even know how you could compare the amount of consumer friendly stuff to other features. I mean, I play stuff on Nintendo and they give me like a free wallpaper or profile picture if I do it enough. That's kind of
Well,
neat, I guess, but I
they have the gold points, and the gold points are kind of okay, but they expire too, which is dumb.
yeah. Well, not only did they expire, the only way to get them, unfortunately, is to buy games. The silver ones are the ones you can earn by playing and doing stuff like that.
Now
And they used to have kind of neat stuff.
I know PlayStation had rewards for a while, but they've never been
Yeah.
available here. So,
It's been mixed here. Sometimes stuff's available, but products seem to go in and out pretty frequently. It was also a lot slower to earn them. And I think it was only from buying stuff, if I remember. I don't remember being able
well,
to
the
earn
thing is,
them
I get
from
you get points for buying
playing.
stuff on Xbox regardless, like Microsoft
Yeah,
points in the Microsoft Store too. If you buy stuff from them,
yeah. Whether it's a laptop, headphones, whatever.
yeah. So, did you see the news about the was it R? What is the name of that Asus handheld?
Oh, the new one. I forget the name of it. There's so many going on right now.
But the
You're talking about the
announcement.
new one, right?
Yes, the announcement trailer is in chat here. Hopefully, it's not too far back. I will find it. I want to be correct here because we're talking about it. ROG Ally, Asus ROG Ally.
Yeah, the
Microsoft's
ROG.
gonna be there, and well, the Xbox side. So promoting
And
Xbox,
that's
I
one of the
guess.
reasons. Yeah, that's one of the reasons people in our chat were thinking maybe Xbox won't do a handheld because they're just going to partner up with someone who already has one, especially with all their cloud stuff.
I don't even think cloud. You don't need cloud with the like the ROG Ally is pretty powerful. I think it's running that new AMD. The AMD announced a new processor for handhelds.
Oh yeah.
I
Oh, it
think
should
that's
be.
what it's
When
running.
I say cloud, I mean, it doesn't make as much sense for them to have a device as much as selling the games and offering cloud to existing ones.
Yeah, I'm. This isn't. I'm talking about the cloud argument's dumb, and
Yeah. Oh,
I could
absolutely.
we could briefly touch on it, but I want to say like it was a month ago. There was an internal like game jam thing at Microsoft where they were making a cut down version of Windows 11 to run on a handheld PC.
Hmm.
So I'm just saying that might be a thing that
No, definitely.
so that might be like an Xbox OS, be it for PC gaming handhelds. Because the thing if they were gonna go with a handheld, I think trying to like force people to make another version of games is not gonna go well. Like having three SKUs would not go well. Using
Yeah.
PC would make sense, but you need to get more of your partners on board with putting games on the Microsoft Store.
Yeah. And that's why I had mentioned the cloud too, only because instead of just their games, if they integrated Steam into that, it was like, oh, you can play through the cloud with your Steam library or your Windows one. Then suddenly, you're not telling people, hey, make a new game for this or hey, buy more. Suddenly it's, do you want to purchase more? If not, you already have all your stuff from before. And I think that's one big thing that Microsoft does more so than Sony, which I think Sony needs to work on. And this isn't a jab at Sony. This is, they need to, I mean, Nintendo too, but luckily they have been doing a little bit better recently. They need to make it so that every generation beforehand is at least somewhat accessible to the next one. I don't want to have to give up an entire library of games to get the new thing with very limited games for the first few years. And by
That
the time
was
it starts picking up, to
actually
move to the
in
next one.
the Phil Spencer interview. He mentioned that
Did he?
he
I only saw
did.
the tail end of it.
He's they lost the worst gen to lose because
Yeah, I
people
do
were
remember
building
that.
up their
Yeah.
digital library, and it's true
Yeah.
because the PlayStation 4 slash Xbox One era is when purchasing whole games digitally actually became feasible.
Yeah.
Because
Both
if
with
you
storage space and
well, they
download
was
speeds
well, that was
increasing.
that's the thing, right? Like the PS3 launched with a 20 gig and 40 gig model, or
Yeah.
was it 60 gigs? It was 20 and 60 or something. And
Mhm.
the Xbox 360 had a no drive option console.
Yeah. Was it the arcade one? It came with like
Yeah,
256 megabytes.
yeah, it came with like a memory card, but you could use USB keys if I'm not mistaken, or external drives
Yes. I
that way.
actually used that to cheat in World at War once and make my own zombies mode. I stuck in a USB and I would run a specific save file. So I mean that was neat back then, but yeah, storage in general was so small. Oh, of course we didn't have the games that are this size that we have today. Uh, but I also think that's a different problem where companies aren't really compressing and optimizing their game. They're just kind of uploading it as a huge fucking chunk now. Games don't need to be 180 gigs. Good grief.
Yeah, especially when you look at some of the
Please
games that
continue.
are really big.
Oh yeah.
It's like really like I know Redfall's like 100 gigs plus, but
I think
what
it did shrink though, because it started as
uh
110 and now it tells me it's 86. So I don't know if it
96 on
got
PC, but that might have
optimized
been the
or.
whole download. Hold on, let me check because I played it on PC. I deleted the one on the Xbox because I just wasn't gonna play it. It's like no point in wasting my space on
Gotcha.
it.
Oh yeah, now it's actually
95.38 gigs
and it did shrink on here
PC.
too on Xbox. It's now down to 77.3, which is over 10 gigs smaller than it originally was. I don't know what's changed, but I
It might
do know
be
that there's a lot of optimization that could have been done. So it's Possible that shrunk
It's
things.
probably that they're still doing the optimization for it. It's just
Hmm.
post launch because they had a deadline and they wanted to
Yeah.
meet it for some reason. Probably
Well,
advertising.
yeah, and I get why they did. It had already been pushed a few times, so when you have the investors sitting over there and they're like, "Hey, let's start seeing some fucking returns."
Investors?
Yeah,
But the thing is, the Cinemax isn't solo anymore, right? Like they're not trying to appease anyone. I think they
but
just showed it off too
doesn't
early.
Microsoft have to?
Maybe they still had like even though their quarter last quarter wasn't I think a lot better, it still was better enough.
Yeah, I think they were expecting a certain hit, and then they were like, "Oh, well, it wasn't quite as bad as we thought." So
Yeah, it was
technically, that's a good thing.
yeah, they were expecting it to be worse than it was. So it's like I
Yeah, I
I
think it was a
basically
3 or
feel like there was
4%
crossed
decrease.
wires here. They showed it off too early
Mm-hmm.
to
In the
begin
original
with.
one, not even just now. Yeah,
Yeah, time it just originally because usually Bethesda does not show off a game until they're ready to release it. It's very rare they will.
yeah. I think two things happened. I think they showed it a bit early, and Arcane Austin bit a bit off more than they could chew. And then they realized they had to switch up gears and go from a games as a service to a co-op experience.
I
Then
don't know, but
COVID happened.
that's the thing. I don't. I'm not 100% sure because the thing is like there's this perfect storm right here, like a crap storm
A
where
perfect shitstorm, if you will.
yeah, basically where you have not only your your parent company selling
Hmm.
in the middle of your production. I think the the directive lead left halfway through the project
Yes, I
too.
do remember hearing that about halfway through,
Yeah,
he just jumped ship.
he said so. Well, we didn't even know about the project. He just I don't think it was highly advertised. I just saw him on Twitter when it came out. It's like I worked on this, and
Yeah.
then I looked and he's like, oh, he was original creative lead. Oh, that means one of two things.
Yeah.
It can go one of two ways when your creative lead leaves. You can end up with a game like Psychonauts 2 where it's better for it, or you can end up
Hmm.
with a game like Redfall that feels kind of muddled because there wasn't someone with Psychonauts
Yeah, there wasn't
2
someone holding the reins.
Psychonauts 2 um got saved basically because Tim Schafer was still like working on the story but didn't want to take as much of the design or whatever.
Hmm.
They didn't want to be the guy calling all the shots, but ended up having to be the guy calling the shots
Yeah. Sometimes you
reluctantly.
just fall into that role.
Well, they had there was too many tensions. If you watch the the
Documentary.
documentary on it, it is
Mhm.
enlightening. And I'm like,
Yeah, I mean,
I see, because you can see the tension. Because it's like the way they
yeah,
filmed it. It's like these people are just working. Like they know they're there, but they're not acting for the camera or anything. Like maybe when they're like
yeah.
talking straight to the camera, but it's like these are pretty real emotions. And the way it's edited, you're just like, yeah.
I think the game industry in general, a lot of people don't understand how certain things work. There's super tight deadlines, not just on the games, but on work constantly being submitted, whether it's art, music, programming.
It
People
depends how the
work really
studio
hard.
runs. I've
Oh,
heard
very true.
people. I used to know people who worked for um, Dice, and Dice
I remember Dice.
they still exist. I think
Kinda. I mean, they're basically the. Actually, they might have had something rough recently after the recent Battlefield, but they've been
Dice
stuck on
more or
the
less.
Battlefield machine so long.
Yeah, Dice basically had like quotas and stuff you had to get done every week, and it was awful. And they went somewhere else, and this is the wrong place.
Can't blame them for that.
No, it's
Yeah,
okay.
and I don't just. Hmm?
No, I don't mind. Never mind.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I don't just mean the mini deadlines like that. I just mean some people seem to think You work on a game, you've got unlimited time, unlimited money. When I heard people saying things like they should have just delayed Redfall again, while it is a great idea to say this isn't quite done, just stick it back in the oven, give it some more time. You have all these people that have a certain amount of money that they were allowed to spend, and now they're going over budget to work on it more. You're taking time away from whatever they were supposed to work on next to keep working on this. Whether it's more bug fixes, more content, whatever they were supposed to be doing after this point, they're not doing anymore. And
Yeah,
while it's
there's
good that these studios have a lot of people, there are a lot of studios that hire stuff just for that project and then they're gone. So like I mean, it's the same with, some movie animations and stuff like that. You might hire people specifically to get the job done, and that's it. They're not like permanent workers. So when you have to say, hey, add another 4 weeks to your budget and, another $20,000 from my pocket because we have to keep working on this, not everyone is able to just do that. Like,
yeah.
I get the idea is like, oh, you could just stick it back in and it pops out done. But there's so much that goes into it.
Well, there's
It can
people's like have
be
vacations and stuff too lined up,
very
and
true.
like there's
Yeah,
all
people
sorts
have
of
lives.
yeah. It's not an easy solution, but
Yeah.
more or less, my look on it is not that the not that you can just we just give it more time, and I don't think that Microsoft basically is like we have unlimited money, unlimited time, because the thing is that you as a person don't want to work on things forever.
Yeah.
Like, let's
I
be
mean, look at
real
Shinji
here.
Mikami and everyone else that have these amazing legacies. People are like, why are they leaving? Or why do they want to retire when they've got so much more to give? It's
I
like,
mean,
well,
if you want to talk about someone with a like Studio Ghibli,
yeah.
Miyazaki, like the man just like, no, I'm done. I don't blame him. Like it takes a lot out of you.
Yeah. In general, there's just, if you do something long enough that you're passionate about, there's a chance that you're going to want to try something new, whether it's a slight drift or a big one. And it's just because the whole thing about human experience is just trying new things and evolving and constantly taking on new experiences. There's only so much you can do in one area before you're like, I kind of got this down. I want to try something else. That feeling of not starting over, but it's the same as when you play a game. You don't want to be the overpowered broken level forever. Sometimes you're like, I'll start over from the bottom, or I'll try a new class. You
Try a
don't do
different
that because
game
you don't
entirely. There
exactly.
comes a
You don't
time
do
where you
that
just want to
because you
move
don't
on.
like exactly. You're not saying this because you don't like the thing anymore. You're saying it because you enjoyed your time with it and you want to try something new. And I think that's what I mean. Look at Kojima. Everyone's like, make more Metal Gear Solid. And he's like, I love Metal Gear Solid. I've kind of been done since the second one, but I made like five more because I didn't have a choice. Doesn't mean he hates Metal Gear Solid, but he wants to try new things. And that seems pretty fucking reasonable.
Well, people like Death
I feel like that
Stranding,
just
so
happened. Yeah. And I think that's his thing. I think he likes making the weird, uh, interesting but abstract kind of games, with his storytelling too. So I feel like he's going to not stick with one game or one genre. He's gonna try all sorts of weird stuff, and it seems to usually pay off for him. Uh, so I don't know. I feel like with certain people, you can't tie them down with that. They'll do better if they have that room and freedom, but it doesn't work for everyone. And that's what we were talking about with the studio, where someone kind of needs to take the reins sometimes. Everyone tries cool, creative, different ideas, but nothing gets done because everyone's kind of drifting aimlessly in different directions.
yeah, honestly, the watching the way that Double Fine comes up with ideas for games
Mm.
is kind of completely. They do like a game internal game jam
Oh yeah, that's cute.
every like I want to say every year or whatever. They like literally just stop whatever they're doing and work on something else, and they'll make
You're
and
making a
some
game. I want you to stop and make a different game.
just make something else. Because the thing is, you get
Yeah,
burned out, right? If you keep working on the same
absolutely.
thing. And what was crazy is that one of the games actually became one of the levels in Psychonauts 2.
Yeah, and
It,
that's got to be an amazing feeling for them.
Yeah, especially since it was one of the guys who worked on the documentary who came up with the idea.
Yeah, I'm sure they
That's why
wanted
you
to
should
show
really
him.
watch it, because it's actually crazy. Because
I
literally, this guy goes from
I
making
need to.
documentaries to working on Psychonauts 2, and probably one of the most interesting levels in that game, which I'm not going to spoil which one it is,
You'll
but
have
it
to
is.
guess.
Well, I mean, if you watch it, you know. But
Well, yeah, but that's spoilers. Then he's spoiling me. Yeah, I definitely need to watch that. There's a few documentaries and interviews I need to just sit down and watch in a row to just better understand the industry as a whole and some of the processes these guys take.
yeah, there's been a lot of people in the Twitter sphere still complaining about the the ABK deal,
Hmm.
and yes, got it, fine, but the
I feel
thing
like it's
is,
not even free clicks anymore. Like almost everyone's getting tired of it to a degree. It used to be you could say anything about it and people would flock to you. I think everyone's getting a little burnt out. It's been over a year.
kind of don't like talking about it. I really don't.
I don't blame you.
It's
I'm not
the
super big on it either.
it's cloud. We gotta fight the cloud. It's dumb. It's dumb. It's dumb. It's dumb.
We need to stop them from getting a monopoly on a industry that doesn't exist yet.
The industry that barely exists, because it sounds like Microsoft just flat out dropped the numbers and was like, it's not really what you think it is.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing. All the people who have attempted it so far are these extremely rich companies, and they're the ones that are saying we're not going to be able to pull this off. Obviously, a tinier company is going to struggle even more because they don't have the money to burn to, push the envelope. If these big companies are saying the tech's not there, it's not worth it, we're not going to make money. I don't know what they're expecting Microsoft to do. You think if Google could do it, they would just give up like that? I think people need to.
Google does stuff like this all the time, so I don't think it's fair to be like, well, Google dropped out because Microsoft was just so much more dominant.
Yeah, that's not what
Microsoft
happened.
has like, let's be real here, like 2 decades in the biz. They've
Yeah,
got you know,
Google had
they,
2 weeks in the biz.
Google had like, we can just jump in, and it's like, and they did get some, to
Yeah,
their credit, they did get some market share,
and there
and
were
it
some
was
early
theirs,
adopters that
and
were
they
jumping in.
had cool features.
Yeah,
Like there was the split screen, not full split screen, but you could see like what your, if you're partnered with someone, you could see what your partner could see
yeah,
with like no
and that's a
latency
cool feature.
penalty. Yeah, it was a cool feature. It's basically they were just feeding you both video streams, one at a lower resolution or whatever, but you still got cool features. They still existed. The problem was is that no one really wanted cloud gaming yet. And cloud gaming is
Yeah,
just starting to get to be something that people like
yeah.
and are okay
Until
with.
there's a huge demand for it, I don't think the industry will be able to exist. There needs to be a demand for the supply that you have. You can't just create a bunch of supply with, artificial demand in an industry that doesn't exist yet. It's like Sony with the VR tech. It's cool. There's a lot of neat features, and there's even some competitors now. But for what they're offering, I don't think it'll make it as big as they think, which they've already taken a few hits for when they released it, because they're asking for a lot of money, and what they're offering isn't quite there yet. It's hard to justify the purchase unless you're one of those early adopters. And that's not a jab at them, that's VR in general. I have an Oculus, I had a PSVR 1. I don't use them as much, even though they're still cool things, because there's not as much for them, and the tech's not there yet that it feels like something I'd want to do every day.
Well,
Once
yeah,
we
that's
get
the
full dive and it's working well, bro, plug me in. I'm done.
full dive. I don't know about full dive. Maybe one day, but it depends. I've
Yeah.
always wondered that because because my brain works at like 10 miles a minute. Would people with ADD have an unfair advantage in full dive? I
Yeah.
really would want to
That'd be
know because it'd be
hilarious.
like, I want to do this, and it's just like your brain just like
Exactly.
Would you have to put a
Everyone with
limiter on
ADD.
people? Yeah,
Exactly. Everyone with ADD and ADHD is running the game at like a higher FPS and everything. It's like their brain's too powerful. My brain's not smart enough. It can only run potato games.
yeah. I was always wondered about that. I've always
Yeah.
wondered about that. It's like when you see this, like, okay, this guy's so good because he's like in a deep sleep, but you're like, my brain's always like on this one thing, and then there's like this thing on my
Yeah.
side, and I'm playing a game, and I'm thinking about other things at the same time, like, and I'm talking, and it's like,
You're
you
moving
know,
like Neo from the Matrix. It's like that guy's amazing. Yeah, he's got ADHD. He skipped his meds this morning. He's cracked right now. He's like Fortnite kid level.
you have to have your meds before you can play competitively. Oh my
Exactly.
god, that'd be
This
ridiculous.
this ranked
I,
lobby requires medication first. We try to
I
keep this
also makes me
fair.
wonder about people who have other things like Tourette's,
Like
and they're like,
disorders and yeah.
honestly, it's kind of fascinating. That's why I don't think deep dive gaming's ever going to be a thing in my lifetime.
I can't say not in my lifetime only because I'm 29 and 29 years ago, we didn't even have the Game Boy Color yet. We didn't even have cell phones yet. I
No, cell
mean,
phones
we had
existed 29
prototypes.
years ago. They just were
In
widespread.
in 94, I feel like we had very limited cell phones, I should say. I feel like that
No,
was right
they've
around the time
had
car phones.
they've had mobile portable phones that could
Hmm.
do phone calls for a while, like all the way back to like, I want to say like the Second World War. They weren't super like take them anywhere, and you had to still like plug them in or whatever. But they have existed. Maybe you
I'm
could just
curious
dial onto
now.
whatever.
I
You
just
want to
want to
look at them
see.
when they came out?
Yeah, I just want to see what they look like back then.
Well, the thing is, they
Uh,
had like phones for bunkers and stuff, and I want to say the Second World War, but like it wasn't civilian tech; it was military tech. And that's the
yeah.
thing; a lot
Well,
of
that's
stuff starts as
yeah.
one or the other.
I mostly read for civilians. Yeah, it's saying the very first handheld mobile phone was in '73, using a handset weighing 2 kilograms.
That's heavy. That's very heavy.
Yeah,
That's like 2 bags of sugar.
yeah, that's almost 5 pounds, which doesn't sound bad until you realize you have to hold that to your ear for a while.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
Like there
so they
was
became widely used in the '90s and early 2000s, but yes, they did exist, especially military-wise. I feel like military tech is always 20 to 30 years ahead of what civilians get.
maybe not now, but then yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Nowadays, especially because it's on that J curve. So that's the only reason I said I'm not sure about my lifetime, because things were very limited then, and then it goes up exponentially. So I don't know when we'll see the pause on that. Uh,
I just think there's not a lot of money. There's enough money into VR in general to make it viable
yeah, but
as.
it's hard to say though, because more than ever, I feel like people are focused so much on entertainment above all else. I mean, if you look how much money sports stars make, Hollywood actors, anyone in the entertainment biz, it's insanity, the money they make. And I feel like it's only getting more and more. So I feel like as VR approaches a more realistic entertainment point of view, especially because it's not just video games, once it's like you can watch our new release of this movie in a full immersive VR experience right from your home. Like streaming, you get the IMAX experience. I feel like once that kind of stuff gets bigger, it's gonna really take off. But you're right in the aspect of I don't think it's happening anytime soon. And these companies that are like, let's put money towards this or let's create a new market for this. I don't think that's I think they're way too early for that.
VR tech
Um,
in general, like the best VR experiences have been primarily like a commercial one. You go somewhere, they've got
yes,
powerful
those are really
headsets,
cool.
powerful
Yeah,
PCs, and like a set play space or whatever.
exactly.
Because I've heard about ones where you're like, you put on headsets, and you're like in Star Wars, and you're gonna, and like there's a battlefield, like a battle going on, like shooting things, and it's all craziness. There's
Yeah.
all sorts of people there. Yeah,
Sam, he was telling me recently there was someplace he went with friends that it's like an escape room style place, but you're wearing a VR headset and you're doing like escape room game stuff, but also like mini games in the whole area. It's a whole thing. I think that's cool. It's kind of like going to do laser tag instead of playing with Nerf guns at your house. It's like an enhanced experience that's designed specifically for that. And I
Yeah,
think you're right in the aspect of that's probably the best use you're going to get of one civilian wise for now. Who knows what the military is doing? The next
I
war
wouldn't
will
be
be in
surprised if
VR.
the military had some sort of tech that was like you could control. I'm pretty sure they have like you can control a robot or something, like
Yeah.
a
I
drone of
mean,
some
especially
description
for
through a headset.
combat practice. Yeah, I'm sure, they don't want to waste certain supplies, so they're like, all right, practice flying this drone in VR or practice this combat simulation we've created. Like, obviously it's not go to the holodeck, but to a degree, I'm sure there's stuff like that. Maybe you're holding the weight of an actual gun, but instead of wasting bullets and money on that, you're firing in a VR space with all the weight on you that it would normally have. Something like that. I mean, there's really smart people out there doing shit. I'm sure they're trying to create the most cost-effective, smart way to do things. Technology is really the human's version of magic, enhancing everything we can and constantly building upon itself. A lot of cool applications for that. I know Minecraft was, trying to be that for kids. It was like, oh, well, we'll teach you with redstone some engineering stuff and architecture and
Well,
all
you
that
have stuff
stuff for
like
the kids that are
KiwiCo
interested.
kits, like for
Yeah.
physical ones. Like we had breadboards and stuff around when I was a kid. If you don't know what a breadboard is, it's basically just a connected circuit. It's like a white circuit board with,
All
and
the
you can
little
prototype
wires
things on
connected
it.
to things.
No, you
Yeah.
can just you don't have to use wires. You use microprocessors and other things. But
Hmm.
we had stuff like that around the house when I was younger all the time. And
It's
this is
definitely
me
cool.
failing at Benedict Fox and not enjoying it. Did you try the last case of Benedict Fox?
So I haven't yet. What I was doing a lot this week was trying to complete and finish up games that I had started alongside Redfall. So I managed to finally get through Inscription. I got past that bug that kept stopping me to
Did they
finish the game.
did they patch it?
I
I'm
don't
just
know. It sounds like they might have because there was an update, but they didn't announce anything on their Twitter, and I still ran into it the first time. Then I reset the game and then it worked. So I was like, thank God. Apparently, I was only like 40 minutes away from the end. So after I did that, I finished the game up pretty quick, and then you unlock like a post-game mode, and that's fun. I checked the subreddit because I was curious what people think, and they're talking about card types and the decks they build and making memes. So I'm really happy to see that the game has a large community, even though it's a shorter indie game. There's still people talking about it, even though it's a few years old now. So I beat that. I uh, what else did I finish up recently? Let me just check my achievements because there was something I was glad I finished and caught up on that I actually wanted to talk about at one point. But my brain is small, so let me double check. Oh, that's right. Uh, Ravenlock and Resident Evil Reverse. That's what it was.
Resident Evil
And
Reverse.
and the Pod Racer. I'll bring that up after. Yeah, Reverse. I like we talked about. I totally forgot it existed. They kept pushing it and delaying it, and then they just like shadow dropped it basically. Um, so I played with about 8 people in total. I kept getting matches with the same people. Some people were cracked at it. Um, it is not good. It was fun jank for a bit, but it is so hard to play and broken. I mostly did it to see what achievements I'd get, and I got like 9 right away out of like 14 or whatever, and got a ton of gamer score. So that was my experience with that. I was like, I should at least try this. And it was okay, like a solid 6 out of 10. It wasn't completely broken. It was kind of competent. There was no player base, very little customization. Chris did not look like Chris. It was odd. But I'll leave that for now because the next game we wanted to talk about was Ravenlock, and I now see you have footage of that.
I
So
do.
you
It
should
starts
start. I feel like I've
really
talked a bunch.
slow, but
Luckily, it's not long though, like the slow part, it definitely threw me off at first because I was like, "What are we doing? Oh, a dog." You never see the dog again. You never see
Yeah, it
his
sucks.
parents again.
That's a great dog.
I know he's so cute. And you get to choose a little custom thing for them in the beginning. I think it's like shades, a bow, or a hat.
Yeah, I actually showed that. I picked the hat because it's cute.
Yeah, I wanted
Little
the hat
cow.
too. I was like, "Look at the
What
little
did you name your
puppers."
Ravenlock?
You are a character. I
Yes,
named her Lily.
Lily.
Lily. Yeah,
I named
I
her
don't know
Rico.
why. It's
I
cute. It's
named
funny. She
Rico for a
doesn't
lot of reasons.
actually. Oh, sorry. Yeah, she doesn't actually tell anyone her name really. Like she goes through the whole game, and you start, and they're like, "Yo, you're Ravenlock." She's like, "I am." And then everyone that asks after that, she goes, "I'm Ravenlock." It's like you had a name. I named you. Why aren't you telling anyone your name? I totally forgot I named her until the end of the game when someone finally drops her name.
And she's like, "How did you know my real name?"
I mixed it
Yeah.
up. I thought that he name dropped the aunt for a second, thought that's who we were, and I was like, "What? No, wait, I named her that."
Wait, I named
I was
Mike.
waiting
I
for that
remember
to
to
be
name
the
her
twist.
Rico because Rico is basically like some of my favorite purple-haired anime girls are named Rico from Mahotsukai Precure and
Yeah.
this season of Pokemon. Why is 2023 and we still don't have
Oh,
official fan subs of Pokemon?
yeah.
Official subs of Pokemon, I mean. Anyway,
Pocket Monsters. Oh yeah,
that
official fan subs.
official subs. I don't know why it's not a thing. But whatever. You can't watch the show in Japanese unless you like fan sub it.
Yeah,
They don't
illegal.
seem to
You're
care
not
though.
allowed to have fun. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Um,
it's a lot of fetch quests, but none of them are really awful.
yeah, I was interested to see the art style because from screenshots, it's a mixture of beautiful and, questionable. Like, is this voxel? Like, how will this look when it's moving? It runs beautifully. It looks beautiful when you play. Uh, what did you think of the designs?
Like the characters.
Yeah, like the specific characters they went with for that Alice in Wonderland feel, but also how they turned out because of the graphic style. Like,
Most of the things were bunnies, which is interesting.
yeah, that's true now that I think about that. I was
There's
immediately
like a
thinking of the
spider
hedgehogs. I'm
bunny.
like,
There was like
there's a
everyone was
spider
just
bunny?
bunnies. It was interesting. There's the soot bunnies. Like even
I did like the soot
Topper.
bunnies. They were adorable.
Yeah, the soot bunnies are
I
cute.
Ironically, the Mad Hatter wasn't called the Mad Hatter, but
It's
someone else
Topper.
was called the Mad Hatter. Yeah, he was Topper, but someone else was called Mad Hatter. They were just a different bunny. And that totally threw me off because I saw Mad Hatter and I was like, oh, him. Oh, no, not him.
Well,
Topper.
Mad Hatter was always sitting with oh my god.
I forget
There
his
was no
name too, but I know who
tortoise.
you're talking about.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think Topper was supposed to be the other one, and the
Gotcha.
Hatter was was the tailor, which actually makes more
Yeah.
sense because he's a Hatter.
Yeah,
That's actually an
could be
occupation.
that.
It was an occupation.
Specifically Hat Guy. Um,
Made hats.
yeah, those designs were surprisingly really good. Um,
There was the
I
witch, who's interesting. I think you see
wait,
the
which
witch.
one? There
The
there
witch.
was a few. Well, there was a few. There was the witch, there was the sorceress who was a necromancer and was definitely a witch, and then there was the queen who was kind of a witch. But there was the witch that was a witch too. You are right.
The nice
She
witch.
seemed, yeah, she seemed like a nice old granny instead of a witch. I felt
Just
bad
had a
calling her a
hat.
witch.
I actually really like that you got the witch's hat later.
Yeah, there were a bunch of really cute hats. And
And you get an
ironically,
achievement
I
for
tried
putting
them
on
on.
every one of
Yeah,
them.
I tried them on, not even knowing it's an achievement because I'm like, which one looks good? And as I put them on, I'm like, oh, that's a thing.
But
Oh,
you
that's a
have to
thing.
put on the mask for the one.
Yeah, the bunny one to sneak backstage.
You know, I didn't
I
notice
don't.
this before, but you notice the boxes like jumping around as I'm like looking at stuff.
Yeah, it
It's like
reminded me of the old Pokemon games where you always have your boxes because you just moved in, and then you just leave your mom behind to deal with all that shit and go on an adventure. Just the
she's
boxes everywhere,
she's
very
like wind
cute.
up the clocks. You're like, okay, I'll wind up the clocks now.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I did the one clock in the front there, and I saw the ones in the back start moving right when it said you did it, and I was like, man, I'm quick.
Well, I thought you had to do them all separately.
Me too, because I ran over and tried to interact with them after, and it was like, "You already did this." I'm like, "Oh, okay." I I'm mixed on the combat because
It's
obviously
simple. I
yeah,
never
it's
died.
very simple.
I never died. Did
Uh,
you die ever
no,
in the game?
I didn't. I did have to use some potions a few times, but I
Yeah,
also had a
potion.
million of those.
Yeah, use potions. Like you have to buy 30 of them
Um,
for an achievement, so there's no
yeah.
reason not to buy a bunch.
Well, that's what I mean.
Money's
I also looked at my health and I was like, oh man, I should get the big ones. And then I looked at my health, I'm like, oh, I can get the cheapest one. It was still max heal me for a while. Um,
yeah, and there was no cooldown or anything on them. I don't feel like this game was meant to be super difficult at all.
no.
Like playing
It,
it,
it
it
definitely
was.
feels oh go on, sorry.
I think it was meant for like an all ages audience, like if like something you can give kids and be like, yeah, this is great.
Yeah. It feels like difficulty wise at least, it feels like it was made specifically for people who want to play a story rather than want engaging combat. And I think it shines because of that. It didn't look like it was trying to do everything at once. It was like, we have average combat, that's fine. We're working on a cute story and making it look really presentable. And the music was fantastic. Um, I think my favorite was the mansion, not the creepy mansion. The little one that you have all your buddies with in the beginning.
Oh, the Victoria,
I
Victoria,
yes,
yeah.
I loved the music there. Like I waited there for like 10 minutes and just was doing stuff in my room and listened to it in the background. It's really pleasant. And the areas you go to are very diverse and pretty. Um, some of the designs were gorgeous. Like the queen's design was good, and then when she enters her second form, I was like, "Yo, this is actually really cool looking." Um, yeah, and it felt like a cute little adventure. Like it was your classic whisked away because you're bored
It's kind
and
of the
save the world.
never ending story kind of deal. It
It
almost
did feel a
feels
bit
like
like that. Yeah.
there might be
Although I didn't get
a
to ride
better.
along guy. Well, actually,
You did.
I'll think about the ending.
You totally did get to ride the one dude. He takes you
Yeah,
places. Remember? I actually did the. I did those out of order. I did the second one before I did the first
me
one.
too. The relic, you mean?
Yeah, because I didn't
Yeah, I don't.
realize. I didn't realize you could get on top of the hill. I thought something was blocking me for some reason. They
Yeah,
clear like bunnies because the movers are called hoppers.
yeah. It was interesting. I remember I was worried I sequence braked it because I did that too. And people, when I talked to the bunny, he was like, "You got to put them in the door." And I went over and it didn't let me. And it was because apparently you have to put the first one before you can do the second. But I only had the second, so I was like, "Oh no, did I break it?" And
Yeah,
I was worried for a bit until I found where I was supposed to go.
yeah. I rarely use the bombs actually,
Same. I
but I always
I
save stuff
had to
like that.
buy all of them. Oh
Yeah, you had to
yeah.
buy all of them
Well,
for the achievement.
yeah. And it became to a point where it was like I could use the bomb, but I think it does less damage than just spamming some of my attacks because I started getting stronger with the level ups. I
Yeah,
will
I
say
saw
I
some people complaining about the way the stamina system works and it not using the stamina to attack. And honestly, I feel like this is not this is not a Souls game. It was never gonna be a
yeah,
Souls game. And
exactly.
I don't think you need the thing is like even Monster Hunter, you don't really use stamina to attack unless it's like a special one.
Yeah, I think the only time it uses well, it doesn't use stamina. It pauses your stamina when you attack because you can't regen stamina, but you don't lose stamina. I think one of the pros of this game was that its simple combat was there. It makes it easier for people to come in and try it. Because it wasn't the story's cute and it's not gatekeeping anything with like you need to have a certain level of combat to do this, or you have to be this good at the game. I mean, like we both said, neither of us died, so I don't really know how like the continue
It
system works.
it
I have
got
to assume it's forgiving.
it got a little hectic in spots and then I'm like,
Oh,
okay, I
definitely.
better go spend these and go shine up.
Yeah. I will say the leveling up system felt pretty good. It didn't feel like there was ever a time I really had to grind. save for trying to get the achievement for getting max level. I realized I got to the final boss and still had like free to go. But then they made that little run right before the boss that was really easy to get experience with.
Yeah,
So I mean,
you
it felt like
basically
it
have
was,
enough, and you
yeah,
could even
it
go
felt
back
like the way it was
afterwards and
crafted.
still do it.
Oh, was
So,
there like a new game plus?
no, not even New Game Plus. You just don't go to you don't go with them, and you can just go around and do whatever. Because I missed 3
Oh,
figurines.
those were hilarious. And I say that because the first one that's sitting in that little swing, I didn't know there were figurines yet. I thought it was just a bunny that was ignoring me because everyone else talked to me. And then I found out the figurines. I'm like, oh, I can grab it. I can't grab it. What's wrong? You have to do a little jig
Yeah, you
to make
dance.
them
You
follow
have to
you.
dance. It's funny, and
The dance is so cute too.
it's very white. It's very
Out.
like I don't actually know how to like dance, but I'm trying.
Exactly. It's the
It
super white guy dance.
yeah.
I think the best part about it was I accidentally did the dance right where you are for the first time because I was hitting every button to just see what stuff did. And I did the little dance and I got the achievement. It was like, that's a vibe or something. And I was like, what the fuck is the little dance going to be used for? So after a battle every now and then, I do a little happy dance. I was like, hell yeah. And then I found out it was for the figurines and nothing else. I was like, wow, it's cute. I don't understand it, but it's cute. I do wish there was a little more customization with the weapon and shield. Though, to be honest, outside of that first tutorial battle that teaches you how to use the shield, I never used it once. I tried it once during combat, and I realized I got knocked back quite a bit, and I think it still did a little damage. So I was like, nah, I'll just dodge roll still. That little dash thing you do.
Yeah, little dash. There's no cooldown on it. It's just spam it.
Yeah, and it was a really good dash too. Like it wasn't, you know, one of those wimpy little like, eh. She like did a little dash in any direction with good speed. I even used it to get around faster sometimes. I'd be like,
Oh, I always spam. That's what I'm all about.
yeah, it reminds me of Link in Hyrule Field in Ocarina of Time, where
Just
you're either
roll
backflipping or
forever.
side hopping, yeah, or
That
rolling
that
all
that
over.
that that. Because you could just you could
Shit.
animation break it if you did it fast enough.
Oh yeah, and then you just hear like the shit, it's like Link, calm down. It's okay, buddy.
I gotta get there. I gotta get there as fast as possible.
Yeah, which to be fair, the bridge would go up and leave you with all the creepy bone guys, and when you're like 8 and playing, no, I don't think I was even 8. When did I come out? 97? So I was free. I would have been 4 or 5 when I really understood what was going on. I got spooked by the Redeads in the town when you came back as an adult. Oh, the little bone guys outside. That was a great game. Classic.
I mean, Ravenlock kind of feels like a Legend of Zelda game, kind of. Where you just you
Yeah,
talk to people,
I know
you
what you
go
mean. Yeah,
but it's on a simpler scale. It's not like the grand adventure. It's more like think like a handheld
yeah.
uh Legend of Zelda, and it's kind of like that. Oh,
And
a
it
nice
knows what it
short.
wants to be.
Yeah, it's only like 3-4 hours. I think it took me almost 4 hours, but that's because I got turned around at one point
Yeah. It took
and
me
missed
longer just because
something.
I stopped to vibe with the music while I did stuff in the background, so I just left the game running.
Yeah, honestly, it's totally worth your time. I'm pleasantly surprised. Had a lot of fun with it. If you're expecting
Yeah.
like super deep combat, like I came off of playing Jedi Fallen Order into it, so it's like
oh,
and wrecking Jedi Fallen Order. I wish I grabbed footage. I really wish I did because
oh, you were
it
telling me
was
when we were playing Redfall.
it was
You're like, I haven't played in 2 years, and then I was crushing it.
yeah, like literally just like it was nuts. It's like second boss, nothing. Second last boss, nothing. Last boss, one done. I'm like, how? How is this happening?
Oh,
When
that's a
did
good
I get
feeling though.
good? When?
Yeah, whenever you come back to a game and you're like, oh no, I remember this was hard, and then you just destroy it, and you're like, when did I get so awesome? It's a
Yeah,
great
the
feeling.
Night Sister still push my shit in.
Mhm.
I feel like she's the DPS check of that game. If you've played Jedi Fallen Order, you'll know who I'm talking about.
And
That
if
fight
not, it'll be a
sucked.
fun, terrifying surprise when you
Yeah,
do play.
basically, the Night Sister is terrifying.
Ugh.
Yeah, I played it again because my girlfriend wanted to see the story of it.
And it had a pretty good story, all things considered.
I mean, it doesn't really affect the overall canon. It's still weird
Yeah.
playing that game and Seer. Okay, you've played Wolfenstein 2, the new Colossus, right?
The Bethesda one, not like the original.
Yeah, the new 2 with
Yeah.
BJ. It starts with BJ and he's in the suit because he's in the wheelchair because his
Yeah.
legs are broken. Yeah,
It's
yeah.
hard to remember
Okay,
only because it's like
but
there's the
but do you
first one
remember
and
when you
then
go
there's
to New
the
York
old blood.
City and you go up and there's that
Yeah.
lady and she's smoking, she's got the baby. You
Yeah.
know, it's the same actress who does Seer and Jedi Fallen Order. It was so weird
Really?
playing that game and not hearing her drop the F bomb every other sentence.
Oh, that's funny. I
BJ
love when that
motherfucking
happens.
Blazkowicz.
Oh, so when you get a voice actor you're so used to, it's
Well, it's
kind of like,
actors. They look the same. It's just she doesn't have the fro and doesn't have the
oh,
burns.
that's
And
funny.
yeah, that's the best part. That's the best part. It's like she's all calm and
Um,
serene, and I'm like, uh, is anyone else
you know
seeing
what that
this?
you know what that reminds me of? Do you remember Lucina from like Fire Emblem Awakening and Smash Bros, all that
Oh,
stuff?
talking like English voice actor. I never played it in
Yeah.
English, so
Ah, well, her English voice actor is the same as the first female voice in Saints Row, like the main character voice. So it's
uh,
hilarious because I'm seeing Lucina and all I'm picturing is like the yeah, eat shit, get fucked, like the voice that the goofy characters in Saints Row do. I think it was Saints Row 3 and 4 and so on. But where they had like the good voice lines and the really funny stuff. So there was
I played
actually
the
an
British dude.
animator. No, that's who I played the first time when I was playing as the guy, and then I think I went with Troy Baker, like for the next one or whoever played. I'm pretty sure it was Troy Baker.
I
Um,
always played the
but
British
yeah,
dude because he was
the British dude was
hilarious.
my voice in the first two games.
So
It felt
good.
so out of place. It was so funny.
That's why it's the best. Because
Oh,
everyone's like super Yankee, and you're just like, I'm gonna play the British dude.
exactly. Oh, and it was great too because everyone's like they're talking street and stuff, and then he's just talking like very high regal, but at the same time saying the same awful shit, like the "or you go fuck yourself," and everyone else like, "Yo, who the fuck is this?" Like
I
the
I
tone
would
is
have
just
liked it
so
if
off.
they'd picked someone with a little more Cockney accent. All right, but the fact that it's more like legit is the best part.
Yeah, it's like we talked about earlier, where everyone's just so serious and committed and not reacting. That's what made it great. It wasn't no one questioned who the British guy was. It was just yeah, whatever.
He's here.
You don't have a weird
He's
British guy
proved
in your
himself.
neighborhood?
You got to prove
Oh
yourself
God, yeah.
now. I, I
Um,
just love Saints Row 3 when everyone's robbing the bank in Johnny Gat masks.
oh yeah. Did you? I
Right in
like
the
that Johnny Gat
beginning.
somehow
And it's like,
became
everyone wants to be Johnny Gat.
yeah. I love that he became the face of the franchise to the point where they killed him off in one, and then they were like, "We have to write him back in. We have to bring him back,"
Get out of
and then
hell.
they did. Yeah, and then they were like, "This is an excuse to bring him back in other games. This is canon now." The same one where they also, fight Satan and then kill Santa in the DLC. That's why I think Saints Row was gonna have a hard time with that reboot. When you've become an alien superhero god in the Matrix, destroying galaxies, it's really hard to go back to the power scaling of small time Crook, especially when the gameplay I heard was also kind of rough.
I
You know,
mean, how are you gonna top Saints Row 3? Like even Get Out of Hell was a little bit disappointing compared to like.
yeah, Saints Row 4 was good, but it felt like a different type of game. It didn't feel like I was
Yeah,
busting crooks
it was
anymore.
more like a parody on like an Infamous and that.
Yeah, it was fun. I mean, I ran up the side of a building, did a backflip off, and glided, and then shot lightning out of my hand at some aliens. None of that sounds like Saints Row, but it was a lot of fun. I appreciate what it did, though. At first, it was trying to be GTA, and then it realized, no, I don't want to be GTA. I'm going to do my own thing. And it was
GTA
great.
is
You had
GTA
GTA
is
for like the
boring.
realistic. Well, that's what I mean. It became too serious in what it was. It feels like a corporate job instead of, you know, the fun that it used to be. Like
Yeah,
Vice City was great.
Saints Row is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, you get a dildo bat in Saints Row. You would never get a dodo bat in GTA. You get the
No.
nutcracker moves where you run around barehanded and do the finishers where you like slide under someone and dick punch them or do a jumping flip and throw them. Hilarious. I love that shit. It's so stupid. It's great comedy.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's the thing. Like the Saints Row reboot was doomed to fail because it was just not going to be as fun as the last one. As
Yeah.
three.
And
Like I said, three is like pinnacle for me, and it's been my favorite.
yeah.
I think it's the only one I actually finished. I know people say Saints Row 2 was like the best one,
Mhm.
but
It
no.
wasn't mechanic wise, but it was one of the best of its time. It's just, Saints Row 3 handled better and the features were better.
It
I
also
do
had Holding Up for
appreciate,
a Hero and like one of the
yes.
funniest and best segments in the entire game.
Ugh.
Anytime a game uses Bonnie Tyler's Holding Up for a Hero, I'm like, yes.
Do you remember in the third one there was also that mission that you jump from like the sky jump onto the skyscraper from a plane and it was playing I think it was like a Kanye West song or something, but you jump in and then you're just trying to take targets out and like take over the skyscraper. That cemented for me the level of craziness that we play in the game. Because the second one
Well,
it had some stuff, but the third one was like jump out of a plane to a popular pop song, take over this building and parachute in, and it felt like Saints
I
Row had gotten
absolutely
bigger
love
than
the
it
start
was.
of 4, even though like 4 didn't.
Yes,
It's
and I
just so...
don't want to miss a
Yeah, you
thing.
have
I
Aerosmith
don't want
playing
to
and you're going
close
through
my
the plane.
eyes. Oh, like you're riding a rocket, like holding on to it because it's got a nuke in it or something stupid.
Yes, it's absolutely ridiculous, over the top to the point of just stupidity.
Yeah, and there's no
Absolutely love it.
explanation. Like you end three, and it's like I'm a gang boss and I'm making a corporation. And you start four is like, all right, the president's on the phone, and we're on this secret mission. It's like, what the fuck happened? And now I'm the president.
Yes, and now I'm the
Whew.
president. Did you pick to fix world hunger or or kill cancer?
Oh, that's right. They give you those pretend choices where they're like, it never impacts the story, but it's
Never
just a
does
funny
anything.
choice. It's
But he
never
just get
brought
the
up again.
lines. Fuck cancer.
Exactly. Oh, and that's what I can appreciate about Saints Row. It knows exactly what it wants to be, and it strives for it, regardless of how stupid what it wants to be is.
Yeah,
I don't think the reboot was as good because of that. It was trying to meet quotas instead of just being funny and wacky. And that's what Saints Row became, whether they like it or not at that point. It
yeah.
was known for its
You needed to
zaniness.
have like getting abducted, being naked, and having to fight your way out with a dick
Yeah,
bat.
exact. They needed a Genki Bowl. If I don't have a weird cat guy who's telling me to murder people for fun time, it's what am I even doing here?
Here we go. Okay.
Sorry, we segued into insanity there.
I mean,
Good
I
memories.
think we said all we had to say about Redfall. Ravenlock. Ravenlock was fun. We should
Redfall
play it.
still on the mind. No, I
Redfall, yeah,
agree.
it's too many games to start with R.
Yeah, and too many games were falling it that haven't done as well lately. What's
Yeah.
that meme going around?
Don't put fall in
Uh,
your game.
yeah, it was like Godfall, Redfall. Uh,
I don't think
I
Redfall's as
forget
bad as
the
Godfall, because at least you can still play
God. No, you're
Redfall.
right. Yeah, and you can have fun. I had fun.
Babylon's
I also
was
see
Babylon's Fall the one that closed, or God? No, God. Sorry, we're
that was
mistaking
another one. Yeah,
Babylon's Fall and God. What the hell's with all these games ending in fall?
yeah, and that's what they're saying. Like they've been bad. There was a fourth one that I don't remember because I remember they showed four pictures.
Redfall,
Uh,
Babylon's
Atlas
Fall,
Fall? No, that
Atlas
didn't come
Falls.
out yet. I
No.
don't think.
Uh,
I'm gonna end up seeing the picture later and being like, "That's what it was."
I don't know. Let's see.
Fall
Fall
Guys.
Falls.
Uh, yeah, it's one of those joke curses, but it's the kind of thing that's like, well, it is weirdly consistent. I don't know why it is, but um, yeah, Redfall was the kind
Godfall,
of
Greedfall wasn't
greed.
bad though.
No, Greedfall wasn't bad. That's not the one.
Babylon's Fall, Titanfall.
Titanfall was great, although
Titanfall was
it
great, but it got
unfortunately,
ruined.
yeah, yeah, it also got review bombed for a while, and then Apex Legends ruined it. Ruined.
I don't. Okay, I don't want to hate on Apex Legends just because I don't
Hmm.
like the game.
I don't want to say I'd hate on it, but I'm disappointed that it succeeded as well as it did because it basically put the final nail in the coffin for something I wanted to succeed. I can't blame the game entirely, but its existence did hamper something that I enjoyed. I'll put
Yeah,
it that way.
Titanfall 2 was dope. I have a sealed
Yeah,
copy
the
here
story
because
was amazing,
yeah, the story mode was
especially for a
amazing.
game that had no story the first time.
Well, it did have a
There's,
story, but the story was tied into multiplayer, and then everyone was like,
oh
"Yeah,
yeah,
but where's the single player story?" And they're like, "Oh, you want single player story?" And Respawn was like, "All right, here you go." And it's like, "Oh wait, this is the best single player FPS story I've played in a long time."
that's what was crazy. It started
What?
as we don't need a campaign, we'll just be a multiplayer game. And enough people were like, make a campaign. They're like, fine, I guess we'll add a campaign. Here's the best one we've ever made out of nowhere. And people were like, oh my god, more of this, please. And they're like, anyway, here's Apex Legends for the next 10 years. No, 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 please go back and do the
Hmm.
good thing again. It was so good.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah.
Don't get
But
it.
it also could just be a combination of what we talked about earlier, where people want to work on something different. Because I think there was a thing from Respawn recently where like, hi, we do want to work on a new IP next. Like, we want to change things up. And I was like, dang it,
But
but
you
also I
just released
get
the
it.
two. You just like you came off of a really good Star Wars game into a Star Wars game that's good but has really bad performance. You should fix that first.
Yeah,
And now you're like, I want to do new IP, and it's like, well, I guess we're never gonna get more Titanfall.
which makes me sad.
You know what the funniest
It's a
part about
good
Titanfall
universe.
2 is?
What?
The part that absolutely blows my mind. You know that runs on a modified version of the Source engine, right?
What? How?
Yes.
That does
Yes.
not look like it should at
It's
all.
not. It doesn't look like the Source engine, but it totally is.
That's well, when you say modified, do you mean like it's nothing like what it was before?
Yeah, I don't even think
Like,
it's. I think it's because Respawn did like. I want to say before they were Respawn, they were working with
oh yeah.
Source to do. They did Counter Strike for a while. I think it started with the guys that did the mod. I don't quote me on that because I don't know off the top of my head, but I know that Titanfall 1 and 2 run off a heavily modified version of the Source engine.
It's crazy.
Yeah, because there's a huge thing about it when they were trying to port Titanfall 1 to the 360, which is real. There is a 360 version of Titan.
I can't say I'm too surprised. Back in the day, they found ways to make these games work.
Well, it came out
Maybe
after,
not well. Yeah. Well, it's kind of
but
like what they did with Hogwarts. What is
Legacy.
it? Legacy. I almost said Legends, and I was like, no, that's not right. But it
Is that
sounds
out
close.
this week? We can
I
trace
think
it.
it was out last week, or at least the Xbox One version.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
And the
Like it was out months
Switch
ago,
version.
but it's
Yeah,
already
the
sold
original
like a
one.
ton.
Yeah.
I think it's sold tons. It doesn't even have the last gen or Switch version out yet.
Yeah. Well, the last gen one came out like last week, I think, and I
I know
haven't
we
heard
talked
anything
about
about
it
the
because it was
Switch one.
coming soon.
Yeah. You'll have to
Honestly, I
forgive
have
us.
not heard
There's
much about it.
so many releases. Yeah. But that's what I mean. Uh, I haven't heard much about it at all, but I also understand why. Like, I'm sure that wasn't the game a lot of people were waiting for who were still on the backwards compatible stuff and have no idea how it runs.
Age of Wonders for anime. Oh, you. Oh, you.
Oh, you. Wellspun Quagmire.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. You guys are gonna put up stuff that's not a game in the new games category. I'm gonna be mad. Yeah, it's out. When did it come out? Xbox One version came out. It literally came out
Was
last week, the
was it
fifth.
like the second or the third?
The fifth, it's like Friday.
Oh, the fifth. Oh yeah, so it just released a few days ago.
So we haven't seen
I
the
have
cursed. I haven't seen any cursed screenshots from the Switch version yet. Does that mean it's
yeah,
competent?
either that or they didn't release it on there. And I only jokingly say that because I know Midnight Suns recently was like, "Hey, last gen versions are almost done, except for Switch. We dropped it." And I was like, "Oh, uh, let me double check. Hogwarts Legacy Switch release date." It says finally on the PS4 and Xbox One, the Friday, May 5th. I'm talking about this one. Okay, so the Switch version is supposedly coming out July 25th.
It got delayed more. Ooh.
Yes, for some reason the original was February 10th. The
I wanna
PS4 and
see it.
Xbox One was last Friday, and Switch is supposedly July 25th. Interesting.
Very
I wonder
interesting.
why. Yeah, like I understand if it's like, oh, we got to make a smaller scale down version, we'll push it back. But the fact that it's not the same version that the PS4 and the Xbox One are using,
Yeah, it makes me
which
more
I assume
interested.
is
I
because
just
it's
want to
scaled
see
down.
it. I don't. I don't want
Yeah,
to play it. I've not been super interested to play the game, to be honest. I have other stuff I want to play. It looks
yeah,
competent. I'm not the biggest Harry Potter fan to begin with. I thought the controversy was dumb, but we're not going to go into that again.
yeah. If anything, you can watch older episodes where we go into it.
Yeah, it's not a big deal, to be honest. More or less though, uh, I just want to see what they had to do to make it. I'm
Yeah,
always morbidly
yeah,
curious to how Switch versions of games are, because you
yeah.
usually have to do a lot to get them to run well.
And it's fascinating because you can either butcher the game in the process, or you can actually refine and optimize it so that it runs pretty decently well and looks good. It's a good way of seeing which studios are putting in that effort and can actually reach that level of optimization. Sometimes it's not possible, which, I get it.
For sure.
You can only put so much lipstick on that pig.
Yeah, you have, without going hard on replacing the assets with something lower res, which tends to be the way
Yeah,
you do it. Like that's why Final Fantasy 15 Pocket Edition exists. Did they actually put it on the Switch? I'm pretty sure they did, right?
I think they did. I mean, they put it on like something like the Series X. I'm assuming they put it on the smaller stuff too.
I'll check quick. I've got my Switch handy.
So, how do you feel about the current rumor about the next Switch? I
It's
believe
inevitable.
the rumor going because I think the rumor they said going on now is you won't see anything until at least spring of next year. They have nothing currently planned for this year involving the new one. I don't know if I fully believe that, only because there's a lot of articles coming out where they're like, we've noticed the Switch hardware is slowing down. It's 30% less than last year at this time. And I'm thinking to myself, well, it doesn't matter how good the product is. At this point, you've sold it to almost everyone on the planet who wants one. Like, you're gonna run out of people eventually because you usually only need one unless someone's getting repairs or like it breaks. Um, so yeah, I don't know how sales could possibly be that good still. Um, Plus, the games really need some better hardware to run on. I'm not saying Switch is underpowered, blah blah blah. It sucks. I love my Switch, but it's struggling to run even some first party games at this point. I have no idea. I got the collector's edition of Tears of the Kingdom coming. I'm excited. I have no idea how that's going to run, and I'm very nervous about that. I'm
Nintendo games
really
are usually
hoping.
pretty good. But
Yeah,
just for clarification, yes, Final Fantasy 15 Pocket Edition is available on the Switch.
gotcha. I also heard there's rumors that we might see something new with Dead Rising. That really excites me. And obviously there's someone in our group chat who's also really excited about that.
I
You'll
the
never
thing
guess
is
his tag.
I Dead Rising is cool and all, but it is not my
Mhm.
favorite Capcom game. I still want them
Mhm.
to bring back Dino Crisis. Like honestly, I
I
don't
do
know what your
too.
problem is. It's
I,
been long enough.
I think they're enjoying the meme at this point. They've got to be.
Oh,
I mean,
Exoprimal was the perfect like we're gonna make a redhead in a
exactly.
tank top and we're gonna show it. They knew what they were doing. They knew what they were
Oh,
doing.
absolutely. They knew they were baiting, and then they didn't even leave it as like, oh, what could this be? They were like, ha, just kidding, it's not. Like, don't worry. We're just fucking with you.
There's dinosaurs, but it's not Dino
And
Crisis.
robots.
But it's not Dino Crisis.
Gotcha. It's like, ha. Oh, wait, you're our fan base. We're supposed to make you happy. Whoops.
Damn it. Exoprimal's out in July, isn't it?
I believe so. Yeah, not June, July.
Yeah.
Which honestly
It's
isn't that far away now.
it is not.
Which is
Years
crazy.
flying
I cannot
by.
believe we're halfway through the year almost. Ugh.
Yeah, we're just over a month out from the Xbox showcase. Now, I did
Yes.
notice. Oh, Draco's here. Hold on. I just realized that my
Draco.
pre-orders. Oh, sick! Gotta love it when you get that. I had that with my copy of Resident Evil 4 actually, Draco. I picked it up for like 64.99 Canadian, and now it's going for
Mhm.
79.99. I'm like, yeah. It's the small wins. It's the small
Yeah.
wins. It's only 10
We take those
bucks, or
here.
it's only $5 in my case, but like it's a small win.
We still take those here.
Oh,
All
those are
them
the best
wins.
ones, man. I'd rather have like a million
Yeah,
little small wins than the one like huge magnificent win.
exactly. Especially
Oh,
because in between those wins, you usually taking some losses. So, where did this go? Uh,
yeah, we're talking about Exoprimal and how it was a meme.
yes.
Maybe I should talk about the
Um,
stupid tweet I made. The one
please go
about
on.
RGG making a Star Wars game.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Uh,
I feel like Star Wars is an untapped IP that
I don't know if
they
I'd say
have.
untapped only because
No,
everyone
it's
does something with it.
in games it's untapped. Literally, like every
I
game's
guess that's
basically the
true.
same. How many
Yeah,
games are Jedi based?
all of them.
Most of them.
Except for the one that's based on Sith.
well, I mean Sith or Jedi, like people who have things.
Yeah.
Special episode. We probably let me look at the schedule here, but we will probably do an episode where we talk about. I figure if we're gonna do a big one, we talk about the Xbox showcase. We're gonna
Might have to have a guest that time too.
yeah
Oh,
probably well because
although I gotta
it
say,
happens the
oh, go
Sunday
on.
before. But Tokyo Game Show is something I'm definitely interested in too.
Yes.
I always love
Big
looking at
weep
stuff that happens
hours.
in Tokyo Game Show. I
But
don't
I have
know.
to admit now that I remember, it's Piccolo slash Goku Day. Today is a celebration in and of itself.
Is it really? I'm not a
It
big Dragon
is.
Ball
I
fan. Oh,
in the original Dragon Ball, there was a May 9th. Piccolo came out. He's like, I'm officially declaring today, May 9th, is National Piccolo Day. So it became a meme everywhere, and even in the mobile games right now, we're celebrating Goku Day. You get free pulls on them. But yeah, it's just funny. I love when animes and movies make a throwaway date, and then everyone uses it from then on
well,
as
I
like
mean,
some kind of gotcha.
it's kind of same thing with May the 4th,
Yeah. Well, exactly. That's a good
which
point. We
is
just
not
have the May the
even
4th be
a
with
Star
you.
Wars thing. Just that was just something the fan base did. But back to
Yeah.
my like
Although
talk about
I
Star
love
Wars.
the oh no, no problem. I love the second day. It's like, oh, if you love May the 4th, you were not even ready for Return of the 5th.
That was just jokes people made after they started doing that.
Yeah.
Um,
And I think it's cute because, that way you have the Jedi Day followed by the Sith Day for fans of the dark side. Like that little girl that bowed to Darth Vader in Disney World. She picked sides pretty early. I don't know if you saw that a few years ago. There was a meme going around of like a
Oh,
5-year-old little girl.
I saw it. It was weird.
Yeah, that's so great. I love the innocence of kids and like the goofy shenanigans they get into.
Yeah. But my point about Star Wars in particular is they've decided to let anime studios do whatever they wanted
Yes.
with IP, and
And
it's
it was
like,
some of the best stuff they've ever done.
oh my god, give me more of that Trigger goodness. They did 3 of those,
Yes.
and all those were bangers. Even the weird one with the with the Jedi, well, the Jedi and the Sith, and the like. Why was there an X-wing there? Why are they cutting entirely? Why is there a weird Star Destroyer that's 2 Star Destroyers connected at the hip?
Because it looked awesome.
It's like, I don't care. Trigger made this, and
Exactly.
it's sick. We're gonna cut stuff in half.
Because
And,
Trigger.
wait, we can stand in space and not and breathe because no one cares.
Exactly. If it looked awesome, then it just works. It
They also did the
just
one about the
works.
Jedi who like escaped and then was in the rock band.
Yeah. And
That was
they
a
have
good one
such cool
too.
ideas. Like, even just the Samurai Jedi was
Oh
such a
my
cool idea.
god,
How
the
have we not
Ronin,
seen something like that? Yeah.
the
How have we
wandering
not seen
Ronin
something
was
like
so
that?
good.
We only have, like, in quote unquote canon Star Wars, uh, Kylo Ren's little fucking nubs on his. Everyone else just has a normal saber, whether it's out the back or, in front. How have they not done something cool like that? It's super easy. Just look at any kind of sword that's not a standard broadsword and be like, what if we made this a lightsaber?
Well,
Cut it, print, you're done.
the thing about Star Wars in general is it basically plays a lot like a samurai movie. So
Yeah,
the fact that you haven't let a Japanese studio just make whatever they want with it is absolutely ridiculous in my opinion.
yeah. And that's not just the inner weeb talking. That's like there's so many different styles of stuff you could do, and a Japanese studio would be able to hit the stuff that you're not used to or don't do as commonly.
Yeah, that's why it was
There's
that's
so
why I'm
many
like
creative stories.
Yakuza or Like a Dragon as it is mixed with
Oh, could you?
Star Wars. It would be so
Yeah.
interesting. You just could pick like
Could
a
you
place in the
imagine
Outer
all of
Rim.
Yeah, like the low life and criminals and stuff, and then you've got like besides the bounty hunters and stuff like that, you've got the criminal sectors that kind of work together. They've got so many different alien types, so many weapon types, little galaxies and universes. There's so many things you
Robots,
could do with all
everything.
that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the robots too. They have
Yeah.
so many fun little guys.
I feel like that's the thing though. Like every game's like a every Star Wars game is more or less like a galaxy trotting adventure.
Yeah, it's
Or
always
you're
trying
just
to
all in
give you the
space.
hero story. Yeah,
Yeah. But the thing is like you could do so much with just staying in one spot
yeah.
and like going through not going through the notion. I want to say going through the notions is dumb, but like just slice of life esque.
Yeah.
That's because Rikusa has that sort of slice of life aspect to it. Where
Oh
this is
yeah.
this is guy life. Whether it's not like yeah, it does. I don't care what you're saying. Like it's this day to day sort of.
Yeah,
This is like
if
his
my
this is
Jedi
like his
can't go to the
Tuesday.
bar and then chill at the karaoke and then
Yeah.
sing
You need to have
specifically the yeah, he
you
goes
need
to
to
the
have the
little
dancing. You need
katana.
to rock out to some jizz music.
Yeah, when you're in there they're like do 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 and you're like doing stupid dances with people.
The karaoke.
Friday night. Yeah.
And you
But
could
the
do
kind of
the other
karaoke
ones,
that
but just
takes
do
you to
them in
another
like
place.
Star Warsified.
Yeah. And they can do it. I've seen them make really shitty Star Wars games like the Just Dance one with the Han Solo. I'm Han Solo. He's Han Solo. Oh, it's
That's
so bad.
dumb.
But if you can let shit like that exist, then you can do the fun stuff too.
Yeah,
You
that's what I
you don't
mean.
have to just
You just need
bash
to
it.
let them lean into it.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing. There's that
I'd
one.
also
I can't remember what studio did it, but there was the one Star Wars Vision where they were on that planet that was basically Japan,
yeah,
and they had the
which is
furry
so much
girl.
fun.
Is that in
Yeah.
the Trigger one? Because I know Trigger did like 3 or 4 of those, and all theirs were bangers. I don't think there was
Yeah.
a single one I didn't like.
Hmm.
The Astro Robot one was okay, where the kid it's like gonna be a Jedi.
Yeah.
It wasn't as good as the other ones, in my
I know
opinion.
this is a cliche response because people who know me know how much I love this stuff, but it's not just for me, I think everyone. We could do a really cool horror game in the Star Wars universe.
Oh yeah.
And I'm
Oh,
not,
easy. Like that's
yeah,
untapped. That's untapped market right there. Movie. You do
I
horror
would,
movies, because the thing is,
yeah,
terrible
well, I
things
would love
happen.
in general. Oh yeah, no, it's awful for them. I would love if you're playing as just a normal civilian on the run from the Empire, and you're being hunted by, the Sith or even just normal troopers, and you're
Well,
either,
you could be a force sensitive child after Order 66 if you
exactly,
wanted that.
where like you don't have abilities and strength yet, but you have something they want
Maybe
to
you have
destroy.
some. Like you
Well,
could have
yeah,
been one
I'm
of the
just saying like you're
youngest of
not
the
a competent.
younglings.
Yeah, you're not a competent like warrior because then it becomes, the cliched like, oh, he's powerful, we'll raise him, and then there's the time skip. None of that. I'm just saying you are force sensitive, so they want to hunt you down and kill you, and you're like on the run, and it's horrifying. You can hear the talking from the mines with the
Well, that'd be the
telepathy.
thing, though. You could have the Inquisitors, and you could have
Yeah,
like you need force powers or whatever to solve puzzles. But if you use them,
exactly.
they'll
Then they
know where
can
you are.
detect it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they'll be able to sense you because you're not good at hiding it because you're a novice. Again,
exactly.
I'm not against this idea. I think it's totally. I wouldn't have. I think to keep the maximum amount of intrigue, it would need to be a
Mhm.
relatively short game.
Yeah, and the problem is because Disney likes to whore out Star Wars to every possible person, they're not going to go for something that's very cool and dark. They're going to be like, oh, it's got to have broad appeal. So no blood, can't be too scary. And that's the disappointing part where it's like, no, I want this to be spoop, very scary. I want arms to be cut off. I want it to be,
You could have
you
like
know,
fader in spots. Like you'd have the kid. Like you'd have that scene where the kid's like like in the vent or something, and you hear the
Mhm. Yeah, you just hear like,
you just hear him breathing, and then the footsteps,
yeah,
and you like see the footsteps, and you're hearing the breathing. You're just like, oh my god, like that would be harrowing, harrowing,
yeah.
harrowing.
One of
Just
the cool things they could do too is like, how you can use telepathy and give people the Jedi mind control? You could absolutely give hallucinations to the kid, like spooky shit of,
can't
someone
control it,
walking
right?
towards them and trying to grab them. Like he wouldn't know what's going on because he's force sensitive, but he's not able to control it. So, the Inquisitors or the Sith giving him terrifying hallucinations of what's chasing him to try
Or
to
they're
get him to run towards them.
or to try and get him to use powers.
Exactly. Like you could do all sorts of stuff to
I mean,
create tension.
yeah. Or
And
you
this
could
is
have
off
it
the
like
top of our
because
heads,
they
of
did that
course.
with Cal though in
Mhm.
Fallen Order, where he'd see like the past because he's like running
Yeah.
from the past. It depends. Like you could do like there's a section where you're like a kid, you're trying to get away. There's like the urgency to try and get away, and then there's you find a place to hide out. Maybe there's a time skip. You're a little bit older, and then you're like you have traumatic stress from that situation. Because of course you would.
Yeah. You didn't see a space therapist, and now you've got some space trauma
I mean,
and some
yeah,
space panic attacks. Yeah,
just
it's the idea that, not everything's cheery and fun. It's scary. You're being hunted for an ability that you don't know how to control fully. You might be able to use it, but you can't exactly contain it. Um, the idea that you're also just some dude and not the hero, the chosen one, just some dude who's going through some shit, and the Empire is not cool with you. I
you
just
can
think
even
that'd
do
be
it
a
as like
really
a
interesting
more
idea.
you can even do it as a more like visual novel style comic booky type experience.
Yeah, there's all sorts of stuff you could do with that. I think the idea is solid enough that you could build a game around it, but it doesn't have to be a specific type of game. There's a
No,
lot you could do with the idea.
uh, there's a lot of horrific things that happen in Star Wars, and I think a lot of
Yeah.
people just
I mean, think of the beginning of episode 4. There's a lot of traumatic shit happening right there.
Yeah. Wait, that. Oh, I did actually
Mm.
die. Hold on, I did actually die, but that's because I was stingy. There you go. I forgot about that.
Defeat.
That's
Oh, well,
it.
that's good. It just showed us how easy the checkpoints were, like we were talking about.
Yeah, I don't remember dying. This must have been because I did the. I was playing this probably like 3 or 4 in the morning at one point. It's like, uh,
Half asleep, but you're like, I gotta save the
mm,
kingdom.
the thing
My
is, when I
bunny
start
friends are
doing
dying.
like boring quests and stuff, I usually have something on the other monitor.
Yeah,
So
I can understand that. I usually turn on like Game Grumps in the background when I'm doing something like that.
yeah, this one wasn't bad though.
Something to listen to. Yeah, I remember there's like the 4 mini quests here, each one first tag.
Yeah, but you can your progress for some of them counts before you pick up the quest. I noticed too, because I killed things
Yeah,
first.
I remember it was funny. I got all 4 quests and did them, and then I walked to the next area, and he's like, "Do these things." I'm like, "Oh, I already did that." And he's like, "Oh, okay then, you can pass."
Proceed.
And then he sucks you down, and then when you leave the next area to go back up, he somehow sucks you down, and you go up. That's how that works.
I mean, that's how a lot of stuff works. And it's magic. Don't gotta explain
Yeah,
shit.
you go down to go down, but then you go down to go up. These Pokemon, these deer look like that Pokemon, the one from X and Y. I
Yeah, but
forget his name though.
the legendary one, I know exactly what you're talking
Yeah,
about. Hmm.
although their horns are mushrooms and not just glowy uh tips that are rainbow. But it's got that similar vibe. I really love their design.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
just
big.
realized that thing around their neck is tiny mushrooms too.
Yep. Honestly, it's really cool.
Yeah,
He's,
the
this
art
is.
in general is beautiful in this game.
It was. This is honestly a surprise hit. I honestly thought that I'd like Benedict Fox a lot more. His gameplay is not good. I didn't like it.
I've heard it was a mix because for some people they said it was good and some people said it was very terrible. Do you think it's more average than terrible?
Uh, because I've been playing other, like I was playing After Image, and After Image controls completely different.
Hmm.
Um, the fact that dodge in it is on the right stick.
On After Image or Benedict Fox?
Benedict Fox. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Don't do that. If you look, if you're gonna make a game
Don't do
with a
that.
dodge mechanic, please, for the love of God, do not put it on the right stick. I know it's a 2D game. Right stick, leave it alone.
Not dodge.
They did change
Yeah.
some. The thing is, they changed some stuff about After Image. After,
Hmm.
like after I started playing it, I think you can dash any direction from the hop now.
Hmm.
So if that is true, then some of my big complaints with the game all kind of went away when I could just dash in any direction, air dash and stuff. Hmm.
Interesting. Man, Ravenloft looks different.
Yeah, no, I think this is After Image now.
Yeah.
It's a very pretty game,
Oh man, that's almost the Isekai city.
almost.
You know the one.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that guy is a very peculiar. Oh, Spooky Man.
Yeah,
I think he's
if
in a
you
very
are,
precarious spot.
yeah, if you're into like Metroidvania type games, I think After Image is definitely worth playing.
Although speaking of Metroid, or at least the Metroid half of that, I heard that Dread just no, not Dread, Prime just passed 1 million sales.
Only 1 million? I
Everyone,
thought it would have done better, but
yeah, well, that's what I mean. Everyone really thought it'd do really, really good, but I guess it is hard to say because it's basically full priced for a Wii game. So I get why people wouldn't
I
really
bought a
play it.
physical for 40 bucks Canadian, so
Oh, I
I
thought it
don't.
was. $50. I could be wrong. Ugh, let me check because I'm curious. Hopefully, it would gone down anyway at this point. Wow, typing in Metroid Prime, the first minute comes up is release date November 18th, 2002. And I'm like, no, wait. Right now, it is $39.99. All right. So it's not, well, I was gonna say it's not quite full price today, although it depends on what we mean by full price. It's not quite full price today on either side, 60 or 70. Um, but it is a hefty amount for a port with no real changes besides a small graphical upgrade. I'm not saying you shouldn't get it. I love Metroid games. I'm a sucker for 'em, Metroidvania in general. This one does play differently. It is a first-person-ish shooter.
Yeah,
Um,
Metroid Prime's awesome, and
yeah,
yep.
the Prime series in general is great. And eventually, we might get a fourth one. They teased us like
Excuse me, what?
6 years ago.
Excuse me, what? No, I'm just reading through Twitter, and I see a tweet from the private division.
Which one?
We're thrilled to announce we're partnering with Game Freak on an upcoming action adventure game codenamed Project Bloom. We can't reveal
Game
much.
Freak?
Game Freak makes other games. Do I need to prove to you that there are Game Freak games on Xbox?
Oh
I'm
no,
pretty
I know they
sure.
make other games, but they haven't done anything with a new IP in a while.
Yeah, they have.
What?
Um, what was it called? Oh my god, what was it called? It
You
was
talking about
not
the
very
town
good.
one?
Sorry?
The town one with the
No,
little
not
red
Tambo
haired
the
kid?
Badass Elephant. The other one. The town one that no one liked.
Yeah, that's what I said. The
Little
little
Town
red haired
Adventures
kid.
or whatever.
Yeah, that one was already a few years ago now.
I mean, that was their newest one.
Yeah, but let me check when that was. Because I think that was a few years ago already, at least two or three.
Tambo Dodon?
They did, yeah, 2019, Little Town Hero. That was their most recent Xbox game. Uh, 3 years later, they did Arceus and Scarlet and Violet. And this year, they're quoted as only doing Pocket Card Jockey Ride On, and then to be announced as their Project Bloom thing. So yeah, it's already been 4 years since their last game, with a new IP. Before that,
Hmm.
all they had done was Giga Wrecker and a lot of Pokemon since like 2015. Didn't they do Tembo with Sega, the badass elephant?
Tambo.
And then besides
Yeah.
that, it was more Pokemon stuff until 2012 with Harmonite, and then more Pokemon stuff all the way back to
Yeah,
2005.
I think people don't
Yeah,
understand that that's a Game Freak is not actually first party.
yeah.
They're not owned by.
They're, they're like a second party the same way how
They're not even a
uh
second party. They're independent. They release stuff on other platforms. It's just most of the stuff is Pokemon. But they're
that's true.
co-owners of the Pokemon IP with Creatures
Yes.
Inc. It's Creatures Inc. is the in between one of the Pokemon company.
Hmm.
It's kind of weird how that works, but that's
They're technically a really small company too. Like when you think of a company as big as Game Freak, how many people do you think work there?
it's not that many. It's like under it's a couple hundred, isn't it?
They got 169 as of last year, the most recent take.
Yeah, but they have a lot of like
That's
contract
small.
workers and stuff when they do
Oh yeah,
Pokemon and that. They have contract workers in that all the time.
yeah, and that's one of the things we were talking about with Redfall, where it's like when you have all these contract workers, you can't just be like, "Hey, let's extend that contract and give you more money." Look at literally any sports team. You try to do that with the players, and sometimes they walk or they ask for a lot more.
I don't know. I don't know how I feel about judging by the screenshot they have here. it looks very realistic, but Game Freak never makes anything particularly
Yeah, in that realism style.
yeah.
But I'm not sure. Their last non-realistic one that wasn't Pokemon wasn't really a hit, so maybe it is good to go that way.
Like, maybe just make a game that isn't weird.
I don't mind if it's weird, just make a game that's fun. If it's fun, then that's great that it's weird. I loved Beautiful Joe growing up. I
Beautiful
didn't know
Joe.
what the Yeah, I didn't know what the hell I was getting into, but it was fun. Was it weird? Absolutely. Totally fucking bonkers. But it was fun.
I mean, I love weird games, but the thing is, I think Game Freaks uh non Pokemon games go one of two ways.
Hmm.
What I've noticed, the you have games like Tambo the Badass Elephant where it's competent but silly,
Hmm.
and then you have games like Little Town Hero, which is silly but not competent,
Yeah.
and it just the theme
Which
doesn't carry it.
kind of important. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's definitely one of those things too where it's like they you clearly know what they're good at making, but they kind of need some work
I
on
don't
the
know if I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I don't know if they're actually good at making Pokemon games. Like, have you seen Cassette Beasts? I know it's
Yeah,
not out on Xbox yet, but have you seen Cassette Beasts?
I should say they were good at making Pokemon. It's been kind of a while since there's been a good Pokemon. And I like Scarlet and Violet, but that did not release in a good state. Oh, hold on
The
1 second. I'm
last.
getting a phone call. Sorry
Uh
about that.
oh. Get phone calls. What is this? This is a show, sir. Phone calls are not allowed. Um, Going on the Game Freak train for a bit to ban them. I think the last great Pokemon game was Sun and Moon. Get in the bag, Nebby. Get in the bag. Some people might disagree with me on that one, but I really like Sun and Moon. Ultra Sun and Moon can die in a fire because it destroyed everything good about um, Sun and Moon by just being like, we're gonna just change everything up. And to that I say no. No, 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 no. Let's see what else can we talk about here. Quick.
Sorry about that.
Okay, what was your last
There
favorite
was
Pokemon game?
are we counting nostalgia?
I mean, just say one of your last favorite, the favorite one you had the most fun playing. What was the last one that released that you had the most fun playing?
I do have a lot of good memories of all of them. I'll say my last favorite one was probably Sapphire. Back on the Game Boy Advance. I loved a lot of the DS ones, but they didn't hit the same as that one.
Hmm.
Although I loved the black and white games, I really liked Platinum. I had a lot of fun with Heart Gold.
I thought Sun and Moon was the last like really good one that they ever made. Not Ultra Sun
Ironically,
and Moon. Ultra Sun and Moon could die in a
yeah,
fire, but
that
Sun
one
and
was
Moon
garbage.
was.
Ironically, I didn't have
Okay.
as much fun with that one, and I think it was just because the setting didn't draw me in as much.
I like that it was different. How it just tried to do something different, and not every like gym was about being a a it doesn't have to be a fight.
Yeah.
Like there was other
No,
things,
I
and
can
it gave
definitely
us
agree
the
with that.
beautiful. It gave us the beautiful the hard bone. Was it hard bone or bone? Rare bone. The rare bone joke. It's the flavor of the rare bone. Just picture it in my mouth. That's £8. That's £8 a pound. Yeah. Quality memes. Sun and Moon had quality memes.
Yeah.
But I'm already over
And they introduced
40.
some good
Press 8 a
characters.
pound.
Yeah,
Sun and Moon is
they
great.
also gave us some great characters.
They
It's
did.
frustrating though because it's like I I like some aspects of that in the same way that I like some aspects in something as recent as Scarlet and Violet, but I can't say I like the whole thing. Scarlet and Violet, I liked that there was the Victory Road path where you got your 8 gems. Then you have your I don't remember what the path is called, but you hunt giant versions of Pokemon and then make sandwiches out of the lettuce that they're guarding. That was cool. And then there was I mean, it was really easy, but I thought the story was cute, where you storm the bases. Basically, you throw free Pokemon out of a ball and tell them to fuck everything up around you. And they mow down like 40 Mons, and then the boss comes out on a car, and they're like, "Let's fight." And you beat him up. That was cute. So I like that they were trying new things. I also really appreciated that your one Pokemon was the HM whore. You didn't have to worry about all that. You were just like, all right, I'm gonna ride my bike Pokemon who also runs and swims and flies. He does all the things. Uh, I appreciated that. I wish it ran better,
Sun and
but
Moon? Yeah, it was not. Especially the photo mode was really bad frame rate wise.
yeah. I'm excited for the next Pokemon game that they do, as long as they implement some of the things they've done recently and also work on optimization. And they don't need to release it soon. It's okay that it has
It's gonna
been
come out in a
almost.
year. You know it.
Uh, that's the thing. People forget that they really release a game every year. It's
Can I point out they released 2 Pokemon games last year?
Did they? Was Arceus
Yep.
early
It
last
was
year?
early, very early.
God, I thought it was 2021. You're
No,
right. That was like
it was early 2022.
February or January was Arceus, and then
Yeah.
near the end of the year was Scarlet and Violet.
Yeah.
Jesus. They could have
Yeah,
stretched that out a little bit.
yeah.
And I get it. It wasn't the same teams, supposedly, but
Yeah,
it
but do
was
you
the same
realize
company. Yeah, it was the same type of
I've
game.
heard good things about Legends Arceus, but I've also seen how
It's fun.
poorly it performs, and I'm just like, do I really want to play this? Like
Yeah, I'm
Sword
mixed
Shield
because,
was fine. I had enough fun with it,
yeah,
but the thing is that there's a few things they could do to make Pokemon games better, and it don't necessarily involve performance. The first one,
yeah,
voice acting. You are the most
yeah, it's,
profitable bloody
mm-hmm,
IP in the world, and you have
yeah,
no
no,
voice acting still. I'm
it,
sorry. I have
yeah,
no.
and it's been
There's no
over 20
excuse.
years.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been almost 30 years. It's one thing when it was Legend of Zelda, and it's like, oh, you're a silent protagonist. They even add voice acting for every other character besides Link. You are behind the mute character in games for talking. How did you do that? Well,
Everyone's mute now.
yeah,
We just
exactly.
talk through text bubbles.
There's a lot, there's a lot of sign language happening. We're just getting the subtitles for it.
That's the thing. It's like, and I don't want people to be like, well, they'd have to cast the characters. The anime exists, and the anime has all these characters already cast, right?
Yeah. Did you know that in the same way of Yu-Gi-Oh, it's like they release these games specifically because they have to meet the merch lines, they have to meet the card lines, they have to meet the show lines. They move at such a pace that a lot of the game stuff kind of gets thrown in under the bus as just a form of their entertainment. So it gets rushed out if it's not done because it takes
Yeah.
a lot longer to cook that than it does a pack of cards. They try to meet so many different deadlines. I get why it happens. I just don't think that it needs to happen. It's
No.
okay to be a little behind on something to
I
make it
honestly
better.
think you could do a game that, because the thing is that the anime usually goes on for 50 plus episodes a season.
Yeah, and you can totally reuse a season you've already done. People like returning characters. You
No,
don't.
the
It's
thing
not
is,
like
like,
Call
I'm
of
trying to
Duty.
think, but X and Y. The other thing is, there's also different air dates. There's like 2 week or 3
Yeah,
week difference between Japan's air date and our air date. So I think we just got
but
episode one of, or episode. How far at the end of Horizons, the new one? Because I'm like
I'm not
12
sure.
episodes,
I don't.
6 episodes in. I'm just
I
looking
don't
quick.
fully know. They have to
There's
be at
5
least a
episodes
little
in the
good.
Japanese one, so you might be like 1 or 2.
Mhm.
They released the first 2 really close to each other, so in Japan anyway, so they might just have it as like a hour-long special here. I don't know, but X and Y had a regular season, then another 37 episodes.
Yeah, and I mean, you can fit sequels in. We had Black and White and then Black and White 2. Granted, the name wasn't super great or innovative, but
Okay,
we
there
had
was
more of
okay,
those
there
characters.
was there was 100 and there was 92 regular episodes for the X and Y anime, not including the movies and the specials.
Mhm.
And then there was another 37, I said, right?
Yes.
Yeah, 37 for X, Y, and Z.
X, Y, and Z. No Z, only Z.
Sorry, I'm Canadian. I speak Canadian English.
No worries. It's always funny to hear it, just because I think almost everywhere besides here does that.
Japan says Z.
Well, yeah, that's
It's X, Y, and
ironically
Z there.
Japan borrows so much from America. It's kind of weird.
They borrow from everywhere, actually.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah, it's
we
definitely
don't
not
have to
exclusive
necessarily
to
go into
us.
that. Um,
Ugh.
but yeah, the X, Y, and Z anime was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, people usually sleep on it because they're like, it's a show for kids. But then they'll, in the same breath, be like, I can't wait to get the new game. It's all marketed to the same age. It's all friendly and fun for kids, but also okay for adults to enjoy.
Look, there's an episode of X, Y, and Z where Serena, yeah, episode 22, Serena becomes Satoshi because that's Ash's name in Japan, and he's sick, and this guy comes to challenge him with Rocker Pikachu. So it's like Pikachu with like spiked hair. The guy's got like full rocker makeup on, and she's pretending to be him, and it's so funny,
That's great.
absolutely hilarious, because he's sick and out of it, and
Yeah.
he's like, yeah, I'm not leaving until I fight him, and he's like, but he's sick, and she's like, oh, what am I gonna do? And she steals his clothes, and honestly, you should just watch the anime. Like the new one's really good, and
Yeah,
that's why I'm
I've
like,
heard it's done really good review-wise too, like in terms of ratings
yeah,
and
there's no, they've finally retired Satoshi and Ash, so you don't, or Ash, whichever you prefer. He's
yeah,
not in it at all, but
yeah.
instead
They
you
not in a
get,
mean way, but they've moved on. It's only been 30 years.
I think it's fine, honestly. You
No,
can
I
have
agree.
him as like an adult somewhere, I think, but
Yeah, he deserves a break. He's been 10 for a long time.
yep.
It's definitely hard to justify how the world is increasing in technology and people are getting older, but he isn't.
Yeah.
I've seen
I
so many
mean,
parodies about that too.
yeah, there's people trying to figure out how old he actually is.
Yeah,
It's
and then
like,
the
what?
crazy headcanon of like, well, no, he wished on Ho to be the very best kid trainer ever, so technically the wish came true, and that's why he doesn't age. And also, everyone who's been a teammate of his, he siphons their life force to stay young. But in return, that's why they get really good at the thing that they joined up with. It's like, what? Yeah, Dawn became a champion at Herfing, and Misty too, in May, and uh-huh. And how did this happen? Well, when Ash sucked their life force. All right, I'm asking you to stop talking now.
Yeah, they went to sleep and Ash was like, it's like that meme, smell you later. What does that even
Yeah.
mean?
I'll smell you later, Ash.
He's asleep. But
Wait, sleeping in the bed,
Shigeru
you're
is,
sniffing it.
I can't remember what his English name is. I was making those clips from
Who, Gary?
from the original one. Is it Gary in English? I don't even know.
Yeah, Blue, his rival.
Shigeru?
Yeah, Gary.
His name's Shigeru?
Shigeru
Satoshi
Miyamoto.
Shigeru? I'm throwing your whole thing in in
Yeah.
in I'm throwing your whole world out.
It is
But
weird
yeah,
that they have the English name, the Japanese name, and then the colors. For some reason, every character, main character, I should say, and their rival has a color in Pokemon. I don't know if they've ever explained why, because they also have English and Japanese names. So it's not like the color is supposed to replace either of them.
yeah.
Maybe it's because English and Japanese have different names. They're like, here's the name you can use, and both people understand. But then only half the people use it. The other half don't know what the fuck's going on.
I the anime
But
characters are not the video game characters because they do
yeah,
different things.
they did something weird like that. I was just gonna say like Ash and Red aren't technically the same person. Red's supposed to be different,
Well,
I think.
unless you're playing yellow, then you are really playing Satoshi.
That's true. Then you're playing as him. But like when you fight him in later games, like he's on the mountaintop, that's supposed to be Red, but not Ash. Even though I'm 99% sure Red is supposed to be Ash in canon.
Hmm.
Pokemon's confusing. Eat your heart out, Metal Gear Solid and Kingdom Hearts. Pokemon. Much more confusing of a story.
I mean, the
Zelda timeline? Nah.
let's
Go on.
let's play the what's the Japanese name and what's the English name game because that could be really fun.
For the Pokemon or for the characters?
Yeah, well, the thing is that a bunch of them are like fun because
Lizardon.
I watched the anime. I wish the anime more than other things. Okay, Lucky. What Pokemon's Lucky? That's the
Is it at
Japanese
least
name.
the is it the original 152 at least?
I
Because if you're
believe
gonna give me
so. Yes,
800,
yes, I believe
okay.
so.
Is it Togepi?
Nope. It's definitely the kind of name that is similar to the English one, but
Mm,
like the name's English, obviously with Lucky, but the English name is something different for some reason, despite the name being in English.
mm.
And you see it a lot in the anime. Usually as a helper Pokemon.
Uh, Rattata.
No.
Oh, I thought he'd be lucky
What
like a
Pokemon
pet.
is about odds?
Oh, so it is based on the word lucky. It's not.
Yeah, it's not.
Okay,
I'm not arbitrary.
gotcha. Well, if we're talking original 152, and we're talking about
Not
a
legendary.
Pokemon
Very common.
fairly common,
It got
and it's
its.
based on odd.
It's got its. It types got changed when they added fairy.
Well, now that narrows it down to a couple things. You're not talking about Jinx, right?
No, Jinx has never
Oh,
appeared
thank
in the
God.
anime since the incident, which is not what everyone says it was because people don't understand that cultures are
Which
different.
one? Are you assuming the blackface one because people are stupid, or
The blackface one. That's why it's never
okay?
appeared again. But
Yeah.
anyway, Lucky. Who's Lucky? Which Pokemon is Lucky?
Ooh. Jigglypuff.
Ooh, close. Nope.
Oh, is it Clefairy then?
Its name is another word. It's very similar.
Wait, so you're gonna say it's Chansey because
It's
Chance is
Chansey.
like with luck? God damn it! I was trying to think of like what
It's like,
actually
what Pokemon
relied.
would it be? I don't know if is Jigglypuff the same. I can't remember what Jigglypuff is.
What in Japanese?
I haven't seen it in a while, so I don't remember. There's so many, right? And the
Gotcha.
thing is, like, some names are
There's
some
only
ways.
like 800 something.
Yeah, there's only 800, and it was like, we're gonna have this new Pokemon be the partner Pokemon. There's like the
I want a new
Zardo is
evolution.
there. You want a new evolution? No, we
Yeah,
got
we don't have a
Lizardo
ghost
there.
type. We don't have a rock type. We don't have a ground type. We
Hmm.
don't have a normal evolution. And I know people are like, well, Eevee. No, every evolution has better stats because it evolves. We need at least a normal evolution too. Like Eevee-er or
Oh, you
Eeveeist
want to do Eevees? I can do. I know all the Eevees off the top of my head.
in Japanese.
Yep. Eevee's Eevee.
Sure. No.
Okay, I'll give you the easiest one first. Blackie.
Well, I'm going to assume Umbreon. Hopefully, that's not a racist
Okay, that's
assumption.
racist calling the calling the Pokemon whose name's literally Blackie. What is
Well,
wrong with
I'm just
you?
saying. Yeah, I
No,
know.
it's its name. Yeah. I said I'll give you the easy one first.
Yeah. What if I was
Uh
colorblind though?
I don't think black changes in color blindness. Maybe the yellow would have changed.
That's true. Might be more piss colored. Or
Oh goodness. It could be just
Flareon
a
might
different
have.
color. All right.
Yeah.
Smell showers.
Showers.
Yeah.
Vaporeon.
Yeah. Booster.
That one sounds like Jolteon.
Nope.
Oh, it was a trick. So then, what else boosts? Espeon?
Nope.
Is it gonna be Flareon?
It's Flareon.
Damn it.
Because Jolteon's thunders.
Splendors?
Thunders.
Oh,
Thunder.
Thunders. Okay.
But plural, thunders.
Well, that would make more sense if you said lightnings, but you only hear thunder, you don't see it. Oh my gosh.
What's one of its abilities it learns? Thunder.
Lightning. No.
Thunder. The
I know
ability's
it learns
thunder.
thunder, but when you think about it, it's like, why is it thunder? Why is it not lightning?
I mean, is it Thunderbolt in English? It's
Yeah, it's
Zuman Bolts in
thunder.
Japanese, which is 10,000 volts.
Well, that's way more badass. What about Thunder Shock?
I just want to remember like every move and every Pokemon.
Yes.
Oh
I
my
want
god.
all 800 Pokemon and all 8,000 moves.
Okay. What EV do you think is Effie?
Uh, that one's not Espeon, right? Just because it has an E?
It is Espia.
God damn it.
It is
I'll
Espia.
never forgive the
I mean,
Japanese.
the other ones are kind of easy. If Glacia,
No. That must be Leafeon. It's Glaceon.
Leafia,
Uh-huh, Leafeon. What's Sylveon?
Nymphia,
That one makes sense
because it's a
because of the
nymph.
type. Yeah.
But I mean, nymph has different has obtained different meanings in English.
Hmm.
So there you go. There's some fun ones.
I learned today.
Bonus one. Lizardo. He's one of the 150.
Charizard.
Yep.
I knew just because he's got the word lizard in his name, and
Lizardo.
it's like you would remember a popular one, right? It's gotta be. I remember someone used to nickname him Lizardon because they heard the half of the
Okay.
Japanese one and they just mixed it up, so they're like Lizardon. It's like it's not a thing. It's cute that you think that though.
Oh,
Gekoga?
there you go. Got you one. Gakoga.
Was that Geodude?
No, Gakoga is. I'll give you a hint. It's X and Y era.
Oh no. I don't remember how many are between that, but there's at least 600 now.
It's a Pokemon that was
Uh,
introduced in X and Y.
I'm also dumb. I remember a lot of Pokemon, but I don't remember which is which after like Sapphire, like
Do you remember the
besides
starter
starters, which
Pokemon from that era?
if I heard one of them, I would know all three of them. Was that the one with no, that was earlier. I was gonna say it's not the one with Turtwig. It's not Trico because that's Ruby. Obviously it's not Bulbasaur, that's red and blue.
Oh, actually, it did
Uh
have the original. You could. That was the one that let you get the original 3 starters and the new ones. But you got the new
oh,
ones
was it?
first.
I thought that
Yeah.
was black and white. You're right. I think that was X and Y.
No, it was totally excellent. I have a pretty good memory for this. Playing the
Mine's mixed
test.
up because I played so many. Um, is it from one of the starters?
Mm-hmm. It's one of the
I just need to
revolutions.
remember which three starters it was. It wasn't the one with Fennec Fox, right?
Yeah, it was the one with the fox.
Damn it.
With
I'm
the
stupid.
fox, the chipmunk, and the frog.
Yes, Froakie. Um, I forget the other dude's
Gikoga
name, but I know.
is the
Mm. So it's got to be the grass one.
nope.
It's not.
It's
I don't
but
think it would
it's
be.
one of their evolutions.
Wait, what was the second form of Froakie called? I remember
The
the
second
first
one,
and.
I don't remember. I never picked Froakie because he's a pretentious, edgy
Oh,
lord. I figured you would have picked him because you liked edge lords.
it's not that I like edgelords, but I did pick him.
Jab.
Um, but he's a ninja. How are you gonna not pick the ninja? He had water shurikens.
Cat. I picked cat because I'm a wizard, Harry. Wizard.
By cat, did you mean fox?
Fox, sorry. The fox.
No, it's fine. I just wanted to make sure I was picking with the right gen. I'm like,
Yeah, no,
thinking
he's
of a
right. It's a
weak cat.
fox.
Okay. Yeah. That one I didn't know it became badass and super furry bait at the end. But
It was super
I was
furry
like,
bait in the middle, and then became a super wide, well, wizard with like sick
yeah.
hair.
It became the Mommy Milky version in the final one because the second one was like, oh, it's a wife, and the last one was like, mommy. Sorry, mommy.
Like a wizard.
I
It's like
think
a
so
wizard
too, but I've
robe.
seen
It was the D
too
and D
many
one, but
parodies.
you
Yeah.
didn't guess who.
I'm gonna say it is the last evolution of the green one that I forget his name, but I think it begins with a G in English.
No, is it Checkerknot? It's not.
I need to check this thing's name in English because I'm forgetting his fucking name, the grass one.
I didn't use him
Uh,
either.
I know he's unfortunately
Poco,
forgettable.
Poco, Poco. Sorry, that's why
Pokeball
they changed it.
X.
That's why they changed it. Because Poco sounds right a little rude, but
That's what it was. It was Chespin, then Quilladin, and then Chesnaught.
that's not.
He's not thinking of Greninja, is he?
It's Greninja.
What? It doesn't make any sense though. That's the only
Koga?
one I knew by heart. Yeah, they both
It's
have G, but oh wait,
Koga?
Koga. That makes a lot more sense now that I actually think about the root word.
He didn't think
Wait,
about it.
they even had the gym leader Koga. Oh, I'm the big stupid. Oh, imagine knowing just enough Japanese to totally get that right and then forget the only things you do know and then go, well, it's got to be something I don't know. So I circled the wagon and picked all the wrong answers. Hell yeah. This went from a let's learn to a let's bully my my
Let's
low
Bully?
brain.
I don't think it was Let's Bully. Uh, it's the second line in Japanese is Woko Tsena, and I can't remember. Yeah. Oh,
And the third one.
Mahoxi, Mahoxi.
That sounds like
They're great.
MUH.
They're great. I
Foxy.
absolutely love
That's
them. And everyone who's
Foxy.
like, no, Foko is the worst because everyone's like, what?
Fox.
Foko. No, but the new
Fukuizu.
trainer, she uses I don't know what the name is, but it's Nyaha in Japanese.
Mm-hmm. Is she the
it's
one
the
that looks like Dawn and Ash's kid?
she's got purpley. We haven't met her parents yet. We're supposed to meet them at some point.
Yeah, I remember that's what everyone was saying. They're like, "Oh, she's totally gonna be Ash's kid, and she looks like Dawn, so maybe they got together." And I'm like, "What if this
Why?
takes place like a year after Ash?"
I
What's the
don't
new one
know.
called?
Her grandma
Pokemon.
was important apparently, so
Oh,
part of the story.
I forget what this
They
one's
want
called though. It's
the bad guys want the
Pokemon.
MacGuffin. The MacGuffin in this case
MacGuffin's got a MacGuffin.
is the MacGuffin that she
It's
got from her grandmother. So yeah,
I liked it. If I looked up Pokemon and it shows a picture of that new girl and the new stuff, and then Pikachu smiling, and it's like first episode
Captain
air date.
Pikachu. That's Captain Pikachu.
Is it? It looks like a normal one in the picture I
No,
see.
no, they've got cat. It's Captain
Oh, I just
Pikachu.
scrolled by and I saw one. He's got a little hat on. I
Captain
love
Pikachu
him
is the
already.
best.
Is he a
Look,
different
let's.
Pikachu? Like, is
It's
he someone
Captain
else's?
Pikachu. No, he's just
Yeah, but
Captain
like,
Pikachu. He's got a
he's
hat.
not
He's the
owned by
captain.
anyone. He's just a badass on his own. I kind of love that.
He's not a badass on his own. Like he does fight with Frida. The
But does she own him? Like,
no,
is
no,
he a
no, no,
COD
no, no,
Pokemon?
no. She's a student. Her
Hmm.
Pokemon's Nyalha. Someone can get, if you know the English name, just say it. But I'm going with the Japanese one because that's what I know. I
I'd
didn't
have to
play
at
it.
least see what it looks like because I don't
It's the
know.
cat. It's the grass cat.
Oh, Weed Cat? Oh, dude, Weed Cat's name is hard to pronounce because it's all Italian. It's like Spaghettios. I just call them Spaghettios, but
It's
it's like
Nya Ha.
Sprigito.
Nya Ha. Nya as in a meow and ha
Yes,
as in
I,
a
I
leaf.
totally, I totally get the cute naming. In English, it's Sprigatito. Sprig because like a sprig, and a Tito
Look, I didn't play
because
that gen.
something in Italian.
I didn't play that. That was the new one, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was Yeah, this was
I would have
Scarlet
picked
and
it, but I saw how bad that game was performing, and I was like, no, I'm just gonna die. No, it's
it's
not.
funny because I was originally like, give me the Donald Duck guy. He's cute and I love him. And then I saw his later evolution. I was like, oh, he's a flamenco dancer? He's kind of a loser. What else do we have? And then I saw the Apple alligator thing and I was like, eh, I don't even know what the weed cat is. I'll just go with that. And then the weed cat turns into a cool magician, like a stage magician with like tricks and magic. And I was like, yo, Weed Cat's actually the dopest. And that was the one I gave the most shit in the beginning because it had such a silly design, it felt like. Because it has the doofy eyes and everyone kept calling it Weed
I
Cat.
I honestly don't know what it
I
looks
actually
like.
love it though.
Hold on, let me look. I don't think I've seen it.
The Final Evolution one,
Yaha.
you need to see it.
I'm
It's
looking.
actually really cool. I have no idea what it is in Japanese though.
I mean, I can read it, so it's not a big deal.
I just mean I can't tell you what it is to look up.
I mean, I can just look up Nyalha.
Like Final Evolution of Meowha.
I look up Nyalha and then get the. Why are you
I like
awful
that
here?
typing in the Pokemon just brings up a bunch of Weed Cat pictures and then pictures of the cat trying to eat a butterfly. We do meme here.
What do you mean? Like, that's the thing. I love Pokemon, but I really wish I want them to do better because I'm just
I want them to take on a little bit more of an adult approach for some of the series. I'm not saying all of it, I understand, but make a side series that's more adultish because you know you have that audience and you know it would be really cool to see some like fucked up stuff in
honestly,
Pokemon.
I feel like you could do a lot with hey, you suck. No, Bulbapedia sucks. I hate them.
Yeah, I just scrolled by it on there and I'm like, it's a pain in the ass.
Where's the good? Where's Sebalia?
Oh, I remember
Sarah
what it's
B.
called now. In English, it's Meowscarada, like a masquerade, but with meow. I appreciate that they still keep the puns in English. Wow, the
But
gender
we,
ratio, even though it's like a cute cat girl magician, is 87.5% male and 12% female.
it's a starter. It's always that way.
It's always male instead of female.
Every
Well,
look at
most of the
every
time.
any starter that exists. They're mostly male. Always.
It's so weird. Let me check. Whoops, now I'm in the wrong game. Let's go forward then.
Magic. Check this out. We're teaching Justin about Pokemon. I know this is an Xbox
Well, I guess it's
podcast.
just that I never looked at their gender. Because I've definitely had both. So, I mean, I've gotten lucky, I
You
guess,
can't
with the
get
female
both.
sometimes.
It's not as impossible. It's just it's rare. It's rarer.
Yeah, I didn't even realize. Because I have a female one. I actually made a joke that I have a female one and everyone else on my team is male. So I just keep imagining the the white girl on the couch and the five black guys in the back. I just imagine the Meowscarade sitting on the couch and the rest of my team behind her, and I'm like, oh no.
The thing is, what's fun for me is in I had for the longest time we played like a silly competitive league,
Mhm.
and I had oh, what's his name? Uh,
Are you
oh
talking
my
about a Pokemon?
god, yeah, it's a Pokemon. What's his name? A lot of
What
people didn't
type is
like
he?
him. Groundwater. Evolved from Wooper.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Quag, Quag,
Quagmire?
Quagmire. Yeah, Quagsire.
Quagsire?
Yeah. Okay, so
Oh yeah.
I have a shiny Quagsire whose name is
What does he turn when
Senpai,
he's
and he's
shiny?
unaware because he'll never notice you.
That's great.
Well,
And
unaware
every
is
time you
amazing because their stat upgrades just don't happen. They just get ignored. So he's just like the perfect tank, and it
That's
upsets
great.
people to the point of like no end. He just stands there and he's like, nah.
Every now and then doing amnesia, so he forgets anything he could have possibly learned in the last 5 seconds.
No, I don't use amnesia, but use
Oh,
like
I just mean for
recover.
funny canon stuff.
You
Obviously, you're
could
not
use
gonna use him on a
amnesia, but
tank.
you want to actually be like a tank. He's the guy who just stands there,
Yeah.
takes hits, and then you switch into someone who's he
Yeah,
just murders
doesn't
things.
amnesia raise special attack or is it special defense?
Uh
It's
that's a good
one of the
question.
two.
I don't
Because I
use
remember
it.
laughing. Yeah, I barely use it. Ironically, I don't use stat buffs that much in Pokemon. Like maybe status ailments now and then, but I don't treat Pokemon like a typical RPG. I've noticed. Ironically, some people don't even realize it is. It's like, yeah, Pokemon's a turn-based RPG. They're like, no, it's not. It's a Pokemon game. Like, yes, that's
Oh
what I said.
no. Okay, there's an
Oh,
O in
damn, I
there.
just saw you got swacked.
Yeah,
Whatever that tail
I
boomerang
was not
was, right
good.
when I looked up. Are you underwater now? Well, I guess that was a loading screen.
The live stream thing.
That's cute.
Naruto?
Oh,
Sorry. Naruto. And then it's Mesquinya.
I see. They
Mesquinya.
still got the cat joke in
They
there.
still have it, but it's backwards in Japanese. Love
Exactly.
it.
Instead of Meowscarade, it's masking. Yeah.
Mesquinya.
Very cute.
We don't meow. They don't meow the same.
Waynya here.
That's what. Well, that's my favorite thing. I remember when the "What does the fox say" joke was big.
Hmm.
Con con. I don't know why it's
I
so hard,
mean,
guys. Japanese have
it's
onomatopoeia for
cute.
everything.
For real. Ugh.
Absolutely great. Okay. Now that we've talked enough
Agreed.
about Pokemon,
Yeah.
guys, watch Pokemon. Other anime recommendations for you for this season?
Pokemon.
Pokemon's good. It's actually really good this season, and I will not take slander on it.
Yeah.
If you want to feel
Um.
like a giant pile of crap, you can watch the newest season of Gundam, The Witch from Mercury. I dare you. I dare you.
People don't realize Gundam is not just Transformers. It's really depressing. Not in a bad way, but like in a it will make you feel the feels way.
I'm gonna say one thing that I don't like about the show. It's the ending theme, and the second season has been not good. I might have said it before, but it's not good. Sometimes I watch
What do you think
anime
we
for
should
good
go over?
music, but
Oh yeah. Especially some of the OPs and EPs have like really good music to the point where it's like I'm gonna listen to this in my free time.
well, I mean, my love story with Yamada at level 999 has Kanaboom and the lead singer of the Peggies doing a song, and it's actually fantastic. If you know who either of
That's
those
cool.
bands are, you're a giant weeb.
If you
Welcome.
don't, they're real words, I promise.
Well, kind of boom. Uh, it the video looks like some sort of something that I'd see in like the '90s. They have like the fish
Which I'm
islands,
all
and there's the
for.
car. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, this is sick. I believe it's called Graduation.
What are you
Oh,
graduating from?
I don't know what the song's called.
Hmm.
Should come up by a Cannabis. A big song. Hmm.
So what should we go over next? We've got new releases, we've got new deals, we've got
Yeah, it's called
the
Graduation.
very oh nice. I'm gonna have to look at that after this. Um,
I'll save you some time. I'll put it in chat.
thank you. What was I gonna say? We have the very little difference in ABK to talk about.
I don't think anything. There's nothing happening at ABK right now.
There's only
It's
one
it,
thing that got announced. It was who they're getting to be their lawyer for the appeal. And it was a really big name who's represented people like the Queen and some other stuff. So basically, it just looks like they're trying to get as big of the big guns as they can to show that they're not backing down.
I
Like
mean,
this would be like hiring what's his name, Kardashian from the OJ case as your guy. It's like trying to get that smoking gun.
I guess. But the thing is, like, they don't have the CMA doesn't have a good case, and it
Oh
continues
yeah,
to be the same way. It's just I think we're just tired of talking about it because it's like nothing's happening on the front. We're sitting at a standstill right now. Um, they're gonna appeal it. We still have to wait for the FTC to decide what's happening with that.
yeah, because it's either like it rides on some of them or they'll be ignored for the CMA that they're hoping to appeal with.
I think
It's
the
kind of funny.
FTC is gonna be the big real one. Like the other, the CMA was just part of. If I'm not mistaken, they're just like Ireland, Wales, and what are those jurisdictions? It's like Ireland and Wales, right? I don't want to get them mixed up because there's a lot of them.
Hmm.
Oh, I'm still on Japanese keyboard. No wonder I'm having troubles. What is their jurisdiction?
Oh, so apparently that's not Microsoft that got Lord Panic. That was Activision. Microsoft got Daniel Beard KC, the guy that did the Apple Intel one. So they're both hiring the best of the best because this guy, uh, the Lord David Panic guy, has done Queen Elizabeth II, former Prime Minister Boris Johnson, Manchester City FC, former BBC Director General Mark Thompson, 25 cases in the UK Supreme Court since its creation in 2009, 100
Okay,
cases in
here we
the
go. So
UKSC.
the UK covers England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. That's it,
So only the north part of Ireland.
basically.
Interesting.
So that's their jurisdiction. So I don't know if it really matters that much in the
Yeah,
long
it'll
run.
depend
Because the thing is, they can
because
just
they
close
could
under
just
it.
skip it. Yeah, they could be like, well, we're just not going to deal on these parts. And then, of course, that only hurts them. Xbox will
Yeah.
be less affected.
Well, it'll hurt consumers there, and they can push back. It's a strategy. That's the thing. It's we still have to wait for the FTC and what's the EU's one?
It might have just been the EU, like what they were referred to.
No, they have a
So I
different
remember
one.
there's the
EU,
FTC, CMA,
and they
um,
always say the EU,
mhm.
but
But I don't remember what the actual thing is because no one ever talks about it.
well, they haven't. They're still a ways out from putting their decision in.
Yeah,
Honestly, cloud gaming is a dumb
yeah. There's no market for it yet, and the tech's not there for it to be competitive either.
on its own. Like if that's the thing. Like if Google couldn't do it with Google money, could break in and make it
Yeah,
like a viable market with what we said earlier, cool features. I don't think it ever was going to happen there.
and that's what I mean. If these big companies with the big money can't find a way to make it profitable at the moment, there's not going to be any competition because why would the low end even attempt it? It'd be throwing away money.
I mean, there are other companies that are trying it right now, trying to break in, but they're usually more, I would say, uh, startup-ish, and either trying to get something done in a maybe like a smaller area, like a specific country,
Yeah,
like all these ones that Microsoft was making deals with.
yeah. I was just gonna say that I mean, some of them were decently big in those areas, but we'd never heard of them because they're local.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, it's like they don't, and that's I think that's part of the issue with cloud gaming though is it's got to be you have to have regional servers for it to actually be good.
Yeah,
So, like you were saying, there's a huge investment up front.
exactly. You got to take a big hit, and then it's gonna take continuous hits before it gets profitable for a while because it's such a a weird startup.
Yeah. So that's the thing. Like even uh Nvidia's cloud streaming is based off of another company they
It's their
acquired. I can't
Yeah,
remember the name of it right now, but it's definitely one. Okay, now that I
should.
think we have as much CMA and Activision Blizzard stuff as I can stomach for a week.
There's one thing before we get to the new releases and such. Uh, what do you feel about the recent statement that was made about Square Enix? The supposedly Xbox is trying to get some stuff going over there and patch up stuff with the new head.
I think um it's lip service until we hear something from Square and Microsoft themselves regarding it. It's
Hmm.
rumor territory. I'm not saying it's not happening,
Oh, of course.
but what doesn't make any sense to me, if
Yeah.
In Square's shoes in particular, why would you want to alienate the company that makes the software that you build games on top of?
Well,
I'm talking
if
about
you're trying to
Windows
go
here.
bankrupt, yeah. If you're trying to go bankrupt, and the only reason I say that is because with the NFTs and with the weird platform choices, and then the very limited reach they're trying to get with certain games. Like, don't get me wrong, Final Fantasy 16 will probably do decently well, but it would have done a lot better if they launched that PC one on time, and it would have done even better if it launched on every platform right away. I'm
Yeah,
not saying it won't sell. I'm just saying it's not going to sell as good. Even if it sold one copy on PC and Xbox, it would have sold better if it was on all three because that's two extra copies. And I only say it like that because there's so many assholes on the internet and Twitter. It's only got a fraction of the fan base. It would barely even sell. Okay, for every copy it sells, that's more money. It's not a lot more work, but it is a lot more money. It just it comes off as weird, especially when the people that are trying to say why would you get it in general are supposedly fans of the franchise. Because it's like, wouldn't you be happy even if it only sold 20 extra copies? That's 20 more people that are going to be fans of your franchise. I want people to enjoy the things I enjoy because then I have someone to talk about with it, and also there's a chance the thing I like will grow. I mean, I as someone who's grown up loving horror games and movies, we're a tiny group. It's sad to say, but it's true. So that's why we don't exactly expect a lot of the franchises to continue or get the love that they do. We expect a lot of one-offs or fumbles. So maybe that's why I'm of the opposite thinking as some of the Final Fantasy fans, where I'm like, no, I want people to enjoy things. I see what happens when not enough people do. But
Well, there've been
I don't
plenty of
know.
games that are definitely prime examples of that, even in Square's catalog.
Yeah. It's
Hmm.
uh It's funny, I was actually playing last night some Square Soft games, the Superior Square company. Um, I was actually going through on the SNES Virtual Console on my Switch, and I played Psycho Dream and beat that. That's unrelated. I just wanted to mention that I did because it's hard as shit. Um, I was playing Breath of Fire 1, and that's a Squaresoft game. Um, the dialogue's pretty good for the time. The gameplay was very innovative and fun. It wasn't trying anything crazy, but it didn't need to. And I think that's kind of where Final Fantasy is today. It keeps trying to one up itself, but it doesn't really have that much competition right now. So we should just try to do what it does best instead of trying to be a lot of things it's not. That's what
Sorry, tell them to explain the Yakuza games. Like a Dragon, man. Like a Dragon is honestly, it's a series that is just so interesting the way it tells its story that
I do have a
it's
question about that though for the Japanese. Before we get too involved, you know how Biohazard is Resident Evil and Resident Evil is Biohazard?
yes.
Isn't Yakuza called like a dragon in Japan?
Yeah, Ryugakuto. It's the name of the
So
studio
what?
too.
My question is, what is the seventh game called then? Because for us, that one's called Yakuza Like a Dragon.
I can look it up, but I'm pretty sure it's Ryugakuto 7. Or no.
Okay. Because I didn't want to interrupt, but I was also like, wait, I'll forget otherwise. This has been bugging me. It is kind of weird that Japanese games sometimes do that, and then they decide to use the English name as a subtitle, and then the English one's like, well, we'll use the Japanese one as a subtitle. That won't confuse anyone. Just scrolling through the chat as we do this to make sure I didn't miss anything important or any announcements. I doubt we did.
What? It's 7. 7, man. 7. What? I was just looking, like, so I mean, sometimes you just look through Twitter quick and something changed.
Yeah. And then other times you
Uh,
look through after 5 minutes ago and it's like, whoa, 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 how did I miss this?
Wait, does it have a subtitle?
Hmm.
English, please. I don't know why it's translating Japanese to Korean, but whatever. Kare Toyami no.
Well, this is surprising.
The whereabouts of light and darkness.
That's what the seventh one's called?
Ryugakoto 7.
Apparently, ES9 uh, is on PS5, and the only difference is they added spicy costumes, which makes me sad because I wish it was on Xbox in general. I have it on Switch, and it runs very not great. Brian finally found his way to get the chat's attention too. He just posted an anime's girl and went titties with the thinking face. My man. Yeah, didn't miss anything over there.
Why is it not updating?
Peachy. What's not updating? What's going on?
Oh, okay, it was a while ago. I was like, I thought it was a new post, and I'm like, I saw that one. Oh, bye. Oh, bye. Oh, bye, night.
Oh, chin chin. Oh, bye. Penis boobs.
Oh God,
What was that?
no! It's so weird when you hear that song and you're like, oh my God.
I guess I'll quietly go over new releases while you look at that. I feel bad for leaving such a dead air.
Dead near. Like I said, yep. It's
See a bunch of games here that aren't on the coming soon, but also could be shovelware. You
also
got your
could be
classic.
shovelware.
Yeah, you got your
Those are our
Urbex City
favorites.
Builder. Yeah.
Let's see.
90. That's supposed to be 90 soccer. It looks like it's just saying 90-foot soccer. I mean, it could be a Giantess game. Who knows? Boss Rush Mythology.
That's actually here on
Garden
the
Simulator.
store. Hold on, let
Which
me
one?
switch over to
Boss Rush You?
size
When you
matters.
Oh yeah, Size Matters is here too.
Oh, you change
Super.
size depending on what you do?
Yes, I believe this one was on the Switch for a while. I believe.
Oh, you're trying you've accidentally ingested a shrinking potion and you're shrinking slowly and you need to make an antidote before you. Okay.
Yes, that's the one. It's basically a timer, but instead of an actual timer, it's just you will get very small.
Yeah.
Very small.
Yeah, I see it in the corner there. It's you get smaller, smaller, smaller.
Yeah. It does look interesting. I don't know how much replayability it
I
has,
mean,
but
for
the
twelve
concept in
dollars and
general is
eighty
cool.
cents, I don't think it's trying to do anything crazy.
Yeah, but it does seem entertaining for what it is. And this seems like the perfect game that you could stream for a few days with people, and it would be entertaining in that way.
Hold on. Viva Control 8. Random, but RPGs related. Which Chemco games? I played a bit of RPG Golf Story. So is that what it's actually called? I don't remember.
I
Golf
need to check
Legends.
by the
Sorry, Golf Legends.
publisher. Can I check by the publisher?
I don't know. I
I'll
tell
just
me
go
there's
by
updates. I
genre.
have so many games installed. The treasure trove of games I have installed. Yeah,
Oh
RPGs
god,
Golf
yeah.
Legends. It's very cute, very fun. It's probably the only Chemco game I've actually played. Uh,
I've played a few, but I need to make sure I'm naming the right ones. Are you looking to get one on sale,
are
Draco?
they still on sale? I think they're still on sale.
It might have ended today, or it might be ending in a few days. I don't remember. I know some sales swapped over today.
Xbox it might be over already.
Yeah,
Arguably.
it might have
But
swapped
some
it
are on
late this
deals with
morning.
gold. Some are just on deals with gold and not on the other one. So
Yeah.
this looks like a Chemco one.
Yeah,
It
they do support
is.
Xbox, which is nice.
Yeah, Chemco's great. They've been around for a long time
Ooh.
because they're not dumb.
Let's
Oh.
see. We also got Blacksmith Forger, Death Retreat. We got Filthy Animals Heist Simulator. That's the
So
third
you don't
simulator we've
have a
passed so far.
Chemco one? Because there's a couple on sale here for sure. Over Rogue is on sale. It's a card-based roguelite, apparently.
Yeah, that was actually pretty cool.
Have you played this one? Here, look at all the Chemco games. I'll put it on the watch list. Do they play anywhere? I'm just curious. I don't. Yeah, they probably do. Hmm. Chemco is like actually great. Like I know their games aren't like the biggest brawler, like the biggest blockbuster games
Yeah.
ever made.
Sorry about that, by the way. My controller had died.
That's fine.
Batteries are back.
No, I was just saying
Very
like
professional.
the thing about Chemco games is yeah, they're not the biggest like most AAA polished games ever.
Yeah, some of them are even kind of mobile ports, but they're still good for what they are.
They're still fun, and that's all that matters with a
Yeah.
game.
Ew, you like fun? Gross.
Fun. This looks very. This almost looks like it could be a. This one definitely looks like a mobile game. Looking at the way the screen's laid out,
Yeah. I
but
wonder if I type in Chemco.
probably not. Uh, if you like golf, RPG Golf Legends is pretty funny. It has that like
Ew,
witty, weird
sports.
writing
Yeah.
where you like meet the ghost things like I'm gonna make you a golf legend. Really? That's gonna happen? Well, I mean it's in the title, so it's
I
obviously not
appreciate
taking
when a
itself
game
too
can be
serious.
self-aware. Yeah.
It doesn't need to be serious. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's a fun golf game. All right. We got that After You. We got Death Retreat. Blacksmith Forger.
Blacksmith Forger is not here, but I see Boss Roast Mythology. Did we look at this one already?
I think we did last week.
S-
I don't fully remember.
Oh, this looks um,
Amazing.
that's Baba Yaga. There was another game that had a style like this, like an art style like this, and but it looked more like you were on a you walked off a side of a jar or something. I don't think I'm
Huh.
feeling this one. Hmm. But maybe this is your cup of tea. It's got a for some reason it has a regular Xbox and a Series X version.
And the funny thing is, I'm pretty sure they're both the same price we noticed
Yep,
last week, right?
that's what it looks like. Yep.
So I guess if you really want to support them and also want double achievements, there's two for you.
Yeah. 90 soccer, 90-inch soccer,
That's what I was
90
saying. I was
foot.
like, it's supposed to be 90 seconds, I think, or something weird.
Is this supposed to be a 90s style game?
Check the description. I think it might be 90 seconds, based on something.
We have 90 seconds to win. Okay, I get it. It's so
Like speed.
you have a minute and a
Speedball.
half to win the game. Quick matches. I there's probably a market for this if you like soccer games. Maybe check it out. It looks like a an Amiga. It
Yeah.
looks like an old PC game, not like a console game.
Yeah, it's got that vibe.
Yeah, I think Amiga is what comes to mind. But 90-second rounds, 90-second games. Okay. I mean, it's 650, no discount, so
Yeah. Possibly wait for reviews on it unless you really want to go in, but it doesn't look bad.
it looks competent. It's got a style. They're going for. I don't know if they came up with the 90-second round thing first, and then we're like, oh, let's make it look like a 90s game too. So it's like the double whammy of 90s. Who
Yeah.
knows? It's definitely leaning into the theme. It's fine. I'm not a big
With
sports person, so
sport ball. I mean, depending on the sport, I love a lot. I played soccer growing up. It's fun. Everyone's gonna be like, "You mean football?"
I don't know
No.
if do we have followers from around the pond. It's still called soccer here, but I know it as football also.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard of it as football, but I reserve football for football and
Although
football
football
for
is
soccer.
weird because you don't kick the ball most of the time. I don't know why football is called football.
Yeah,
Football.
although,
You
yeah,
kick it like once, and then it's hand egg.
it is hand egg after that. But, um, why is basketball called basketball?
You used to put it in baskets. It's made in Canada.
Why is baseball called baseball? Sure, there's bases, but there's a lot of things there.
There's bases and balls.
Okay, but there's feet and balls and
Oh God,
Football.
you. Okay, hold on. You're making me get it now. You know what's really big in Japan?
uh, baseball WrestleMania.
Baseball.
Baseball is huge. There's also that jokey thing where it's like they come out in huge mascot outfits and they do baseball with wrestling, and that's separate, but
Yaku
it's very funny.
is yaku in Japanese, which is a field and ball. Plains field. The kanji for plains field
It
and
means
ball or
if you
sphere.
dig it, they will come. Soccer is crazy because it's like the world sport. Like outside of the North Americas, um, it's just everywhere. It's
It's
huge,
just soccer.
and I get it.
It's a loan word in Japan, but baseball
Mhm.
has kanji. So yaku.
Yeah, Daisuke.
That's enough time about soccer. 90-second
That,
soccer. We could have played at least 3 rounds of 90-second soccer, or 90
yeah,
90
definitely.
90 soccer. 90 soccer. I don't.
That's what I mean. I saw it and I was like, that's
How do
not
I say
inches.
this?
What is this? A
Uh,
90-inch
Garden
soccer.
simulator. Plant design.
Finally.
Harvest.
Oh, I can finally be a gnome in the
Lawn
yard.
gnome nightmare game.
Hell yeah.
Is this gonna be one of those ones that's like absolutely like do we have video? Oh, we have video.
In a
I can't
world.
actually hear it, so it hasn't loaded yet.
Hmm.
Oh, no? Maybe? Something went wrong.
Technical
No,
difficulties. Well, you found the
nope, not
secret
allowed to see
island.
Garden Simulator. It's so
The gnomes are hiding
secretive.
it from you.
I don't know if it's actual. The thing is, it's got that text like Goat Simulator, so I don't know if it's actually.
Like a meme game or a real
I
one.
don't know if it's a meme game or a real game. As sad as that is to say. So,
Yeah.
yeah, your
Oh,
mileage
I
may
forgot that
vary.
you. I forgot you do the dates backwards, and I was like, "Why are you looking at a game from October?" Wait a minute.
Month,
Ah, they
day,
got it
year.
right. I mean, it
After
could be real.
you level escape. What is this?
No, please, after you. No, I insist, after you.
Here, have the control.
K148 Studios
This loaded fine. I guess the
presents
gnomes really did block us. Get gnome blocked.
Wait, it's 3D? I would not have expected
That's not what
that.
I expected. I expected like a 2D platformer kind of thing.
Oh, sexy
a
drawings.
story about life
Too
and
lewd for
death.
me.
Where is everybody?
Oh, spread away.
Someone tried to do a Vader impersonation?
Loss and revenge.
What happened here?
Batman.
Do not cross. We can't oh man, he's cross.
It's messy. Oh, dude, it's Jesus.
The end.
Dude, they didn't tell me Jesus was guest starring.
Natalie, is that you?
Man, he keeps going back to that bright ass hallway. I do like that effect. I can't say everything else was super great, but that effect was. Yeah. He looks a bit better in this picture, I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, I'm a little bit better.
I like that noir look. So I don't really
1.5
know
gigs.
what it's about or what the plot is, but it seems interesting.
You are Aaron, a man who wakes in his room and realizes he is alone. Neither family nor neighbors are there. Okay. Let's go figure what happened.
Go on. That's
It's a
it.
puzzle game.
Oh,
Alright. Interesting.
the
Fuga!
puzzle is the puzzle is finding the will to live. What was that? I said it's a puzzle game. Oh,
I
good.
didn't know
My order's on
Fuga
the
was so
way.
expensive.
Well,
I did
wait,
not play
no.
the first one, so I don't know. But
So
is this
imagine
Advance Wars?
it's Advance Wars but with furries. At least furry people.
It looks like
I kind
there's
of really want to play them. I need to make time for them.
I'm really bad at tactics games.
But what about furry tactics games?
I don't know.
That just
Does
changes it
furries
up.
make it better? I don't know.
That depends. Are you a furry?
I'm not
If-
against
if-
furries, but I'm not attracted to furries. If that's what you're asking.
I'm the same
war
way.
was
I have
fought,
nothing against people who do that stuff, but
and
it's
won.
not for me.
Life
I'm
went
not into
on.
it.
After saving the world aboard the giant tank Tyrannus, the children return home to live out their lives in peace.
But this does fall into
Until
the
one
genre
day,
of
half
cute
their
character
number
does
become trapped
crazy
within
deadly
the
things.
Tyrannus as it goes on a rampage, leaving atrocity and strife in its wake.
Tell me the has
The
Japanese
children
voice
and their
acting.
new friend Vanilla
I wouldn't be
climb
surprised,
aboard their
although
erstwhile
I haven't
foe,
checked myself.
This
Tyrannus, and
English.
give chase to save their captive friends.
It's like
The
they just grabbed
tragedy
someone in the
that awaits will
office.
lead them down a path of revenge.
I'm sure they did.
Okay, that
technically.
he was talking in Japanese. Wait, I know exactly who that was. I know exactly who that was. That was 9S.
Skills that allow for strategic gameplay
This
and
is him in
enhanced
his day
tactical
job
combat.
as a furry wolf man.
A second form of the soul cannon, the Managarm, utilizes the life force of the children to annihilate foes. After a child's
I
life
like the
force
your
is
choice cannot be
extinguished,
changed part.
they become incapacitated.
Are we talking about
This
consequences
provides
for our
an
actions?
alternative to using the soul cannon, which requires a child's soul sacrifice, expanding the
Wait,
range of
what? You have to
strategies.
sacrifice people? Holy crap! I don't think I can play this.
Ensures that each choice made affects the trajectory of the story. False decisions affect his growth as a leader, endowing him with different leader skills.
Ooh, I like
Engage
this
the
judgment
enemy
stuff
and
too.
command your crew
And
as
you
the
can
You
have
literally have to
empathy
sacrifice
or-
children to fire the cannon.
Players can
Oh,
now
and there's
progress
morale
battle
choices.
routes
Although
in
that
new
sounds
ways
familiar.
I know the
remember
second
someone
game's
playing
coming.
Fuga 1.
and bolster
And,
their
the
strength
first
and
game's
combat
fine.
They were
prowess
saying they're
through
running out of children
expeditions
to launch, and I didn't know
notebook
what they
entries.
meant, but
Now
maybe
you
we can-
understand.
Youth struggle and strife will give rise to the
a barrage
miraculous.
of tough choices. Who you gonna launch? You have to kill the children. I have to kill the children. I'm the oldest.
Caught in a tangled
I'll
web
launch
of
myself.
mysteries. A secret from a world lost to time.
Okay, well,
I know sure
at least
we're a
there's
lot of
Japanese voice acting. I'm okay. And I swear I've heard some of these voice actors before. And I was-
Just hearing decisions of life and death and then seeing the cute little cat bouncing up and down with the hammer, like the silhouette. Very cute. Oh, man, someone put a cheeseburger in that man's
Melodies
mouth.
of Steel 2.
Fuga.
Fuga booga booga. I don't know
Digital
what
only.
Fuga stands for still.
Available in deluxe and standard
Fuga? I
editions.
don't know.
I'm excited.
Does it have kanji? I don't know. Let me look it up.
2 more days comes out on Thursday. Ugh. Although, admittedly, it's going to be hard to play some games because we have a big one coming this Friday. Not exactly us, but me at least. I assume a lot of people will be playing Tears of the Kingdom.
I'm not.
Well, technically, you don't have to for it to still be a lot of people. My good sir.
You have to because you're not a lot of people. I guess you can talk about it then.
Unless you are more than one person, in which case I guess a lot of people aren't playing. Yeah, I got the collector's edition. I simped for it. I love Breath of the Wild, and I'm a huge Zelda fan. I have been for the last
I really like Breath of the
26
Wild, but
years.
I was not sold on this idea.
I like the idea of gluing shit together to make bigger and better shit. Even if it's stupid, I already know I'm gonna do some silly stuff with it.
Yeah,
And
but
I'm
I didn't do
definitely
any of
gonna
that
glue
in
people.
in the other game, so I don't think this is the one that's for me.
Wait, what do you mean? You couldn't glue people in the last one.
You never seen the videos that came out of Japan where people made literal airships?
Oh no, you could do crazy stuff by breaking the game. Yeah, but I'm
Yeah, but
saying like,
that's why it's like this, because people
yeah,
were doing it.
yeah. Well, but I'm
But
saying
that's
now
not how I
anybody
played the
has the
game,
ability to.
so I'm
Well,
not
true, but
super in on it.
I only say that because it wasn't easy to do before. But now that it is, I imagine it's going to raise the skill ceiling on crazy stuff because people are still going to do crazy stuff, but they'll have new ways to break the game. I'm not saying it's for everyone. I totally understand and I respect that opinion. I'm curious to see where the crazies go. You know what I'm talking about. The guy that throws a bomb down, jumps, throws his arrow, launches across the map, backflips into Ganon and kills him in one hit. That guy. I want to see what he does with this game.
Yeah, I
Skyward
mean, I
Sword,
don't
I
know.
do have to finish again. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was reading what Jacko said. Please continue.
I didn't like Skyward Sword at all. I didn't care for it.
I wasn't huge on it. Um, I played it originally on the Wii. I didn't even finish it then because the controls were ace. Um, I got the remake on the
Did I
Switch, and I do
finish
need
it?
to finish it on there.
I don't remember if I finished it or not. I don't think I did. I think I played some
I,
of it and I was like, I'm done.
I remember finishing Twilight Princess and being like, eh,
Twilight Princess
like
is the best 3D Zelda. You cannot convince me otherwise.
I don't know. For starters, the one thing that everyone could do without, I hated the bug catching stuff. It was so monotonous and boring. Like you dig them up and you chomp them to turn back to normal when you light up the new areas. That was dumb. The game plot was pretty good. The gameplay was pretty good, but it
What are you
wasn't my
talking
favorite.
about? You had to just cleanse the areas you could get to transform back.
Yeah,
The
you had to
curse.
collect all the spirit bugs.
I know it wasn't like I don't think it was that bad. But eventually you just get the power to switch back and forth.
Yeah, I just meant it was more monotonous and boring. Not exactly a bad thing, just more like, why am I doing this when I could be exploring dungeons or yiffing the Twilight Boys as a wolf? And that's totally a thing. Don't look it up and fact check. It's called yiffing.
Hmm.
Yes. Um. Yeah. I feel like it had potential, but then it just wasn't for me on that one. My favorite was personally Majora's Mask. I liked how dark it was. I loved all the side quests. I was kind of enjoying the timed element and resetting it because it felt like you had to do things with I don't want to say speed everywhere, but you had to do things at a good pace. You couldn't just sit around and cheese things. Or if you did, that was all you were doing that run. You weren't cheesing the whole game at once.
I might have
Ocarina of
heard
Time
wrong.
was great too. You might have what?
I might have heard wrong in that in the if these
Hmm.
characters are the same. Are they the same? Are they different characters? Yeah. Yeah.
Wind Waker was fantastic too. So many people hate on Wind Waker because it didn't look
I
like
love Wind Waker.
yeah, it didn't look like what they were expecting it to look like, which basically was Twilight Princess. And
Princess was
while
the thing is that um no, I misheard. Sorry. It sounded like my boy who plays 9S, but it is not.
it was his brother 7Z.
No, I have heard him before. And he does sound very
He might be a
similar.
new up and comer.
He
I only
played
say that because
Fenty
he's
and Genshin
oh
and a bunch of
oh
other characters. So
yeah, I wouldn't say he's an up and comer newbie then, but I know
no,
for
he's
indie
definitely
gamers a
not.
lot of
I
them jump
mean, he
around.
was. Uh, he's been at it for a while. He's kind of yeah. They actually is pretty good. Okay, okay. Miri. Yep.
Wow, I
Tim.
just realized looking at your stream in
Oh,
between the the game we just did and the next game is like 10 days.
there's
But
5 days
there's
here, but oh, there's early access.
yeah, and there's like 10 games in between that aren't there. Because apparently we have another gnome game. We have Gnome's Garden 5, Halloween. No idea what that is. Hero D's? Hero Desu? Ugh. Hero
What?
D's nuts? It's Hero DES, so it's like Heroes.
Is this?
Then we got Midnight Suns, but the last gen version. Oh, we got
Really?
Mathland.
Didn't that come out like, oh my god.
Like 7 months ago? Yeah, I mean, they just announced that they were finishing up the last gen and that they were dumping the Switch one. So I'm sure a lot of that time was trying to get the Switch one to work. Then we got Mathland. It's like Chalk Zone, but you do math. Got Nightmare Reaper. Then this
Nightmare
one is actually
Reaper?
in the store.
Hold on,
Yeah, it
what?
sounds interesting.
No, that sounds like an older game. Hold on.
Nightmare Reaper is the boomer shooter. It's Nightmare Creature.
All the Five Nights games popping up. And now a Zilito Net Mails.
It's not here. I've been informed that it's a boomer shooter.
Oh,
City did a video on it.
we have the TT Isle of
Oh
Man.
yeah,
Ride
that's
on
the one.
Edge for-
That's the one that's like Game Boy Advance style.
Which one?
There's a
Nightmare
Game Boy
Reaper?
Advance mini game in Nightmare Reaper.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
That's
a
cool.
roguelike. Yeah, I remember it in a game now. That's the thing. Like it just dropped my thing. Yeah,
do you
it's
think
a
it would be fun?
roguelike. Yeah.
Pretty good.
It's good,
Okay,
but he was playing it in the video we watched that was when it was in early access. So
It's got
gotcha.
heavy themes.
Yeah, it might be someone to keep an eye on. We got Kargast, Kargast, Kargast. We have Little Disaster, Last Labyrinth, Lucidity Lost, Backbeat, World Championship Boxing Manager 2, No One Lives Under the Lighthouse, Warlander, and that's it until after next week's show. We do have some,
shovelware.
yeah, exactly. We do have some stuff coming, like the Lego game, the 2K Drive one is the 19th. Amnesia is going to be coming later this month. Uh,
Do I care about Amnesia?
I mean, it's a decently big game for what it is. We got like the Warhammer Bolt Gun that's coming. Cassette Beasts is later this month.
It's
That
already
Lord of the
Cassette
Rings
Beats is
game.
already out on PC Game Pass,
Yeah,
but
and then it comes out
it
on
is
console.
it's very Pokemon-like, guys. If you like Pokemon, you should try it. It's really cool.
I'm looking forward to trying it myself. I don't know anyone who's been interested in this so far, but Lord of the Rings Gollum, and I'm not saying that because I don't like Lord of the Rings. I love it.
But you get sweet bonus emotes, so you can dab on people.
As
I
Gollum?
don't know. I have no idea what they're trying to sell with that. To be honest with you, it's
Oh God, something just occurred to me.
yes,
We have less than a month until Diablo 4 and Street Fighter 6.
we do. But
How is it so close? I thought it was months away. Jeebus.
I'm not playing one.
You're not playing one what?
I'm not playing one of those. I don't know if I'm gonna pick up. I don't know if I'm gonna pick up
Street Fighter?
Street Fighter yet though either. At least not at launch. I have so much other stuff to play.
Oh
and
yeah, I understand.
my fights. So not unknown. I have a PlayStation fight stick because I picked it up when I was mostly on PlayStation, and I bought a converter for the Switch and for the Xbox. The Xbox one does not want to update. I have tried several times and it will not update. It's been a pain in the butt. Maybe I can get it to work. I've reported it to Brooks. It's a Brooks converter, and I'm still waiting to hear back from them on it. I didn't buy it that long ago. They're usually pretty good about getting them working, but like I was trying to play because there was the reward thing to get 3 achievements in one of the games
Mhm.
to get like 2,000 points or something. And I was like, oh, Guilty Gear's on here. I'll do Guilty Gear because I've done most of the easy ones in uh, Star Wars Squadrons, which I think was the other one.
Mhm.
And I go to plug in my fight stick and it doesn't work.
And you think it's something on a driver's
It's the
side?
converter. It's the converter because I plugged it in my computer and it registers just fine.
How much does a converter go for?
50-ish bucks. But the thing is, I looked up because it's the new Hori Xbox uh, fight stick, and it's like almost 400 bucks Canadian.
Oh.
And I'm like, that's a lot of money to swallow for a fight stick. For somebody, I'm actually considering trying to build my own at this point because it might be cheaper.
Damn.
Anything else here that we want to talk about, like coming upcoming games?
Ooh, well, we've gone over most of the coming soon, unless there's something just at some point this year that you did want to talk about.
There's been a lot of talk about the upcoming not E3 July stuff, but not a whole lot has come out of it besides rumors and hearsay about potential exclusivity weirdness, which
Yeah,
I
I mean,
never want to hear about. I don't want to hear about that ever.
exactly. Doesn't matter who it's for. Um, there's also been rumors that later this month there's supposed to be some kind of PlayStation showcase with tons of money hats and exclusives.
I heard the
I know it.
PlayStation Showcase got announced for the 6th. Was I dreaming that? Was that not real? It was before.
I don't remember it. I just remember Matt Grube came out earlier and was like, "Hey, probably around the 25th," and then no one's confirmed anything. I could be wrong. Maybe something did get announced, and I'm just insane. Hmm. I'm not seeing anything though.
I could have sworn I saw a thing that was like June 8th. Like just before Microsoft's.
I remember after the the May 25th thing, people were like, "Oh, good, Sony's going first. Usually Microsoft has to." And it would be nice to be able to go second, just so you could prepare some shit. Um, yeah, I'm not seeing anything.
I could have sworn I saw a tweet and it was like June 6th, and I was like, or June 8th rather. June 6th or 8th, I don't remember. Was it a
No, the
rumor?
most recent stuff, it's got to be because the most recent one is a rumor saying it's supposed to air within the next few weeks at some point. And that's the most recent one I could find. Yeah, even 7 hours ago, it says currently no official date has been announced, but some insiders have been hinting it may take place around May 25th. Oh, June 8th is when Summer Game Fest begins. That might be why that date's in your head. Microsoft and Bethesda are doing it on the 11th. Ubisoft is the 12th.
Well, sorry for the Ubisoft, but I don't at the same time because
Rumor has it Sony ditched PlayStation Showcase in 2022 because of Microsoft's Activision Blizzard acquisition, with Sony understandably not wanting to give Microsoft more ammo against it. However, the latest updates basically make the acquisition seem like a done deal, so there's no way for Sony. There's no reason for them to hold back. Known insider reporter Jeff Grubb's Game Mess schedule suggests one will take place right before Summer Game Fest. That doesn't take place. That doesn't really come as a surprise for a few reasons, and fans may have a couple of ideas as to what's going to be in the show. Mhm.
Okay, so maybe I saw something. I don't know.
You might have just seen the Game Fest original date,
Hmm.
because that's also June 8th. Don't worry. Even if you dreamed it, it's okay. I believe in you and your dreams.
I swear, I
Though
just
I'm
look at it. Might have just been one of those fan things people make. Like people are like Starfield's
Yeah.
gonna come out in the 6th or 8th of September, and I'm like,
Yeah, it's
that's
like,
like
oh,
a
what's that based
Thursday or
on?
something. I
It
remember looking
came
at
to
like
me in a dream.
it was a Wednesday, and I'm like, what?
Yeah, exactly.
Hold
And
on.
it's releasing at 3 in the
I think
afternoon.
Boom mentioned something on it today. Okay. I don't know.
Don't worry, Boom knows. He's got our back, whoever that is.
I think this is not worry. It's just I remember seeing it. I might have been just.
Oh, that's all I meant. I didn't mean worried as in whether it would be true or not. I meant worried as in, like, you're not crazy.
I just remember seeing something, and I think I'm just like,
Mhm.
okay.
So, what are you hoping to see at Ivor Showcase, and what are you expecting to see?
I'm expecting Sony Showcase. I expect to see something more on Final Fantasy 16. I think they're gonna put one last push to be like, yeah, it's gonna be there, it's coming. They're probably gonna, if see the thing is that there's been a lot of talk about Spider-Man 2, but I don't remember Sony themselves ever saying it was actually coming.
Yeah, they haven't. Everyone's just
It's like
hyping it up.
yeah, that it's coming at all. So if it's coming, I expect to see something about it.
Mhm.
Probably is this Stella Blade? Because they changed the name. I don't remember what it's called
Yeah.
anymore.
They changed it to Stellar Blade.
Yeah, because it was something else before. So I don't remember
Yeah,
which is
and
which.
that's a cool tactic too. No one knows you money hat the game if you change the name to something people don't recognize. Big brain.
Big brain. Yeah,
I
I
love when
expect to
people are
see
like,
something
but they
about that.
helped fund it. Yeah.
I expect to see it sooner rather than later.
Mm-hmm.
Sony's side, probably
You mean
something
at Xbox
smaller
side?
from one of their studios, maybe
Mm-hmm.
coming. I couldn't tell you who or what, but maybe something small and
I think you're forgetting the big one.
the
The
big
Last
one.
of Us Part 1 remake free.
Oh yeah, there's also the what
The
is it called
multiplayer.
again? Yeah, the multiplayer factions.
Factions, I think.
Yeah, I should
Yeah.
remember what it was called. Because I
Don't
care.
worry, they
That's how
don't
much I
remember
care
either.
about it. I never played it, and I don't know anyone who actually played The Last of Us factions back in.
Yeah,
And this
I
thing,
remember it being average, and everyone hypes it up like it was the next best thing. And I don't remember that. It was an average game.
that's the thing. I don't remember it at all. So I never played it, so I couldn't tell you. So
Mm-hmm.
maybe we see something on factions since they're like it's gonna be. Anything Neil Druckmann says is weird and feels stilted anyway. So
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Yeah,
believe it.
it's definitely some strange takes.
The showcase is trending, but for PlayStation, Metal Gear. I hope the
Yeah,
Metal
but that's
Gear
because
rumor.
ever since the go on.
I hope that's not real.
Which one?
The Metal Gear
Oh, yeah.
remake being money headed. I hope it's not real.
Well, here's the fun thing: if the CMA really is worried about all these exclusives, Because we know even if it waited until after the Xbox show, they'd still be doing this deal. Um, what are they going to say when there's a Sony showcase going on with tons of money hats and they're like, hey, so this is the thing that you're worried about and we're not doing it, but someone else is. Like, do you think this will affect that at all? Because I have to assume they've already seen what's going to be coming in documents, but if they haven't, how does this not affect it?
That's the thing. It's if we got to go back. There's a bunch of ifs here, and that's the problem. If the trade agreement between Japan and America is being breached here by these Sony deals, these money hats, then I think a lot's going to change.
Yeah.
If it's found that they're not, and this is just business, then the code is going to be the same, and we're going to see. Then I think you're wasting your time trying to get Square to be on your side.
Well, I think there's two possibilities, and both of them will be changed. It's possible the first one, like you're right, it opens the door for them to get in, and then everything changes. Or if nothing changes on that aspect, then Microsoft basically has been given the okay to do the exact same thing because they've been shown there's no repercussions. In fact, they've just had a government body look at it and say, this looks fine. Why would we interfere? So they should be able to do the exact same thing and, get away with it, apparently. So I think we'll see changes no matter what, but the changes we would want to see will happen faster and much bigger if they do catch them and, comment on it. At least in my
Yeah.
opinion. I'm not a doctor lawyer, so I won't say it's official.
Well, that's the thing. I've seen a lot of people be like, "Well, if the CMA blocks again or doesn't take the appeal, then what are they going to do?" And it's like they're going to take it to federal court. They're going to close over it, and they're going to move on with their life because it's not like they haven't said they wouldn't do this.
Exactly. This was
That's the thing. Even
something they
in
didn't want to do, but they always knew was a possibility.
well, the thing is they only have so much time to close the deal, right?
Yeah.
Whether or not the regulators are okay with it will depend on a lot of things, but they only have so much time before the deal's just done.
Exactly. And of course, people keep delaying it to try to get it there.
Yeah. No, but the thing is, if it comes down to it, right? And if it comes down to the UK, if the UK and the FTC want to take it to federal court, they have weak arguments and they're probably going to lose. They're going to close over and they're going to hold the status quo with Activision for now. Basically. I've heard this from people who know a lot more than me on the situation, that this is a strategy that's always been allowed. If the showcase, if that's the showcase, Microsoft should literally buy the marketing rights to GTA 6. I don't think GTA 6 is coming anytime soon.
Yeah, someone tried to show off a rumor earlier, and then someone pointed out some BS on it, and everyone immediately was like, wait a minute, this is phony. They lost a huge chunk of progress when they got hacked. I don't think it's coming out anytime soon. I'd say 2025 is the earliest, but I'm assuming more like 2026, 2027.
I personally don't give a crap about GTA anymore. It's been boring.
Yeah, they did kind of shoot themselves in the foot for the last decade of doing the exact same game over and over and not adding much content or fixing things. The online became a shit show, but it's also the only thing that they would add content to.
Yeah, that's the thing. And it keeps selling. That's the problem is people are like, well, I just want to play more GTA 5. And I'm like, I don't understand why you people just buy the same game over and over again, but whatever, you can. It's been more than a decade.
Yeah, that's true.
Holy crap. GTA 5 is like older than a decade. Holy crap.
And it just keeps coming, and coming. What do you think? Do you like a Black Eyed Peas reference in this day and age?
Care for the Black Eyed Peas, to be honest with you. But
You don't know Fergie?
okay, that's at Microsoft's side. I think Microsoft has a lot more stuff coming. Like they're gonna show.
Yeah.
Like we have the Coalition game, not Coalition. The Coalition hasn't done anything.
Yeah, we're still waiting on them and id.
Its software will be done when they're done, but I
Yeah.
feel like it's not gonna be too long before we see it. I don't. The thing is that I don't think Microsoft can't get away with money hatting anything because everyone will turn on them again. But what needs to happen is a change in the status quo. Because this
but
is-
it also
this
doesn't
is-
matter if people turn on them if they have no favor already. There's no way to turn on them. It would just be the same people yelling.
Well, that's
Oh,
the thing.
Somebody
If
just came out with EA.
oh, EA said that Android Wilson said they'll still be the. Sorry, did I call him Android Wilson?
You
It's
did, and I
Andrew
was like, oh, he's
Wilson.
a robot.
Andrew Wilson said they'll still be the #1 publisher on Microsoft.
Well, that's the funniest thing. They
Xbox.
didn't say they will still be. They just said we are the #1 publisher. And I only laughed.
I'm gonna be
myself 'cause
honest
I'm
with you, they
like,
probably are.
they might be at this point, but like before the skips and the EA Plus thing was added, all I could think is like, who? Who are you?
I mean,
But at this
EA
point, it might be, to be honest.
no, EA's had like. Okay, we don't play EA's big games. Like their big
Which one?
moneymaker games.
The sports?
FIFA or whatever it's called now, because it's not FIFA anymore.
I think technically 2023 is still FIFA, but 2024 is gonna have to change.
No,
names.
it's this year. It's not. It's something else. I don't know what it's called. But so, I mean, like, I don't think that EA is wrong in this. I don't think that they're like, oh, we're still gonna be #1, because they probably are. EA has a lot of IP. They have lots of games people want. They have their indie showcase. They've released some pretty cool games in the EA.
Yeah, people forget how big they are because some people just don't like the company, but that doesn't make it disappear.
I don't. The thing is, I don't like
Sims and sports.
EA Sports and Sims
big
are just
games.
are huge, and yeah, I agree. I agree 100%. I think they are the big They're one of the big publishers. They've always been there with Microsoft, and I don't think that
Yeah.
that's gonna change ever. Like they basically from day one, EA
Yeah.
was behind the Xbox brand, and that only got stronger as they went on. They didn't leave
Yeah.
during the bad times in the Xbox
That's
One
true. They were like,
generation.
whatever, guys, have more of this game.
Well, the thing
It's
is, I
funny
bet
'cause
you their
I do
game's still
play
sold.
Madden.
Because the
Oh,
thing is,
yeah,
there
it
were
is.
probably people that bought an Xbox to play FIFA or play whatever,
That's-
because that's where they play
that's
with
the
their
thing, though.
mates.
I know a lot of Sony was trying to get with EA because they know the sports games sell so well. They've been trying to get marketing rights forever. And I think they
Yeah.
had them for a bit.
Yeah, maybe, but the thing is, like, EA knows who butters their bread, basically,
Yeah.
and who's
Although
going
they
to
said
give them
they're
the best
indifferent to the
deal.
merger, which is not positive or negative. It's just it is kind of thing.
The thing is, like, if you're EA, right? Let's be real here. Do your games even directly compete with most of like Xbox's offerings? Because a lot
No.
of their games get talked about in the same breath as Xbox exclusives.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Like-
and that's the thing. By giving an
Like,
I
look at-
scratch your back, you get a you scratch mine.
This is the thing. I don't know if it was the same here, but there was a deal if you bought Series S and a digital copy of Jedi Survivor, you got a bit of a discount. Like it was not a full bundle, but like you got the
Yeah.
game, I think 40 or $50 off.
It's still good.
But it's like between the two. There have always been bundles with EA games and Xbox. And Xbox is usually the one marketing the EA games, and the best versions of the games usually
It's
are
funny, 'cause I
on
remember.
Xbox.
Oh, sorry, go on.
I'm just
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, I don't think they're wrong.
I mean, I just remember Sony would try to fight with like getting Battlefield for a while, and like we'll take EA then because you guys have COD, and then it totally swapped one gen, where it was like, "Fuck you, we're going for COD," and then they were like, "All right, well we have EA, so we'll go with Battlefield," and that did not turn out as well. Battlefield's been on the decline
Battlefield's
for the last.
Battlefield's been a mixed bag, I think, ever since its inception, because it's not like COD. You can't really
Yeah,
compare
no,
COD and
it's not a Twitch shooter.
no. COD is a
And
Twitch
they're both fun
shooter.
in their own way. Like
Hmm.
I enjoyed Battlefield 3 and 4 and Hardline. Uh, not as much 5 or 1 or
But this
2042. Was that what it was?
Yeah, but this is the thing though. Like, what console was promoting Wild Hearts?
This is Xbox.
Xbox. And that's a Koei Tecmo EA Originals.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Who's got the EA Plus Play or whatever the hell it's called? Xbox.
I'm gonna be honest, EA Play is not a terrible deal
It's really
on its
not,
own.
because we even compared that to the Ubisoft one. Where it was
Ubisoft's
like,
terrible.
oh,
Absolutely
yeah, it was
terrible.
like, oh, the EA one's $5. Oh, the Ubisoft one's like $19. You could basically get 4 months of EA for the same price as 1 month of Ubi.
Yeah, but I think it's like, was it another $5 or so for the better tier? Or it's not available
Yeah,
on
which
console
I
yet.
think, yeah, I think you need the best tier, which would be the $22 one or whatever.
Yeah, EA Play
Craziness.
Plus or whatever it's called. The better version of EA Play is not available on console.
Yeah.
But still, they don't. That's the thing. They're getting a check every month, or
Mm-hmm.
recurring
Subscription
revenue
services
every
work.
month from
That's why everyone does them now.
Game Pass. Honestly, Take Two just markets whatever it wants, and as much as I hate Take Two, I don't think they're ever making a new Red Dead. It took them what, 15 years plus to make that?
Not just that,
Bioshock?
but the hype around the multiplayer died down way too quick, especially compared to GTA. They're
I
gonna be
feel
like,
like you're gonna
let's
get
not
a
promote.
mobile GTA game before you get GTA 6.
That's what they're gonna announce at the Summerfest. You'll see. And
GTA
brand new.
6?
No, GTA Mobile
Yeah.
Battle Royale Edition.
I mean, I'm kind of surprised there hasn't been a GTA Battle
Right.
Royale. Like,
You and 99 other immigrants from countries will come down and fight an equal ballot to become the #1 drug dealer. Cousin.
yeah.
You will now bowl
They bought
against 99.
Zanga? Was it Zanga?
Yeah.
Yeah, they bought Zanga. There's no reason. There's a mobile GTA game coming. Zanga, yeah. Okay. That's the thing. Anyway, we so off topic here because we got talking about EA and Xbox, and I honestly 100% agree with that.
Yeah.
So, like, they're intrinsically tied. This thing, I never have to worry about an EA game missing Xbox. Never. Like, it doesn't
and
even
it's
cross
because
our
EA
minds.
knows- Yeah, because EA knows to get the most money, they're gonna put that shit on everything they can.
Mm-hmm.
And to their credit, it works. Why would they take some money up front to lose out on more money later?
And that's the thing, they get reoccurring revenue from Xbox with their Game Pass deal. The Game Pass Ultimate deal.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
That's more the reason
Yeah.
to buy. That's the thing I've been saying to people, like, they're like, well, I've got just Game Pass on console. Like, you don't have the Ultimate? Like, I mean, EA Play is worth the extra, like, $5 a month
Yeah.
alone.
Plus, the Ultimate gives you a lot of good perks.
Well, cloud and the other stuff and PC and maybe you don't use PC today, but PC's good. But Microsoft Showcase, Let me think here.
You're like,
Coalition's
"But we
probably
don't
gonna show
have
off
to."
something, whether or not it's Gear 6 or not, I don't know.
Do you think it'll be Gears related in general, or do you think it'll be something new?
Part of me hopes it's not Gears related, but
Mhm.
having finally completed Gears 5 after not beating it for a while, um, yeah, I think it's gonna be Gears 6.
Hmm.
If you play Gears 5, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
I've played it, but I haven't finished it because the person I did the co-op campaign with at the time ditched. I'll have to go
Well, if
back
you
to it at
finish
some
it, you
point.
know exactly what I mean.
I would love to see them branch out a bit, similar to Gears Tactics. I don't mind if it's still in the Gears universe, but I'd like to mix it up a bit. And I know I'm harping on a broken record today with this one, but me and Logan and a few others have talked about how cool a horror-themed game would be in the Gears universe.
I
Even
don't
if
know
it's
why
The
we don't have
Invasion,
this.
it's such a good idea. That and the Flood and Halo both have so much potential for being horrifying in-universe events, and I think it would do really well if they, had you face that
I really
and you
liked Halo
weren't
Wars.
exactly you did or didn't.
I did like Halo Wars. I haven't played
Oh yeah,
Gears
same.
Tactics, but I did play
Gears
Halo
Tactics is
Wars.
really good. Yeah, Halo Wars is really good too, but they're different. One plays like XCOM and one plays like Age of Empires. They're both good for different reasons.
Halo
I would
Wars just
definitely
got really
recommend
hard near
Gears.
the end, and I just ended up not finishing it. But I still enjoyed my time with it.
Did you try the second one?
I played Halo Wars 2
Oh, okay.
because it was there, and it was
Hmm.
really
Yeah,
good.
the stories aren't too tied together. Like they obviously involve each other, but you can definitely enjoy the games as contains
We have different
experiences.
AI lady. I liked her.
Yeah,
She was fun. And Halo Wars 2 has fantastic ads. If you haven't seen them, you should. If you've never seen the Halo War 2 ads, just seriously go look them up. I
I
don't.
still remember
The car
the
one.
Halo ones with the figurines. Yeah, the car one was good. There's so many funny ones, but then there's the really touching ones too, like the figurine one for is it Halo 3 or I think it was Halo 3. Might have been 4. Where they've got the really powerful music going over the figurines, showing
Hmm.
like a crazy battle.
Hmm.
That was intense. And it had no words, it was just nice.
Yeah. Wasn't that just believe at the end?
Yeah. I think that's why they call it the Believe commercial, and I always forget until someone mentions it. And I'm like, that's what it's called. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
But
hoping for something from id.
I'm hoping it's a reboot of Cthulhu-esque Quake. No Strogg.
That'd be
Fuck
good.
the Strogg. Cthulhu Quake. Elder Gods, let's go. Or maybe something. Yeah, Quake. Quake 2 and Quake 4, as stupid as it sounds, are kind of meh in my opinion.
Hmm.
But like original Quake was pretty good, especially for the time. Maybe they can get Trent Reznor back.
That'd be dope. Trent Reznor. Do you know what else I'd love to see coming back? Unreal Tournament.
Never gonna happen.
Why?
Fortnite.
Fuck Fortnite. I want my arena shooter. Gimme.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen. I mean, Quake Champions barely hanging on.
Yeah, but
But-
Unreal Tournament hit different.
Yeah, but what's the last Unreal thing that ever happened? And they
that
closed the
depends. Are you
servers
talking-
down and delisted the other ones. Like,
They didn't get enough love. The fans were weak. Unreal Tournament shall make them strong.
no, we're never getting Unreal Tournament again.
This saddens me.
I know it's sad, but like, seriously.
Why won't you let me believe?
Because Tim Sweeney's intoxicated with that Fortnite money.
Because All Might needs to join next. And Goku Black. Although I've heard rumors that Goku Black is actually joining, so like
Yeah, but so Coalition, something new, either Gear 6 or something completely different.
Mhm.
Then I think Compulsion's game, I think it's been long enough. We see something
yeah,
about
to
it.
at least hear something. Doesn't have to
And
be ready yet.
one of the two Double Fine games that were in production when Psychonauts 2 was in production.
Which one are you hoping to hear from first?
I don't know. They haven't told us anything about either. They have different code names. I
we
can't
heard-
remember what they are.
Yeah, I thought we heard the
Double
genre
Fine
is
code
only-
names are based on bars in the Seattle area, so I couldn't tell you what code name they are. And they don't coincide with anything like in the actual game.
Yeah. I mean, it works. People aren't able to guess it. Does exactly what a code name should.
Yeah, it's a bar, so it's like you go to the bar and try and figure out what it is. But
Yeah, you order one of them and it is a drink.
the other thing we could maybe see from id would be something completely new and different.
Yeah, and I'd be down for that.
I don't know, whatever they're making, as long as it's. I don't want to be like, as long as it's fast-paced, ridiculous shooter, because I don't want to say they couldn't do slow, but I think
Hmm.
they kind of thrive with the core combat loop and the fun. It could be something
Yeah.
mecha, because they've got, what's his name again? I always forget his name.
Armored Core 7.
No, no, the guy is like head to. He worked on Pacific Rim. Giovanni? You don't know who I'm talking about, do you? His face is on the
Not from
pizza
the hints
box.
I've been given. Its face is on the pizza box.
Yeah, and if you in the Fortress of Doom or whatever.
I can't say I fully remember.
Hugo Martin.
Oh,
I don't know why I
his
thought.
face was on the pizza box?
Yeah, it was. That is the
Must have
man.
missed that.
He came in for He came in and he's the guy who was the reason why there's like the toy collectibles. That was him.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
Armored Core remasters of Armored Core probably cool. I'm gonna pick up the new one. I've never played an Armored Core game ever, so
Really? Ooh. As long as it plays like the old ones, you're in for a treat.
it looks like it's ridiculously crazy. I don't know if it plays like regular Souls like games, but
It's slightly similar. There's that you can definitely see, in early Souls games, the comparisons. But we haven't had one in so long. I can't say if it'll stick to what they used to do or if they'll go completely different. Hard to say.
but
What
yeah.
was that?
So I don't know. I don't know what Hugo Martin's going crazy gonna pitch next, but honestly, after even though I didn't like the end of the DLC for Doom Eternal,
Mm-hmm. Which one? The first or the second one?
the second one,
Okay.
it basically wraps it up. We're not gonna get another Doom game, I don't think,
Mm-hmm.
which is fine.
Or at least not a mainline one like that. Or, I should say, a current
Can you have a Doom?
canon like that.
Can you have a Doom game doesn't have Doom Slayer in it?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't
you
think
could
you
if
can.
you give someone the new mantle, like if he passes it on, or
He goes to sleep at the end. They put him back
yeah.
on the sarcophagus. I'm not gonna tell you
Yeah,
what
he-
happens to get there, but he gets put back on the sarcophagus until they need him again.
Yeah,
That's like,
and that's the thing. He could always be needed again. It would just depend on what route they want to go.
yeah, for sure. But I feel like they might do something completely different. So
Yeah, and that'd
it's
be
software.
refreshing.
If software's
I'm
gonna
down for
show
that.
something off, it's gonna be a technical masterpiece, and everyone's gonna be like, "Holy crap!" And there's gonna be people be like, "Oh, it's not this or it's not that."
Yeah,
As long as it's not a multiplayer focused or live service game, I'm all for it.
yeah, I trust them.
Yeah,
It
it's
makes you
software.
appreciate.
They basically continuously deliver good stuff. Though, I would be also okay with if they did a proper remake of Commander Keen.
Hmm.
Pitch a horror. Nah, you don't need Doomguy and Master Chief. They're too powerful. You can't be scared.
The Doom Sheep.
If you put Doomguy and Master Chief, like, they're basically like unstoppable machines of death. Doomguy definitely better.
Power fantasy.
Yeah, Master Chief is good, like, is a fine character, in my opinion. But Doomguy, it's funny. The thing is, I could see because someone was talking about, oh, if id Software made a Halo game, and I just put up the picture of him like ripping the imp's head in half. I'm like, yeah, just do that to an elite. Just that's what would happen. That's what Doom would be like if it made it. Just glory killing the crap out of moving as fast as
I'd
light.
be down for it.
I wouldn't be against it either, but that's not what Halo is.
Oh, I know. As like a spin-off or a side game, I wouldn't mind it. I wouldn't want it as a Halo 6.
Did we see something from other Arcane? Leon.
Yeah, that'd be good.
I just don't know. I'm curious if you think this Deathloop came out 2021,
Yeah, 2 years ago now.
so we might see something, but they might be a little more gun shy to show things before they're ready after Redfall.
Are you sure? You don't think that hit would bolster it? Crazy.
I think Redfall's just getting a lot more negative attention because Microsoft owns them now.
Oh, absolutely.
That's all that's there. So maybe we see something from Arcane Lyon, not Arcane Austin, because they just released Redfall. What else we have?
And they're currently working to fix the game.
I'm gonna have to look because the thing is I always forget because Xbox has so many studios. There's one I always forget.
Oh, definitely.
What are they develop? I don't care what they're developing. I just care what they are. Okay, so we got 343, which is in shambles right now.
Mm-hmm. On life
So
support.
I don't expect to see much, if anything, from them.
Maybe a Halo update or an
Alpha
announcement
Dog
of what's coming.
just released the mobile Doom game.
Oh yeah,
Mighty
what was
Doom?
it called again? Doom Run?
Mighty Doom? Mighty Doom, I think it was. So, Arcane as the two. I don't think they're delivering. We might see something from Arcane Lyon's game, maybe a teaser.
Mhm.
I don't think so. Bethesda Softworks, Starfield. We're gonna see Starfield. We know that already.
Yeah.
Compulsion?
Actually, we probably won't see it during the showcase.
No,
We'll
it's
just
the same
do it on
day.
The thing after.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
the same day, so we will see it that day.
Oh, yeah.
It'll probably be like a little blurb at the end or in the middle. Be like there'll be like a trailer for Starfield, I think, and it's like to see more. Stay after the show to see more.
Stick around.
Stick around to see more. Yeah, basically. Let's see. Bethesda Softworks, Compulsion. Compulsion? Probably.
Yeah.
When did We Happy Few finish? Like, We Happy Few came out before, like,
Yeah, define finish.
I know it was in production hell.
Mhm.
We Happy Few, We All Fall Down was the... That was released in 2019. We Happy Few was released in 2018, I want to say.
Might have been 2017, maybe.
It was 2018 in
Alright.
September.
Is
At least
that
the
full
console
release or the
version, it
beta?
might have been... Was it We All Fall Down the last one? It looks like They Came From Below. I'm just looking at the DLC quick.
Mm-hmm. I'm awful. I remember what the
Sniper.
DLCs were. I don't remember what they were called.
They Came From Below, Lightbearer, and We All Fall Down was the last one. There were 3, looks like. Yeah, so I think we probably see something from them. Maybe for a next year release. Maybe a this year
Yeah.
release, depending how big the game is.
And depending how good it's going.
Yeah, Double Fine we talked about earlier. They had 2 games in production alongside Psychonauts 2. And the bulk of their... And they pulled a lot of them when COVID happened to work on Psychonauts 2 to get it out the door. But then they were going to go back to the other 2 projects afterwards.
And unfortunately, that happened for a lot of games. They were
Yeah.
trying to focus on specific ones due to COVID.
Well, just to get the one that was closest out the door. The fact that we got
Yeah.
anything over the COVID era was astonishing.
Yeah.
So we're getting back to a normal cadence now. id we just talked about. In Exile, their last game was Wasteland 3, right?
I believe so. Because haven't since then they've just been promoting everyone else's game.
They've been making meme content. 2020. And then their last one, The Cult of the Holy Detonation, came out 2021.
That was the DLC, right?
So I think we see something from In Exile. Maybe not for this year again. I don't know. Possibly. I know they've been promoting other people's games, but I think it'd be really funny. I think In Exile could make like a weird game that exists inside of another universe.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go with it.
I would love to see them promote someone else's game, during the showcase before revealing their own thing. Just as like a tease, like, we're here, but we're only doing other stuff. Just kidding.
Machine games. We know about Indiana Jones.
Yes, but we don't know much else besides the fact that it does exist.
It exists. We've seen
And at
CG
this point, we
trailer.
don't fully know if that's true.
Well, when's the movie coming out? This year?
Yeah, it's supposed to come out in a few months. You'd think they'd want to time it together, but at the
I don't
same
know.
time, I hope they don't rush it if that's the case, to try to get it out and it flops.
Yes, I don't know. And that was also before. Mojang just released a game, so probably a Minecraft update or something, but I don't expect anything super huge from Mojang.
Yeah, unless they do the sex update.
You're never gonna get Minecraft 6. Just drop it.
They'll get it one day.
Ninja Theory, Hellblade 2.
Yeah, they're definitely cooking with that. I have no doubt we see something.
No doubt we see something. Do you think for this year or next year release? Or just a no release?
Personally, I think next year. They've been showing stuff off on and on this year, and I think they're going to be trying to give us some target. I don't think they'll be specific. I think it'll just say 2024.
That seems fair.
Because that way
Ninja
it gives
Theory?
people an idea, but it also doesn't define when you have to release it, so you rush.
ZeniMax outlines at the end of the list, Draco. Don't worry, we're getting there.
There is Z.
We're going
It's
through them in
at the bottom.
alphabetical order. After Ninja Theory, do you think Ninja Theory has any other games working? Are we gonna hear anything about Bleeding Edge? Wow,
I
it's
mean,
okay.
I don't know if Bleeding Edge servers are even up at this point, to be honest.
He's still put down the game. I'm 90% sure.
Then maybe it'll get a huge resurgence out of nowhere. Totally.
I mean, it had cool concept.
Yeah, the idea was fantastic. It just didn't play as well as it sounded.
I forgot about it. Yeah, a lot of people don't. I like forgot about it. Bleeding Edge, everyone. I bet
Yeah,
you it's the
before
first
we
time
get
you've
to-
heard that name in a while. Obsidian is next. That would be the one we know about. Wait, they did more than one, don't they? We've got, because they just released. Pentiment was theirs, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say they did Pentiment last year.
Yeah, the Outer Worlds 2 we know, but they
Yeah.
leaned into the joke that it's not. I don't think it's coming anytime soon.
Yeah, they were like, "And
That
look
was a
at
great joke. We
badass
haven't decided on the title yet. All that's around is just, yeah, they did Pentiment. I think they have another project in the works. I don't think it's as far as long as Outer Worlds 2. Like if Outer Worlds 2 is just Outer Worlds but better, because they had nothing to do with the Grounded update, probably.
Mhm.
But the Outer Worlds HD whatever update, they had nothing to do with. That was all.
Yeah, that was a totally separate port.
Yeah, that was all the private division. So they had nothing to do with it. Their hands are clean of that, so it's whatever. Playground. We know they're working on Fable.
That we
Do
do.
you think we see
What do
anything
you
more
think?
about Fable? I don't know.
personally think we will.
You do?
Yeah, it's been long enough that they need to tease something, whether it's another weak teaser like the first time that basically said, hey, it exists. I think we'll see something. I don't think we'll see a release date as soon as we'd like, but I think they're going to show something about it. It's been too long with not having done anything.
Okay. Rare. Sea of Thieves update and Everwild's AFK.
I personally
Still.
think we might see a platformer surprise from them, but I don't think it'll be, Banjo.
I don't think they'll do bang. I think you get the studio that did Lucky's Super Lucky Tale.
Lucky Tail?
Yeah, to do a Banjo game. And they're not first party, so
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised. They seem to have the chops for it. They made a really Super Lucky's Tale is a great game. So,
Yeah, Toys for Bob would not be amiss.
well, it'd be nice to have Toys for Bob, but we're still in limbo there, so I'm not
Yeah.
gonna go into that. And they're still in
For
the
now.
Call of Duty mines and making that awful looking Crash,
Crash Banooka.
the Crash fighting, because Crash Team Brawl or whatever looks
It's
awful.
like a Mario Party kind of game from the looks of it.
Yeah, it looks awful because it's all microtransaction based bollocks. Roundhouse. Now, Roundhouse helped with Redfall. I don't know how long they were, but Roundhouse is ex-Human Head.
Mm-hmm.
Vicarious Visions is interesting.
I wish they were still around.
Well, they're part of Blizzard now, so they're just being under the Blizzard output. I don't know.
Yeah. But I'm pretty sure they got pushed into the COD machine.
Everyone got put into they got put into Blizzard, probably Blizzard in the COD machine.
Let me double
Roundhouse.
check.
Roundhouse.
'Cause I think they got split up.
I know Roundhouse helped with falling Redfall, but I don't know if that's the only thing they were doing. But it wasn't announced early, so I'm not sure if it was like supposed to be a secret. Do you
Yeah,
think?
this is what it was. They.
Do you think
Go on. Yes.
that someone goes to Phil when they're visiting places and go, yo, you know we almost finished this Prey 2 game. You know it's like almost done. Can we
Yeah.
like finish that? That
That'd
would
be
be
nice.
amazing, but I don't know how. It's apparently it was done.
I heard it was very close to it if it wasn't finished. Yeah.
It was like almost done, or and then it got shelved, and then Human Head went under because of the Quiet Man. The Quiet Man.
Yeah.
So Roundhouse is a wild card. I don't know if they're gonna come up with something or not, but I
And
hope
just
they
to follow up on the
do.
Vicarious Visions thing, in 2021, they were moved by Activision Blizzard from a subsidiary of Activision to a subsidiary of Blizzard Entertainment. So the more than 200 employees of Vicarious Visions are now employees of Blizzard. And there hasn't been a word from them since then.
They're part of Blizzard now. Probably not called Vicarious Visions anymore.
Unfortunate. You hate to see
Next on
it.
the list is Tango, and Tango has already released 2 games this year. They're not releasing another one, I don't think, unless it's like super
Mhm.
small. I think that's safe. We safe on that one? Agreement?
Which one?
Tango Gameworks. They're not releasing anything else this year, I don't think.
I don't think so. If there's any kind of tease, it would probably just be what to look forward to for Hi-Fi Rush, whether it's merch or expansions, something like that. That's the only thing I'd assume if they even showed it all.
Yeah, I don't think they'll probably show because these events usually are like broadcast places, so they'll probably
Mhm.
show that they've got, you know, Ghostwire Tokyo and Hi-Fi Rush available right now, but like in a sizzle reel or something. But I don't think they're gonna get like, we've got a new game coming from Tango, because I don't think they have another big project that close to the finish line.
Yeah.
The Coalition I talked about briefly. Gear 6 probably. Do you have anything you think Coalition might do?
No, I mean, I definitely think they're gonna show something. I don't know if it'll be Gears 6 yet, though. There might be another side or spin-off game or something. I don't think they're gonna jump right into another mainline game so soon.
Absolutely loved Hive Busters.
Highbusters is really good.
It
The
was so much
Terminator stuff was
it was
actually good
so
too.
much better than Gears 5 in my opinion. We had these new and fun characters, and they kind of bickered and argued, and then finally got along by the end. And it just
Mhm.
ended. And it was like, here we're doing the event, the new multiplayer mode. And I'm like, oh, okay. But that seems to be the Coalition way though with stuff like that. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Something from Coalition. I think it's been long enough.
Yeah, I can definitely agree there.
The Initiative. Do we see the elusive Joanna Dark?
I mean, in timeline wise, it would make sense because it's been over 2.5, almost 3 years, I think, and we haven't heard a peep.
Well, we know that they're still working on it with Crystal Dynamics. So
Yeah, as far as
even
we
though Crystal
know.
Dynamics is now part of Embracer,
Well, exactly. I feel like an update would be super helpful because there's so much in the air.
yeah, I almost have a feeling like it's gonna be soon,
Mm-hmm.
and then we'll hear what's going on with it, and then who knows? Because the thing is, I don't know how much Embracer's gonna want to uphold Squeenix's contract there
Yeah.
with Microsoft for it. So, because I honestly thought when that announcement happened that Microsoft was going to try and buy up the western side of Square Enix.
Yeah, but they knew they couldn't because in the long run, that would have
Well,
destroyed
ABK
ABK.
happened. If ABK didn't drop share price so hard, it definitely would have been. I think they
Oh,
would have
yeah.
just bought them out, right? It would have
Yeah, I
been a
wouldn't be
huge get,
surprised.
huge get, in my opinion.
I don't think it would have been as big as ABK, but it would have been a really big get.
Deus Ex. Yes. Okay. Next, Turn 10. They're releasing Forza. I said the
Yeah.
whole thing about it.
Yeah.
I said the whole thing. Undead Labs. Do we see
I believe so. It's been 3 years now. Again, with the we haven't heard of Peep Talk, a lot of that. I know it's Xbox, but we also don't have them updating 2 anymore, and we've gotten really all the content there. I think they're going to expound upon State of Decay 3 more than just the little cutscene we saw. I don't know if we'll see any gameplay yet, but I think they're going to definitely talk about it and show off some of the game.
Yeah, are you a big State of Decay fan? Because I've tried it and it's not my cup of tea.
I loved the first 2. I was a big fan. I still need to go back and get all the achievements in 2. I got a little disheartened when they kept adding DLC that added more. Uh, but I need to go back and finish that. I love both the games. I've beaten them both. Uh, really good games.
I mean, it's fair. Like,
But-
if you like the like survival simulator kind of games, they're definitely good. Nothing against them.
Yeah, the idea of building your base up to survive the zombie attacks and go out and explore for supplies, that was always entertaining. And I like the idea that if your character died, they were fucked. Time to build up a new character, or hope you have some good side characters. It was the permadeath made it that much scarier to risk a really good survivor, especially to go alone.
Yeah, I didn't get to play it co-op or anything, and I kind of turned down the difficulty to because I just wasn't into the. I'm not really into the permadeath thing,
Mm-hmm.
but I could
mean-
definitely see the appeal of the game in like entirely.
Yeah, it reminded me
So
of Fire Emblem.
they don't
It's
really
like
make
you want to get a good unit. Oh, sorry, go on.
they don't really make anything else though. I don't think we see.
I don't think they have yet because they were decently new uh, when they
I heard
put
there were
out State of
problems
Decay.
with they were in the news for like problems though with
For what?
the usual sexual harassment and stuff. I remember
Love
hearing
to
about
see
that.
it. When was
Yeah.
this?
I want to say it was like fall last year, but I might be wrong. I just remember
I'm curious,
hearing.
I'm just gonna Google.
I just remember there being in the news for bad things. So
Mm-hmm. The first thing that popped up is, what is the Undead Labs controversy? Today, a new report alleged that State of Decay maker Undead Labs has developed a culture marked by misogyny, burnout, and mismanagement. In an expose by Kotaku, they spoke with 12 current and former staffers. That was March 31st, 2022. So, whatever's happening, I assume is either done or squelched. Because
yeah, well, it was a
it was never brought
Kotaku.
up
It was a
since then.
Kotaku expose, so that's worth about as much clout as the paper it's drawn on.
Yeah.
World's Edge does just Age of Empire stuff. They just released Age 2, and we're getting the Age 1 update to Age 2.
Mm-hmm.
And
Supposedly,
Age
by the
of
way,
Mythology, yeah. So
Coming.
we're getting Age of Mythology back.
supposedly, State of Decay 3 is getting some help from the Coalition, too. Undead Labs is getting assisted by them.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see how that works. So we'll probably hear more about that update from
Mhm.
World's Ed on Age of Empires. That'll be that. Why is that Xbox Gaming Publishing? I guess that's the side stuff. Like, I'll go look at that afterwards. ZeniMax Online, because Draco was so excited for ESO updates. There's always ESO updates.
Is
Maybe
it ESO
something with
or Fallout 76 he's excited for?
I don't know. I haven't seen if my save transfers over to the Xbox One, so I can get achievements there. Play with you guys, maybe.
Hmm. Because I know they just announced they're doing something new in ESO. I think it's like 2 new classes or something. I think it's a Necromancer.
They usually they'll probably go over it in the thing, or briefly talk about it.
Yeah.
The other thing though is you have to remember that I think id Software this year said that QuakeCon's coming back, so they might not
Yeah.
announce a game here, or they might tease a game here and tell people to come back for QuakeCon,
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
because they usually like to do stuff for their fans. We know that ZeniMax Online is also working on another game. We've seen hires come up for it for a new game.
Yeah.
People to work on PS5 versions of it, because this game will not be an Xbox exclusive. Surprise,
Mhm.
surprise. To nobody.
Funny joke.
The thing is, it's an MMO. It makes sense to have it everywhere.
Yeah.
But do they need another MMO? Unless this is like Elder Scrolls Online 2.
I don't think that's happening only because the Elder Scrolls Online is getting so much content still.
Unless it's a 2.0 update, like a big... Like, I know there was a big graphical update recently on the PC side, where they added DLAA, deep learning anti-aliasing. It's like super sampling, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the opposite of DLSS. Instead of trying to render at a lower resolution, it tries to render at a higher resolution. Yeah, I know. Dumb, right? But yeah, I don't know. What's Xbox Publishing working on? Since you apparently want to show me so bad. I don't know if how accurate this is. And then I click it and it doesn't take me there. Thanks, website. It's just Contraband is the one that shows up. I don't know
we still
anything
don't know
about
much about that.
Contraband, really. I know that Avalanche
Yeah.
is making it.
And we know it's a third-person shooter.
That's the same Avalanche that made Rage 2, right?
I do believe so.
I don't hate Rage 2. It wasn't awful, but it's not great.
Yeah. I'm in a similar boat there.
But I mean, Rage was never great.
Yeah.
It was the John Goodman,
I am
Goodman game.
Say it was a John Goodman game?
Yeah, John Goodman was in it. Did you not know John Goodman was in the original Rage?
Was he really?
Yes?
Nobody knows that. 'Cause nobody fucking played Rage.
I played Rage, and John Goodman's in it.
I need to go back to it. I need
It's
to
not
experience the
good,
good.
though. I'll
But
give
it
you a
has
shotgun.
Good man.
He's only in it for like 5. You could play it for like 5. It's on Game Pass, isn't it? It's backwards compatible.
I believe so.
There, use it all and save yourself a lot of money and time. Just play the beginning. I was like, John Goodman's in it. I almost typed in John Goodman in the Xbox store.
Play it is on the cloud until that happens.
Oh my god, it's really early.
Sweet. That means I only have to play it for a few minutes.
The John Goodman card game. Another its finest. No, you guys don't understand. It's not a game. It's so bad. Especially
You sold me.
it's just because you want the John Goodman. Just John. Jesus Christ. Why do I say things? Okay, you can report back next week about how much you loved or didn't like Rage. Have you played the second game or no?
I played part of it. I didn't finish anything though.
Someone had to message me because we were having a joke off in chat about Precure. No, they They basically have like forgotten about a character, and I was like, no, I like this character. And it's like, who? Who?
How do they just forget it?
You have to be watching to understand what's going on. It's dumb. But yeah.
Hmm.
Another Elder Scrolls? Another multiplat? I don't know.
I think that's the Necrom, whatever they're adding.
Necron?
I'm pretty sure they're showing it off next month.
I wouldn't be surprised. It makes sense to hype it up now.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think there's a lot of stuff they could show off. I think it's going to be interesting to see
That's for true.
what actually gets shown. But we have gone on pretty long. We're almost at 5 hours.
Yeah, I was gonna say when I looked at that, I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, we kind of just like went off on a. I blame Pokemon. I mentioned Pokemon.
Pokemon did take at least 45 minutes up. Ooh. Oh, big stretch.
Oh my
We
god.
did get to some good topics, though. We have a lot of points today that can be recorded, and then when we're wrong next week, or next month, I mean, then we have video evidence of us totally getting it right. No wrong. All right. I
Oh, Star
appreciate it,
Watch is
Draco.
live.
Why does that sound familiar? Star Watch.
It's
Is that
the
the
Overwatch
Overwatch
2
thing?
PvE update.
Yeah,
Like it's
that's that
like a
new
test.
event.
All the characters are not Overwatch characters. They're like
Yeah, it's like Star Wars themed.
yeah or something. I don't know. I'm gonna check it out. I'll get some footage of it.
Yeah, I believe it's specifically episode 4 themed because you're trying to like
Possibly.
defend a bot with the plans that the Empire needs, and the Empire's trying to come and destroy them.
I don't know. I have to actually play it first, but
Yeah, I'll be down to play it later. We should get some footage.
how many are? I don't know how many players it is, so we'll see.
I believe it's 4v4.
I thought it was PV. Is it PvPvE? I thought it was PvE.
I believe it's PvPvE because the Empire gets to use turrets, or maybe it's 4v1. I know the Empire has less players, but they get to use turrets. And then the Rebels have, I believe, 4?
Oh, we'll grab Waffle later and check it out.
Yeah,
But
sounds
for
good.
now, it's dinner time.
Dinner sounds good.
Dinner is good time. Oh,
Delicious.
all right. Thank you, Draco. We try. I'm gonna try and work on some production-y stuff. For maybe.
Yeah.
It's probably gonna be after I go to the con though. It's the end of
What
the
con are
month.
you going to?
AMA North, the local one.
Nice.
But I'm gonna sign off first and go worry about dinner now. So
Sounds
until
good.
next time,
Enjoy your meal.
Matane.
See you guys next week.
I'll call you later for stuff.
Sounds good.